relationships with each other over this QB room. I mean, would anybody be surprised if neither are in the NFL next year?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
1, 2, 3.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, how much fun are we having? We're going to have a blast. More fun than a fight at an NFL football camp. I'll tell you that. The Guardians got a really nice win yesterday over the Giants, and we get to see kind of the fruition of the trade deadline from last night even into tonight. So a lot of things going on as far as baseball is concerned. And by the way, you know, the Guardians now just a half game back on a playoff spot. Andrew Siciliano is going to join us at 11:40. We'll have Todd Monken's press conference at 12:40. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. If you're coming into downtown, might be a little bit slow getting into downtown. There's a broken down right where all the construction's going down. So it was down to one lane as of like 10 minutes ago.
What do you mean where all the construction's going on?
All the construction, like right as you get into
downtown Cleveland?
As soon as you get into downtown. So like you'll get in the barrels if you're coming up 77, and then once you're in the barrels, there was a broken down with, I think there was somebody that was pulling over as I was watching the traffic just pile up as I was lucky enough to get through it.
Don't the barrels start somewhere around 480? And continue for the next 5 miles?
It's a little bit after 490. You're close. You're only one number off, Jeff, so that's good. Jeff, how are you today? What's going on?
Andy, I couldn't be finer. That's a fine-looking shirt you're wearing. You must have an appointment after work.
Always fun to see the doctor after practice. Or game.
Nice.
Or
got to dress up for the doctor, huh?
No, I just don't. I mean, like, when I walk into a doctor's office with a ratty old T-shirt on, I'm not doing that.
You never wear ratty old T-shirts.
I wear.
You're a fashionista.
No, I'm not. I'm not at all. But I am. I don't know why I get sucked into these concert T-shirts when I go to these concerts now recently. Well, I don't know why I keep. I'm like,
is?
No, this is not a concert
I didn't
shirt.
think so.
No, so but I don't. I'm totally a sucker, and I know that they pay like $6, $5 to make the shirt, and they make like I don't know $45, $50, $60 on a shirt at these concerts. But yet I'm a sucker. I buy one.
Like buying a soda pop for $7.
Why? It's the whole. It's impulse buy when you're walking out of the grocery store. All right, let's get into the Guardians. And first of all, let's talk about tonight. We'll talk about last night too. But this whole Tugboat Wilkinson thing going into tonight's game, I think, is interesting because after watching last night's game and seeing like Joe Adell, who we hope he's okay moving forward.
He was okay last night, baby.
Some of the trade deadline deals are now coming to fruition. We're seeing that. So I'm going to start, and I know we were going to kind of flip this around, but Tugboat Wilkinson to me, I think, is a really interesting story.
What's a Tugboat Wilkinson?
That's right.
That's what it is.
Well, the fact that we're going to get to see him tonight, and by the way, I don't know, does everybody know how he got his nickname? Does everybody know how he got into this position and that he throws this invisible is what they call it? I mean, it's his debut tonight. Do you know the story behind his nickname? Yeah, I do. I
always figured it was just because he was a healthy specimen.
He is. At one point, he weighed 270, and now he's back to 250. He's taken some weight off.
So they say.
So he's a big boy.
By the way, the Giants are
Team
lousy.
Canada. Yeah, they made some weird plays. The throw into the ground last night. But getting back to this Tugboat thing, that Tugboat, he got the nickname, I think it was from a family member, that he said he was so slow running around the bases that he resembled a tugboat. And that's where he got it. So it's not exactly for his speed.
So in other words, pitch.
That's right. So you don't have to run around the bases. So that's where he got the nickname when he was real young. He was husky.
Interesting that he's making his first major. First of all, that he got called up. Good for him.
Yeah.
And then he's making his first start against the team he came up with.
Yeah.
He's used to the Northeast Ohio climate, having pitched in Lake County and Akron.
Oh, for sure. That's why. I mean, that's why they knew he could handle the midges or whatever would come his way should he pitch tonight. Yep. I think there aren't enough good nicknames in baseball anymore. He's got one, and I do think it's fun and it's kind of interesting. I do worry about Major League Baseball teams when they go up against a guy for the first time, but this is weird because it's not like they don't know his MO on every pitch because he was here forever, and we ended up getting Bailey in the trade for a tugboat. So, and the fact that he got, are we going to do this whole show?
Yes, indeed.
And
we
the
are.
fact that he got called up to pitch against the Guardians, I'm actually excited about tonight's game because I want to watch this. I want to see. And the invisible thing I think is interesting because he's got his fastballs. Correct me if I'm wrong. His fastball starts low and then comes up. At least I tried to watch it. Like, to me, it didn't. The visual didn't do much to me.
He gets a lot of spin on it. It's not a ton of velocity or anything like that, but he's got a lot of spin. And anytime you see a ball that looks like it's rising on your TV screen, it's the amount of spin that's on the ball. It's actually maintaining plane. It's not actually rising. It's not defying gravity.
Yeah, that would be a gravity-defying event.
That's true. That would be wicked. Right?
Okay.
Phew, right over it. So I like this storyline going into this. I think tonight's game should be fun. It should be good. It's not like all games right now. I think are kind of must see because of the situation that they're in. Because they're fighting for a playoff spot. You can sit there. I've kind of been fascinated by watching the playoff percentages and where they're at that. At one point, they were 25%. They lost, so then they dipped back to 20. Now they're back up to like 28, 29%. The odds of making the playoffs, and they jumped up a spot in the standings. Technically, I still think the big picture for Guardians fans and for the team itself is just get back to 500 and then worry about the path to the playoffs. So that's where they need to go. They're in a golden opportunity to be able to do this, playing some of the cellar dwellers of Major League Baseball over the next 2 weeks. And it starts with what happened with the Giants last night. And you're right, they are not a good baseball team.
Yeah, they're not good.
And the Guardians got off to a good start and I've been listening to Meredith say, they haven't won a series since July. And they're due. And hopefully this is it. Win today. Now you got a series. That's great. That's where you move forward. And that's how they'll end up making the playoffs. They got to get back to 500, though. I think that's part of it. And maybe we might look at it when it's all said and done over the next couple of weeks and go, well, look how good they're doing. It's fool's gold, but I don't care. Gold is gold, whether it's fool's gold or regular gold for this team right now to try to get back in this thing. So, because that should be the focus. Last night's the kind of game I was hoping to see this team play. They came out early. Joe Adell came up with some big hits early on, and they were able to proceed without any hesitation last night to be able to beat the Giants.
Joe Adell looked great. Foster Griffin looked great. By the way, Foster Griffin's real first name is Fred. So he's Fred Foster, like the former Cavalier. Way back in the day. You saw the trade deadline stuff on display last night. That was really good. Adell with that 3-run homer was just a smash, man. And then he got hurt. So hopefully he's okay.
All right, so that's where we kind of stand after last night's game. It's hard to live with this team day by day. I think that's the problem I'm having. Just kind of locking in because you just don't know what's going to happen, and you see how quickly things fluctuate in the standings when you have all these teams that are kind of bucking for a playoff spot. And so now you're sitting here and you're a game back in the wild card, as I said, and there's still a couple games back in the AL Central. And then over the next 2 nights, Jeff, I think this is where things start to take even better perspective. You've got your best pitchers going over the next 2 days against San Francisco. So I feel good about kind of where they are right now. But if we're going to look back at this when it's all said and done, I hope that we're able to say, you remember when the Giants came to town? That was the turning point of the season that propelled them into the postseason.
You clearly have a team that's in a different stage than the Guardians are in right now. Mm-hmm. These guys traded off parts. They're not a real strong baseball team right now, and we know where they are in their process. They're playing young guys. They're looking at different things. It's the type of team that a team that's fighting for a playoff spot needs to take care of. And you better win the series. And in reality, Andy, you should probably sweep. You need to take advantage of teams like this. And then the Rockies are coming to town. It's the same type of deal. You got to beat these teams. And if you want to make the playoffs, this is where you can actually really gain some games. So they did what they needed to do last night. Hopefully Adell's fine. Hopefully DeLauder's fine. what you have there are two of your better bats that are kind of dinged up right now.
You know what I thought was an interesting play was late in the game when they were up, and Hoskins Martinez was on base and didn't score. I know they were up by I think they were up 6 runs at that point, and he didn't score. And I know you're a gigantic Hoskins fan, but I love the fact that he was frustrated that he didn't score. It was clearly a single back up the middle with a runner at second base. It is a tailor-made RBI shot in the big leagues. You get a single back up the middle with a little bit of depth, boom, you should be scoring on those plays. I know that he didn't come around to score, but I love the fact that Hoskins was frustrated that they didn't get the RBI on that, even though it would have padded the score a little bit more. And it's not like, when teams are getting beat, I know you want to play station to station, but I still think you got to play baseball. And I don't know. Is it, the unwritten rules of the game or, I like the fact that Hoskins was upset about that. Did you catch that? Did you notice that? Or any thoughts on that?
I did not see it.
Yeah, he was frustrated when he.
I would think Reese is frustrated with his entire season.
And yesterday was a chance for him to to grab an RBI in that game. The other thing that was the positive notes I think from last night's game, again, Stephen Kwan remains a major contributor on this team last night. 3 runs scored, had a hit. I know he struck out twice, but still, you look at those kind of numbers, and then Ramirez last night, 3 hits. Scored 2 runs, up 5 times, moving his average up to 241 last night. But, you see that. You see the guys that you expect to produce, and that's one of the formulas to getting to the postseason. So I saw a lot of really, really good things on display, but I also need to pull back and say it's just one game. It's just one game. Get to 500, and then we can have a serious conversation about what we're doing here and where this thing can go and setting up rotations. You don't think so?
No, what they just need to do is catch whoever's in front of them. So whoever's in front of them, if they keep losing, if the Guardians end up 3 games under 500 for the year, they're still in the playoffs. They won't be. I mean, you're going to have to. Somebody's going to be adequate enough.
I don't know. To me, I think you have to have blinders on to the rest of everything else that's going on. Do your job, and good things are going to happen. Do your job, get back to 500, and then good things around you are going to happen. You can't sit here and look at the standings every day like I do. Let me do that. You don't do that. Just go back out there. Let's get back to 500. Let's get back to 0, and then we can move forward, and then I can worry about other teams. Like last night, I went and started to watch the Cubs and the White Sox a little bit last night. I was like, I want the White Sox to lose. Come on, Cubs, let's go. So, but if you're in their position, I don't see that as the way you should be looking at life. Get back to 500. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. That's the number to call in. Again, did we get a little more perspective on what happened at the trade deadline for the Guardians? And then, of course, a little bit later in the show, we're going to talk about the Browns quarterback situation, maybe even more international talk for the NFL, things going on in the NFL where the fights are starting to percolate and brew. Is that what we're going to have here tomorrow? Andrew Siciliano is going to join us at 11:40. Todd Monken in that noon hour as well. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
defensive players making contact with offensive players. Today is the team's last practice before they welcome the Bills to town for a joint practice tomorrow ahead of their preseason matchup on Saturday. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Andrew Siciliano coming up at 11:40. A feisty day at camp yesterday. We'll get to that in a little bit. Guardians tonight take on San Francisco Giants for the second straight day in a row as they try to climb the charts in the American League Central to get back into first place and then get back into a playoff spot. We've seen some pretty good things over the last week, things starting to percolate. I would say things started to seem like they're getting a little bit better when Cantillo pitched against San Diego, and I thought he looked strong on Saturday, and then added to the fact that your offense gave you 6 runs in that game. I thought that was maybe a move in the right direction after struggling against the Mets and the White Sox and the Tigers, and I know they dropped 2 out of 3 to San Diego, but I thought that was a kind of a ray of hope, especially for a pitcher that's bouncing back between going to the bullpen and then coming back into the rotation. I don't know if I thought it was a great idea to throw him in the bullpen. I don't know what this thing's going to look like down the stretch. You often talk about going to a 6-man rotation. And
they did it last year.
And it worked. Yeah, it did kind of work last year.
Yeah, but this year they decided not to do it, and then Ciccone ends up arm fatigue after 2 relief appearances.
But then he looked good in the start. I mean, I thought he looked really good in the start the other day. He ended up with...
you mean I was talking about Ciccone.
Oh, sorry, Ciccone. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Ciccone's the one that's jumping back and forth. Cantillo's start the other day, though, I thought was crucial because I thought it was a good start that they needed somebody that could step out there and give them a rock-solid performance. That's exactly what he did in that game. Ended up... only gave up 1 hit against San Diego, and that was just gigantic because I thought that might have been a little bit of momentum swing, especially for a team that, you're talking about having closed-door meetings, team meetings. Team meetings normally are not good. And a lot of times you're like, oh, they had a team meeting. Good. Maybe they'll be propelled to play better baseball down the road. You can rah-rah all you want in baseball when it comes down to its individual performance that multiple individual performances that get a team, going in the right direction when they need a pick-me-up or a big hit there, and momentum can maybe carry over for a couple days or a couple weeks. And as we saw at the end of the season last year, they definitely had momentum on their side. So we saw the trade deadline. It was on display yesterday. Can we gauge this as a success right now, or do we need more time? I think we need more time, but you tell me.
I just liked what the trade deadline did for the lineup. It looks like it looks like it's more potent. Joe Adell looked great last night. He's not been great all the way around. He's been phenomenal against lefties. I think Nathaniel Lowe's been a great addition. And Foster Griffin, as it turns out, where would they be right now? Would Ciccone be out with arm fatigue? Maybe, if he was still in the starting rotation. That's tough to say. Maybe it was the 2 relief appearances that did it to him. Who knows? But Griffin's been terrific in 2 of his 3 starts. That's a really good thing, and it gives depth to the rotation. Otherwise, Logan Allen might be up here now. Nothing wrong with Logan, but he gives you depth. So that's worked. And Adell and Lowe make the lineup look different, Andy. Those are 2 big guys who can hit the ball a long way and hit it hard. And I think about what this lineup would look like without them right now. That'd be an ugly-looking lineup.
Yeah.
We saw it before, and it wasn't doing very well.
I like what they did at trade line. I absolutely like it. I don't have anything negative about it. And they made moves that I'm sure did not make them feel comfortable. You send guys down that have been here for a while. One who's still leading the team in home run, or was tied for third in home
Alan
runs.
Manzardo was one
Yeah.
of 3 tied for the lead with 13 homers.
Dan, can we gauge?
Joe Adele has more, but he hit most with the Angels.
Yeah, can we gauge success, or do we need more time based on the trade deadline stuff?
I think you need more time, though. No matter how this ends, I'm happy they did it.
Yeah.
I think that might be the number one thing that comes out of this is just they finally got aggressive, and they finally looked at some of those prospects that were in log jams and went, we can move these for guys that can help our ball club.
Now, it was Tugboat in a log jam, or did they give up a pitcher who was pretty good to get Patrick Bailey, which was before the trade deadline, but still.
Still, it counts in there. I understand
it
what you're
does,
saying.
yeah.
Also,
Thank you.
Yeah, you almost missed that.
well, we knew what we were doing. We were also processing.
Yes.
I
Dan,
wonder
the lineup,
how
the
bought
lineup looks
in,
better, right?
I wonder how bought into Tugboat they've ever been. Like, I just wonder. Because he's not their kind of guy.
He is not their kind of guy.
Exactly.
Just
And-
look at. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to stereotype the guy, but when you look at him, he does not fit the mold of what they've been doing for the last 2 decades.
He fits the Mickey Lolich mold.
Yes.
In fact, maybe they cloned Mickey.
So here's what we mean by this. Is it's not the Husky factor. It's the factor of typically Guardians guys that they target.
I gotta be honest, it is the Husky factor for the front office. They're not big.
think
they're,
so?
Yeah, they're not a big fan of Husky guys. I'll be honest.
You
If
guys
you're
would have more
cut,
of a
I don't. There aren't a lot of Boog Pauls left in the world. You know what I'm saying? They're
I mean,
just, especially
Well,
in
around
this
all of
organization.
around all
I
of
know,
Major League
Yeah.
Baseball.
but they're. I think that when they put money into the farm system and they know that the way this is, it's a total package. Like they're not. It's your habits. It's the big picture way you approach life. I think you find the people that don't. There's a. Tell me if you agree with me on this, Jeff. That when it comes to the Guardians and the type of player they want, and by the way, it's been successful, so it's hard to argue against this. Most of their players are kind of in a box, and they like the same mentality from a lot of these guys. And within that mentality is being healthy, is consistency. There's a personality type, and if I'm wrong, please tell me you think I'm wrong. But it's not flashy, not. That's why, Jose is not typical of what they do, but Jose's results make you love him even more because he doesn't fall into that same kind of window that a player they kind of like. I'm trying to say this without saying it. You know what I'm saying?
No.
A lot of saying there. No? You don't get it?
Not really.
They have a player. There's a player type that they like, the front office.
They like middle infielders who can put the ball in play. Are you talking physical?
No, I'm talking about just like clubhouse guys. Does that make sense?
Yeah, they don't like a pain in the you-know-what.
Yeah.
Well, who does?
Nobody. But some teams thrive on that.
Well, we've had more
you
than
look
our,
at the teams
our fair
that-
share around here.
Well, those unbelievably successful teams, this to me is why Mike Hargrove will always be on a pedestal to me, was that he was not only able to manage baseball, he was able to manage ego and personality. Like there isn't a whole lot of that here. Is there? Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I mean, I don't know these guys personally the way we knew those guys. But I do know what that prototypical Indian/Guardians players kind of look like.
More so than football and basketball. The baseball guys spend so much time together. It's tough to have difficult personalities in the clubhouse in baseball, more so than it is in football and in basketball. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because
you live with them.
Yeah, it's
from mid-February until the end of September.
In football, you go to work with those guys
And then you go
Monday
home.
through Thursday, and you go home. And on the weekends, you kind of belong to the team, but during the week, you have your football life, and then you should have some sort of life. With baseball, it's just your some sort of life is with your families in the morning. It's completely flipped around. It's not anything like and I think basketball is even harder sometimes because you don't, at least when you're on the road with baseball, you get to kind of settle into a city for a couple days, and you can experience that, and you can experience that with your teammates, and then you move on to the next city. With basketball, it's so boom, 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 boom. Like, okay, we're here, we're there, we're here, we're there. It's just, to me, basketball is even more convoluted than baseball. And again, these are all things that like fans don't even think about.
I would disagree on that one, but that's all right.
Well, you don't think so, that it's harder to get adjusted for basketball than it is for baseball? Baseball, I think, is easy to get adjusted. You get to a city, you settle in, and then you're
with travel from certainly. I'm talking about from a clubhouse standpoint.
No, I'm not talking about a clubhouse standpoint there. But I think that's a factor. It's a factor in some of these teams and how close they are and how they're not. But I do think, going back to where you're saying, that there's a tip. There's like, if you had to take a Rorschach test or something like that, and you got these scores, like, I don't know, and like, I think a lot of the guys that play for the Guardians would all fall within the same range on the scorecard. Does that make sense? Outside of the game.
As I said, I don't know enough about Tugboat,
right,
to say that for sure.
No, and I don't know that's. I'm not talking about him. Yeah,
he tops out at about 91 miles an hour and doesn't have a true out pitch. That's where I was going to go with that.
Oh, okay, all right.
Which is something that is very not Guardians. The Guardians, like their guys sitting about 90, 94, 95, 96, usually have some kind of a breaking ball that is an absolute wipeout breaking ball that they use as an out pitch. The fastball can get guys out. They have a couple different ways to get guys out. That's how the Guardians pitching factory rolls. He never really fit the mold of guys in that Guardians pitching factory, besides the fact that he had the extension that they look for so that the ball comes out faster than it's going. That's where I was going.
Okay. I didn't know that's okay. That's fine. I don't know. I'm still looking forward to tonight. I got to be honest. I'm intrigued by this kid. And the fact that he gets called up against his old team for his first start, it's got to be special.
Yeah, but keep in mind, this is a Giants team that's not good. So they
need he can't care about that, though.
I'm just saying, they need some bodies. You know, he pitched well in the minors. Maybe he would have had a call-up even if you were here. You never know. But it's interesting to me. I'm anxious to see him as well. That'll be good.
There's another guy that's playing really, really well right now that we'll see. I'm wondering how long before we see him too, and that's Ralphie Velasquez. When you look at you look at what he's done this month.
Where is he going to play?
That's the problem, right? Look at what he's doing this month. We'll talk about this when we come back here in a second too. So, and then I also want to get back to the NFL here too. Something Roger Goodell said yesterday that if you didn't hear it, you'd be like, "What?" And then you're like, "Oh, I don't know if I like that or not." 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin from Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? New siding from Weather Seal Home Services is the makeover you need. Choose from hundreds of colors to create any look you can imagine. Now through the end of the month, save 25% off your whole house siding and get 60 months zero-interest financing with approved credit. That's 5 years, no interest, so you won't pay a dime until 2031. And your new siding purchase includes a Polar Wrap, which is great for energy savings on your heating and your cooling bills. Weather Seal is a local company I trust. With our house, you can too. Weather Seal.
practice ahead of their preseason matchup on Saturday. Some news around the NFL. Titans reportedly signing former Browns running back Dearness Johnson to a one-year contract. Johnson spent 4 seasons with the Browns from 2019 to 2023, and then since then has spent time with the Cardinals, the Patriots, and the Jaguars. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. You know that. You should know this by now. You can find us on YouTube, 92.3 The Fan. It includes Ken and Anthony in the mornings, 6 to 10, Andy and me, 10 to 2. Afternoon guys, Nick and Jonathan, 2 to 7. It's each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to our channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand right now.
It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Andrew Siciliano joins us in a little less than an hour, the Browns play-by-play guy on the radio right here on the Browns Radio Network. He will join us at 11:40. Todd Monken's press conference coming up at 12:40, so about 2 hours away from that. We'll hear what Todd has to say. The latest on the quarterback situation. Tomorrow is a big day for the Browns as well, as they've got their joint practice with the Buffalo Bills, and then they've got the game coming up on Saturday, a game you'll be able to hear right here on 92.3 The Fan. On Saturday, starting with pregame coverage 4 hours before, as Ken Carmen will get you going. Him and Gerard Cherry will get you going 4 hours before the game. And then, Jeff, I feel like you guys go at least 3 to 4 hours after the game, don't you?
I think it's 7.
Is it 7?
Dan, isn't it 7?
It's no
7-hour post-game show?
It feels like it sometimes. I turn it on. It's like you
After
you
a
watch
loss,
the game.
sometimes it does.
Yeah, you watch the game. The game ends in sunlight, and the next thing you know, you're driving home later after maybe going to get something to eat, and you guys are still on the air, and it's like pitch black outside.
Just wait till the clocks change.
Oh, thanks, Jeff. Although maybe we'll just go to Central.
The Earth spins. All of a sudden, it'll be dark at 5.
Why don't we just go to Central Time then? That's what I've said.
It's ridiculous.
There's talk. There's talk if we get rid of it. If we don't stay on daylight savings time. I mean, we are the last full state in the time zone, right?
That's what I hear, Andy.
I just want to make sure you're still looking at those time zone maps to go along with the rest of us while we're out here. Let me just bring up one more point as we get set. Guardians tonight, looking forward to watching them play, and you hear the tugboat stuff all morning here. And so he gets a chance to go up against a team where he was in the minors.
You haven't missed one yet. Nice job.
We're trying.
I don't think you have yet. Let me just bring up that Ralphie Velasquez. I mean, again, last night, 2 hits, 5 total bases. He has been on fire. He's hit in every game this month for Columbus, with the exception of August 2nd. So if he's out on the field, he's giving you hits. He's had, a couple of multi-hit games, a 3-hit game. He had an inside-the-park home run. He's currently hitting 267. He's not on the 40-man, though. So I don't know. Do you make room for him when you can expand the roster by 2? I don't see him being on the playoff roster. You seem to be pretty healthy at first. You have questions about Manzardo then, too. Maybe you put him in for that. I don't know. Would you make room for him on the 40-man for the end of the season, or just say, hey, let's let it ride? He's having a great run here in AAA, and then I think when we hit towards next season, they'll have to make a decision on Manzardo, and maybe that's what it is, and that's when you worry about it coming out of camp next year? Or do you try to give him a little bit of a taste of the bigs at the end of this year? I always feel like we're talking about the hottest prospect or the best prospect for the Guardians, just kind of the way this season has been a season of opportunity. So I wonder where he is on their radar right now, because he is on fire this month, on fire for the Clippers.
Can't wait to see him next year.
You're good with that?
Yeah, he's not coming up.
Yeah, even with the expanded, with the 2-man, it's the 2 free spots. Well, I mean, you can still put him on the bench, or you can do something with him, or maybe I mean, I'm not saying if he's hot, why wouldn't you put? I don't know. I might even think about it.
Because that's what you brought Nathaniel Lowe in for, left-handed hitting first baseman.
Yeah, I know.
And you're going to play Nathaniel, and they're playing Rhys Hoskins, but if they're not playing Rhys, you're going to play Nathaniel. So I would think you're just going to let Ralphie sit there and enjoy the rest of his year. You're not going to put him out in the outfield. That's a work in progress.
What if you stop playing Rhys?
Well, you have Nathaniel Lowe.
Okay, that's one. You can still kind of figure out. What if you just kind of
2 left-handed hitting first baseman? That doesn't help me much. I brought in Nathaniel Lowe to be that guy, and now he's terrible against left-handed pitching. But are you going to put a left-handed 21-year-old in the lineup in critical games? When you have
Chase
another
Slaughter got into the playoffs
well, when
last
you
year.
have
They're not-
another left-handed hitting first baseman, I mean that's Nathaniel Lowe's job.
I still think that if you're hot, you're
If
hot.
anything,
It
you
doesn't
bring
matter what
Manzardo
side.
up.
Well,
Bring Manzardo back. If you don't want to play Hoskins, bring Manzardo back.
I know. Dan, what would you do? He's not on the 40-man. That's why I don't have a lot of hope for it. But
I think Jeff has the right idea, and it's just due to the fact that when you bring that kid up, you just want to hand him the keys.
Yep, and I
And-
think they'll do that next year.
And I think they're going to have to do that next year.
Yeah.
This just isn't the way that this is set up right now, and the way Stephen Vogt's been going about it. He would have to completely tell two guys, forget it, you're done, if you hand the keys to Ralphie Velasquez and do it correctly. The reason Chase DeLauder worked is because they did hand him the keys. And they said, you're out in the outfield. We're not platooning. We're not playing any of these games with you. We're not going to righty-lefty this mess. You are going to be out there every single day. And Ralphie Velasquez fits in that same exact column. It's
Yep.
the same thing with Travis Bazzana.
He
You're
is,
not
though,
platooning second base.
it is hard to kind of ignore what he's doing, though, right now. Can you admit that at least? I'm not saying you're bringing him up, but it is.
Well, no, you want to see that, Andy.
Yeah, it's hard.
He's one of your top prospects.
He is making it and this is what you want, right? You want a guy to kind of make a statement, and I think he's done it this month in Columbus. I look at the numbers, man. They're sick. They're sick. I mean, he's on fire.
In a perfect world, I would love to get behind that. It would just take you then having to sit down Rhys Hoskins and Nathaniel Lowe and saying, bad news, guys. You're probably going to be at DH more than anything else.
and we're going to play
Right.
a 21-year-old at first
And we're going to
base.
play a 21-year-old at first base because we're not going to jerk this guy around.
Has it not been the year of opportunity for the young guys? I'm playing devil's
no,
advocate.
I
I'm just playing devil's
I
advocate.
get what you were saying, and I get why you want it because I want it too. It's just reality
Next
tells
year.
you differently.
Yep, next year.
Because I want it too. I would be in this realm. If it were me, we would hand him the keys and we would go, you're going in September and let's see how far this can go. But when they made the Nathaniel Lowe trade, it pretty much told you, no, we're buying into the platoon for at least the rest of the season.
Yep, I agree.
Mike is in Orlando. Hi, Mike.
Hey, good morning, man. How are we today?
Good. How are you?
Hi, Mike.
Good. Hey, I wonder if you guys could explain something to me. Jeff, you made a comment which really kind of blew my mind this morning when you said, well, maybe the Indians ought to go into a six-man rotation. And it blew my head up because, look, in the 50s and the 60s, we had three-man rotations, and it was nothing for a guy to win 25 games a year in a three-man rotation. What has happened to today's anatomy and kinesiology with these pitchers where if they go get 6 innings, then we call that what? A good
A quality
start.
start.
6 innings?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
So what happened over the years? Why can't we get more than, why can't we get better pitching over more innings?
And, Mike, it used to be throughout the 1960s as well, 4-man rotations into the early 70s.
Right.
What's happened recently is an emphasis on velocity. And they're asking starting pitchers to go out and throw 100% from beginning to end. So that's why if you get into the 5th inning as a starter, it's like, okay, hey, you did your job. You get into the 6th, boy, really nice job. You get through 6, you get a quality start if you give up 3 or fewer runs. And that's what it is, Mike. They're asking starting pitchers to throw harder for less time. As opposed to look at the innings totals of guys throughout the 50s, 60s, and 70s. I mean, the number of innings Nolan Ryan pitched in a season was silly, but Nolan was a freak of nature.
When's the last time we had a 25-game winner in baseball? You want to guess? I have the answer in front of me. You want to
I would
guess?
say maybe in late 70s.
1990.
No.
Bob Walsh did it in 90. So I mean, it's
Okay,
Right
there
of
you
Eastern
go.
Michigan.
yeah.
Hey,
Anyway,
what about these finesse pitchers then? You know, like we had Smoltz and Maddox with the Braves. What
Now,
about that?
Smoltz could bring it, though.
Yeah, but they were finesse pitchers. I mean, Atlanta had the finesse pitchers. Where'd they go?
Maddox became one.
Yeah.
Mike, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Enjoy
Mike.
the day in Orlando, my friend. Enjoy the day in Orlando.
See, it's just a different world. And
Money is the other part of this, too.
forget
Let's
how
not
many-
kid ourselves.
I'm going to look it up. Well, it's you're asking pitchers to pitch a different way. I mean, that's what's going on. and that's tough. You know, honestly, it used to be 200 innings a season, right?
Was a goal. Like, I remember sitting down with CC at one spring training and going, hey, man, what's the goal this year? And he was just like, I got to get to 200 innings.
I just double-checked. Mm-hmm. How many guys in the major leagues threw 200 or more innings last year? 3.
I know Logan Webb is one of them.
Logan Webb, Garrett Crochet, who's out with an injury this year. What's that tell you? And Christopher Sanchez from the Phils. Mm-hmm. 3 guys. That was it. You know, and here, just for giggles, let me go back. As long as ESPN will let me go back. Mm-hmm. Let's go back to 2003 regular season. Okay? Roy Halladay threw 266. There are so many guys who threw 200 innings. I'm still scrolling down, and I can't get to the bottom of the list.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you the other it's kind of enigma on this, too, the 25-game winners thing. So, you know, I talked about Welsh there at 90, but, I mean, before that, you're looking at, since 1978, you've only had 3 guys do it, 25 wins. Welsh had 27 in 90. Ron Guitry had 25 in 78, and Cleveland's own Steve Stone with 25 in 1980. It's been that long since you've seen any of these, since we've seen anything that even resembles a 25-game. I don't know. It's going to be, will we see another 25-game winner? I don't know that we will. It would have to take another shift in the game where somebody just says, okay, well, we've got a guy whose arm will never burn out, which it's not going to happen.
44 guys in 2003 threw 200 or more innings. 44. Last year it was 3. So it's pitchers are being asked to do different things.
All right. We'll key in a little bit more on the Guardians a little bit later in the show. Andrew Siciliano will join us in the next hour from the Browns Radio Network. Todd Monken's press conference coming up in the noon hour. And then, as I promised before, I want to talk a little bit about Roger Goodell and what he said yesterday about this thing getting bigger and bigger and bigger when it comes to the NFL. Plus, I mean, things are feisty, not only, you know, at Browns camp, as we saw yesterday where Todd Monken was not happy, but elsewhere across the league. So we will we'll chime in on that as well. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody.
a day without those. And you can catch the recap each night on the Overtime with Jake Volnick, 8:40. Time for that one. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page right now.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about what's going on at camp as the guys are getting a little feisty at camp. And Todd Monken had to shorten things up yesterday, so we'll talk about that. Andrew Siciliano joins us in 20 minutes, Browns play-by-play voice. He'll join us. And then we were just talking about Roger Goodell, the commissioner, saying that an international team is on the horizon. Does it, how long before that happens? And, where will that happen? What city would work? Obviously, Toronto would be the easiest, or Vancouver would be the easiest. I got to tell you, if I was Seattle, I'd be excited about having Vancouver come in the league because, they have the farthest travel for anybody, anywhere, whether it's baseball or football. But, it is what it is. And the Kraken, too, obviously, for NHL. Dan, I do need to take this one phone call as a public service message. Jim is in Syracuse. Hi, Jim.
Jim.
Gentlemen.
How are you?
The tugboat seems like a Phelpsian idea this morning. Is that noise his?
Whose is it? Dan?
It's not, Jim.
Oh, that's a shocker. I am shocked. As a truck driver, every damn time that thing goes off, I'm jerking the wheel going, that's Phelps.
I'm sorry, Jim, but it's not me. That'd be Mennigan. Just say the word, Jim, and see what happens.
I appreciate it, boys. Have a good day.
Thank you. I think he did say it, so you're a little late on
Andy,
it.
who's pitching tonight for the Giants?
Apparently tugboats?
Okay. Easy, Jim.
There are some times, like, you're listening to the radio and you hear, like, they'll play a police siren or something like that.
You look
That's
around.
bad news. Yeah.
Wonder if I maybe maybe I'll try to change the pitch of it. Maybe make it higher pitched or something like that.
Is that an actual tugboat or is that a semi-horn?
I went into our royalty-free sound effect thing and I typed in
Nice disclaimer.
boat horn, and I went through and went no, because I wanted Popeye. That's what I wanted initially, was kind of like that higher whistle.
Yeah, the whistle.
Yeah, and I couldn't find it. I tried steel whistle. I tried all that kind of
Aren't
stuff.
tugboats like, no? Or is that like a steamship or something?
I don't know my boat horns well enough to give you an answer.
Okay.
I am sure there is someone out there who does. I'm
15
just not that
years
person.
on the air. I don't think we've ever had this conversation before.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't think we've ever had it before.
Had some pretty pedantic conversations.
I have to go look that up. Hang on.
Big word, yeah.
Henry is in Strongsville. Henry, how are you?
Hey, guys. Hey, Andy, I'm just so curious why you're such a huge proponent of this. It sounds like
I think it's going to happen. I just think it's going to happen. That's all.
I just think it's so stupid on the NFL's part. I mean, you've got this money. I mean, in my mind, they're chasing the money. I mean, the whole Thursday games has ruined it. If you have to add, say, 2 or 3 teams, the saturation. And then, I mean, my God, they even did a study from going back from 2003. The teams traveling from the west to east coast, just in our own country, are only winning at a 40% clip. Yeah, you could go back in and see what teams are traveling from the west and what records they were, but every coach is always, the Ryan Day is sitting there trying to figure out the secret sauce of when do I leave if we're playing in the Rose Bowl. Is it Thursday? Do I leave Wednesday? Do I leave Saturday morning?
No, it's got to be worse when he wants to go to Washington, right?
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Imagine figuring out, I'm going to Frankfurt.
I'll give you 9.6 billion reasons why they want to do it. I just think
Well, that's the only reason.
It's inevitable. It's inevitable. That's it. I mean, if they get 9.6 billion for the Seahawks, right? And that's staying within the country. Can you imagine how much these owners are going to cash in? To me, like, Toronto makes sense, Vancouver makes sense, and that's about it. Maybe Mexico. I hate when we get suckered in because, like, people that can actually give us a good phone call and then we got to dump them at the end. I hate that. Gary in Cleveland. Hi, Gary. How are you?
Hey, Andy, you can't put a team in Toronto. What are you going to do with the Argonauts?
Good point.
Are they? I don't think they're around anymore, are they?
Bulldogs.
Are the Argos still there?
Yeah,
they're there.
They don't play in the same, like, Grey Cup's over by what? Thanksgiving? When's Grey Cup?
Yeah.
So
around that time.
Aren't there only about 6 or 8 teams in the CFL anymore?
Yeah, there used to be a lot.
Yeah, it used to be
I
fun.
don't even think Montreal has a team anymore, do they? They still got the Alouettes?
That's the team that went away, I think, Gary. Have you watched any Canadian football this year? I actually have.
I watch when Hamilton plays because my dad was born in Hamilton. He was a dual citizen.
Oh, nice.
So I watch Hamilton a lot.
BC, Calgary, Edmonton, Saskatchewan, they're still playing in Regina. Winnipeg, Hamilton, Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto.
There are that many, huh?
Playing in the CFL?
There's what?
Dustin Crum still playing in the CFL?
I don't know. I got to look. I
Pride of Midview.
I have to go look. I have to look.
Yeah, Pride of Kent State, too.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Gary calling in. Appreciate it. By the way, I started watching this. I don't know why I'm walking down this road. This is stupid, but Corner Gas. Have you seen this? It was a show that ended in like 2009. Have you ever seen it? Canadian show. I think I'm watching it on Netflix. It popped up the other day. It's very, very Canadian. They were going to the Rough Riders game in Saskatchewan.
No, only Canadian shows I've ever done was some of Shoresy, some of Letterkenny, The Red Green Show, and SCTV. It's about as Canadian as I get.
You can pick that up on your antenna, huh, Andy?
On which one? Saskatchewan or Corner
Canadian
Gas?
show.
No, it's on like Netflix. No.
Yeah, well, you must get Netflix on your antenna.
No, I get it on Roku. I have no idea where you go with this.
You're the proponent of antenna TV.
Oh, I am. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so that's, I mean,
I'm
heaven
sorry.
forbid you pay for it. Oh, wait a minute. You're paying for it.
Yeah, trust me,
you.
Jeff. I pay for a lot of stuff on that TV that sometimes I wonder, I'm like, am I better to do this or am I better to do that? And then I've got my Spectrum stuff too. I'm all over the place. I spend way too much money. Richard is in Euclid. Hi, Richard. How are you?
Hi, how you doing? Love this show, guys.
Thank
hey,
you.
Jeff, I'm with you, Jeff. I don't think it's a bad idea. I think that the NFL should let them create their own teams over there, 15 or 16 teams over there, and have their own ownership, but they still get paid, the owners over here. It's too hard on the families to be going back and forth. I think they should be settled. The family is situated there, and leave it like that. And we're living in a life how the way the terraces is. It's too much taking a risk.
You know what I'd love
They
to see,
wanted
Richard?
to make extra money.
Richard, you remember when they had the World League of American Football or NFL Europe, different variations of it?
Yeah.
I would love to see like an 8-team European football league that played in the spring. I think that would be great again. And I think now's the time for it.
I think it'd be great, too. And look at all these players that can't make the NFL that's cut. Let these players go over there. Let them have their own draft and to give them a chance to go over there and get stable and to make a living.
All right,
That's
thank
all
you.
I got to say, guys.
The difference is
Thanks,
the living
Richard.
wouldn't pay as much as it would if they had an NFL team there. Look, I'm not pro. I mean, like it's about the game being a little bit bigger in cities that are like. Sometimes I think we get very provincial. Is that the right word, Dan? I'm looking for you for that. We believe that and we say this is our game, but it's hard not to watch that World Cup and go, man, it is way bigger than what we call football.
Oh yeah,
and it's hard.
Also once every 4 years, which
but
helps.
we don't.
It's like the Olympics.
Yeah, but I don't know.
We'll see.
We're very provincial, very territorial. I don't think anyone here would care if Toronto got a team. I don't think anybody would care if Montreal got a team or something in North America. Like North America seems
Buffalo
to be.
Bills would care if Toronto got a team.
Yeah,
There are cities in the United States that I think would be better, but I know that doesn't tap into a complete foreign market. Like
Seattle wouldn't be thrilled if Vancouver got a team.
Like I'd love to throw a team in Portland the way Portland is blowing up. I know Seattle would get all
Seattle
hot in
wouldn't
a
be happy
biscuit
about
on that
that
one.
either.
But you're going to run into that with any kind of expansion. I mean, somebody's going to get grumpy because you're taking their territory to begin with. So
I mean,
you may as well just flush that idea.
Toronto's the fourth biggest city in North America.
It would make sense. Mexico City makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Mexico City, New York, and Los Angeles are the only cities bigger than Toronto. And I wonder, what the percentage of Canadian season ticket holders is for the Bills.
Now, I will also take the moment to point out that we don't have 32 people to play quarterbacks right now. You think 35 is going to make it better?
I don't.
Maybe like a World League of American Football again or NFL Europe gives you a chance to develop guys who could end up playing over here. Kurt Warner. I mean, take a look at quarterbacks who actually, I think Jake Delhomme did as well, who played in NFL Europe, and it actually helped them.
Okay. Sarcastic comment, and then I promise a real comment after. But first, sarcasm. You're just saying it because you want Trey Lance to play.
It's the truth. Come on, Trey.
Real comment. The other thing you're going to have to figure out, though, Andy, is you bring up with the stadiums and that stuff. Of course, land rules in Europe are really bizarre. But the second part of that, too, you're never going to get priority over the premier soccer clubs in that area to get the giant stadiums to play those games. You would almost have to build those yourself if you want to play them on Sunday. You're always going to end up with the secondary groups.
I don't know. Yeah, I just...
So wait, why are they building these stadiums over there then? And by the way, I don't know about the Vancouver argument either, because Vancouver has 2.95 million people in the greater Vancouver area. Seattle has 2.4 million people. So, I mean, if New York can have two teams, because that's what you're looking at. Oh, man, there's 4.2 million people in the Seattle, Tacoma, Bellevue metro. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that's 6 million people there. If New York can handle that, or Chicago, I mean, you're kind of looking at that same kind of. It's not New York, right? It's not Toronto by any means either, but obviously the residents are there. And again, it comes back to corporate money. And when you get to that American-Canadian split, you're looking at corporate money. But let me bring up one real quick point that I thought that one of our friends sent us, that you wonder. Now, there's some laws in place too when you're crossing over the line. So, but especially when you go to Europe, there's a lot of European countries that will deny you access to their country if you have a U.S. criminal record. So, like, if you have a criminal record here, they may say you can't go.
I'm withholding comment. I'm not going to.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, could that cause a problem? I mean, look, in baseball, we still have issues, passport issues, visa issues every once in a while for baseball.
Too easy.
They pop up. All right, I'll let it slide on that one too. Andrew Siciliano, super friend of the show, joins us next right here on Baskin and Phelps. 216-474-0092.
news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Hey, take the Fan with you wherever you go. You can listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn apps.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Andrew Siciliano getting set to join us here in just a few moments as he joins us to talk a little bit about the Browns and what's going on at training camp. Again, he is the voice of your Cleveland Browns these days on the Browns Radio Network. Looking forward to getting his take on what he saw in the first game against Chicago, what he expects to see tomorrow in the joint practice. I keep thinking it's Thursday for some reason. And then on Saturday, looking at the game that we'll all be able to kind of catch right here on the Browns Radio Network as well. So his first impressions of this team as we embark on the second preseason game of the year. Jeff, your thoughts on on what do you think we'll see on Saturday?
Bad football.
Yeah, I do too. Well, only because I think it's even worse.
It's a preseason game, Andy. I know there's a whole quarterback thing we're all dealing with and everything else. I get that. You get that.
Right.
Todd Monken, later in the day yesterday, actually said Joe Brady, head coach of the Bills now, that Sean McDermott's out, has said if we agree that we get enough work in on Thursday, we're not going to play our starters in the game. Oops.
All right, what will we see? What did we just see? We can bring in the voice of the Browns right now. He is Andrew Siciliano, and he's on the Wise Art Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Mr. Siciliano, how are you, my friend? How are you?
Andrew.
Good morning to both of you. How are you guys?
We are good. We are good. Give me your first impressions on what we witnessed on Saturday.
It's a great question. So let's go down the positives. I thought Shedeur in the third quarter, I'm losing track of days and quarters, I thought he pushed the ball downfield very well. I love what we saw from the rookie receivers. I thought Deshaun ripped a couple of good balls, the switch release to KC, the hook to KC, the hitch on the right side of the field. He had some good passes, certainly. Professional operation, didn't push the ball downfield. The quarterbacks were fairly even there. But I love what I saw from the rookie wide receivers. I love what I saw from the special teams, which obviously have been an issue the last couple of weeks. The last couple of seasons, beg your pardon. Andre Schmidt, great. Punters, they used 3 of them, look good. The return game, fantastic. Love all that. Defensively, Winston Reed, good to have him back. I thought Michael Coates looked good. Thought there was a lot of good there as well. Obviously, look, going up 10-0 and then giving up a 34-0 run, the preseason does matter. You would have liked to have seen them finish stronger. You would have liked to have seen maybe the stamina. Todd Monken likes to use the phrase competitive stamina. A lot of players admitted they were kind of gassed. It's been a tough camp. By the time they got to the second half, it was a humid day there, even though the rain stayed away for the most part. I think there's good and bad. It was very much a first preseason game. But as you guys talk about Thursday, tomorrow's practice, and then Saturday, to me, I've been circling this week, I think we all have, the entire summer as the most important week of the year.
Do you get the feeling one way or the other about these quarterbacks? Some of the wording that Todd Monken has had when he came out and said, "I think it's only fair that Shedeur get the next start," and Andy and I were kicking around. Well, is there anything fair about pro sports? I wonder what Todd's doing, if he's still in his mind is going one way or the other. You know, this is wide open or what, Andrew? Feels to me
it is still a legitimate competition, because let's play this hypothetical. Right. And truly, from all I understand, I'm not lying to you. It is still a legitimate competition. It truly is. They each deserved a start. That is fair, truly, and they're going to get as equal a distribution of reps as a coach can give in a joint practice, considering not all sessions. One might be a red zone. One might be a run, a set of runs. You can't totally distributed evenly during a joint practice. However, if Shedeur, let's play this hypothetical. If Shedeur comes out on Saturday and throws 3 touchdowns, don't you think he made a pretty good case to win the job? Whether it's against the Bills' first team or the second team. And let's say it's against the second team, and on Thursday, he looks pretty good when he gets his reps against their first team. I mean, to me, that's a pretty convincing case to give him the job. Conversely, if Deshaun looks good and or bad against the second and third or fourth team in the third quarter, people will use his opposition, like who he's going against him. I think Shedeur can still win this job. I'm not making any sense here today, guys, so thanks for rolling with me.
Well, let me ask you this. Does he win the job tomorrow and not on Saturday?
Because
Todd,
I think the game is just as important. I really do.
Okay, because Todd made it sound like it. Yeah, no. Actually, I'm going to say no. I guess it's more important when you're looking at trying to fill in the blanks on what's behind the starters. How's that sound? And unfortunately,
sure.
I think it's questionable at quarterback, and I think you're right. But the fact that Todd said, look, he essentially said, I don't want the starters to have to play on Saturday. I run them. If we can get it working on Thursday, I don't want the starters to have to play on Saturday. And I think that puts Shedeur kind of in a weird spot. But all based on the things that you just said.
I don't. Here's why. I think Saturday, regardless of who he's lining up against, can confirm Thursday if he performs well on Thursday. As a matter of fact, you can make the argument that it's an easier test on Saturday. So if he performs well tomorrow, then Saturday is the exclamation point and a layup for him to back that up and prove that Thursday was no fluke. Thursday and Saturday, 2 days, or two good performances out of 3 days, to me would be a fairly strong argument. Let's get this out of the way as well. When teams do a Thursday, Saturday joint practice and then game, this is common operating. This is standard operating procedure that you play your starters into joint practice. That's the controlled environment. That's when you get your best work. That's when it's 1s-on-1s, 2s-on-2s, or 1s-on-2s and 2s-on-1s. And then Saturday, you don't bring your guys back for an ultra physical set of downs or a couple of possessions because you gave them all that work on Thursday, and that's unfair on them physically 48 hours later to do it again. Sure. Raiders and Texans had a joint practice yesterday.
Yeah.
The majority of their starters are not going to play Thursday. That's how it works.
Because most of them ended up in the hospital after the fight. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, like it's just unfair. Now, you can make the argument it's unfair to everybody, whether you're second team, third team. They don't have magical healing powers. If they get a lot of work on Thursday, putting them back in a game on Saturday isn't ideal, but that's why you play your ones in the joint practice and then you hold them back. That was always going to be the case, but it does make it a little bit tricky. And look, I know people on Twitter and Sports Talk Radio are going to go nuts. Well, it was different competition Saturday than it was Thursday. Yes, that's how this works. So Thursday is vitally important for both of these quarterbacks, but if they can back it up and truly prove their point on Saturday, more power to them.
Andrew, with moving around some of the offensive linemen in practices and getting different looks, I'm all for that. Are they doing that for depth down the road, or are they still looking for 5 starters?
Yes, all of the above. I think also injuries are legitimate. Actually, I know injuries are concerned right now, and none of them are thought to be overly serious. But Elton Jenkins dinged up. Tevin Jenkins has had trouble staying on the field as well. That's kind of been his injury history over the years, going back to his days in Chicago. So it's great to have position flexibility, but at this point, they would like to lock some guys in. I think moving KT Leviston back to tackle where he played last year is telling because they really wanted him, and they said this publicly, to compete for that right guard job. Even though Tevin Jenkins was the assumed starter there, KT Leviston played well into the second half last week. I believe I think he did actually have the most snaps of any Browns offensive player. So if they're moving him back to right tackle, that tells us something. The right side of that line, Titus Howard is going to be your right tackle, but right guard is a legit question mark. If Parker Brailsford can come back, then that gives you some options because you can move Elton Jenkins to right guard if you feel good with a 5th-round rookie at center. But as much as we praise Elton Jenkins' flexibility here, he has never started a regular season game at right guard.
What's your take on the fact that these guys are fighting at camp? Is this just a matter of getting sick of playing against each other every day in practice and need to see
Yes.
another team, or is it? I mean,
Yes.
or does the offense truly hate the defense, and the defense hates the offense?
I don't think the offense hates the defense. Here's what's disappointing about it. And by the way, there were fights all around the league yesterday in joint practices.
Yeah.
There were fights between the Saints and the Cowboys. There were fights between the Chargers and the Niners. That's how it works. It's that time of camp, and no matter who you're lining up against, you're going to fight. What's disappointing?
They better be careful, Andrew, or this is going to become the WNBA.
Oh, God, I'm not touching that. Phelps, that's all you, buddy. That is all you, buddy. Tip of the cap.
Is that true? WWE is trying to become the WNBA?
I have truly not watched the WWE in 30 years as I'm an adult. But if that's your thing,
As I'm an adult. Oh, that was
bless
good.
you.
Ouch.
Like, bless you. Bless you. I'm sorry, Zagura. This is like it's a fun back and
You
forth.
should
we have.
probably, I would not say that in front of him.
No. Hey, no. In all seriousness, I joke about the WNBA and not the WNBA, the WWE. Far different endeavors. If you like the WWE, I could not care less how people get their entertainment. It's not my thing. If I'm going to sit down and watch a scripted drama, I prefer I don't know, Silo on Apple.
Andrew, if they walked up to you and said, "Hey, here's $1 million. We need you to do play-by-play for WrestleMania, whatever number they're on," you'd do it, wouldn't you? Come on, you'd get into it.
Sure. Yeah, of course. But I wouldn't pretend it's real. Anyway,
Yes.
how did we get here, Phelps?
I don't know.
Sorry, that was me.
Question?
Yeah, that
The
was
fighting. Here's what I don't like is that yesterday they lost the last 30 minutes of practice or whatever it was.
Yeah.
This team, this offense specifically, you asked me at the beginning of this, what looked good? Well, the offense made some plays, certainly, and the young wide receivers look good, but the offense still is very much a work in progress. Very much a work in progress. And you lost a half-hour practice that I think you vitally need. Now, you can make up for it on Thursday. Today is going to be a much lighter practice in advance of a very physical practice tomorrow. So you can make up for it, but those are lost reps. And I know guys stayed after practice yesterday after Monken understandably said, get out of here, and did some extra work. But you can't replace, whether it's 2-minute or red zone or end-of-game situation stuff, that situational football, you can't replace those snaps you lost in practice yesterday. So that is disappointing.
I know we spend a lot of time talking about Todd Monken as a new head coach, but we don't spend a lot of time about the coordinators. And how did things go for them logistically in preseason game number 1? And I'm wondering, what do they need to get better at?
I think logistically it went well. From everyone I've spoken to, it went well. Monken was able to get a challenge flag out as well and won his challenge on that ball that clearly hit the ground right in front of him. He's not going to give up his red challenge flag and allow someone else to throw it. I don't know that any head coach is going to do this operationally, and I'm glad you asked him because it was a question I specifically asked Todd in our pregame interview. Are you cool? Did you go through scenarios operationally? And he said that the way they had been running practice with the walkie-talkies, with obviously this is what they do these days, whether it's the mic or whether it's the quarterback, they use the walkie-talkies to call plays during practice. They felt that they were ready, and from what I'm told, they were ready.
One other thing about your pregame interview with Todd Monken, I was taken aback by the last question that we played in the pregame show where you asked him about playing in Chicago, and he talked about flying in over the field that was named for his father. Andrew, you've been in this thing for a long time. I have too. I can't remember the last time I heard that true emotion from a coach in an interview. It was. I thought that was kind of an amazing moment.
A couple of things. I did not mean to make him cry at all,
I know.
Or get emotional or anything like that. So part of me kind of felt bad, but I had been wanting to ask that question because I knew that, or I imagined that this meant more to him than he was going to admit. He doesn't like to talk about himself. And by the way, I love the guy. If Browns fans could spend 3 minutes with him, they would walk away saying he's one of their favorite people they've ever met. And he's been out in the community. Obviously, he's got a lot of work on his plate right now. Browns fans are going to get a chance to meet Todd Monken one day, hopefully out and about or at an event or whatever, or maybe he comes over to the rail on the sideline at Huntington Bank Field. He's real. He's honest. He's not going to sugarcoat anything. He's going to coach you hard and hug you hard and look you in the eye and give honest answers. And his I don't know that everyone realizes this, like the Monken name in Illinois high school football is beyond legendary. There are stadiums all over the state. There's like 13 Monkens who have been coaches. Stadiums all over the state with the Monken name on the marquee.
That's cool.
Everywhere. His dad is a high school Hall of Famer in the state of Illinois. His uncles are. Obviously, his cousin Jeff is the head coach at Army and does an amazing job. And because of the really bad storms with Thursday when we flew to Chicago, normally when you fly to Chicago, you land from the east from over the lake, right? Mm-hmm. We had to circle all the way around because of these bad storms. And so we came in from the west, and he's from the western suburbs from Wheaton, and they went right over Lake Park High School. And as luck would have it, he looked down as we came through the clouds. He was on a window seat and saw the stadium with his old man's name on it. Mm. And like for a guy to finally get that shot at 60 years old, and as luck would have it, our first game is there. And as luck would have it, the plane's got to take a circuitous route to land, and you look down and holy heck, that's your dad's name you can see. Like, I can't imagine the emotions I would have felt.
Mm. Andrew, thank you. We appreciate you, and we will. I want to talk to you a little bit more next week about some of your other roles with the NFL. So we'll do that next time we talk to you. Thank you, Andrew.
All good. It's not about me. I'll see you boys tomorrow at joint practice. See you.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, he's Andrew Siciliano, and of course, he was on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. More about what Andrew had to say next.
This is
really think he was better because he has Elton Jenkins as a center? In the grand scheme of things, guys, none of them are going to be here next year. So what's the point of us ruining relationships with each other over this QB room? I mean, would anybody be surprised if neither are in the NFL next year?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 1, 2, 3. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Contest time. Win VIP access to the Fan 15 celebration. It's coming up September 3rd at Dave & Buster's, and it includes a pair of reserved seats, buffet dinner, and a pair of power cards. Enter the word GUARDS, GUARDS, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com, and you'll get registered to win. Again, the Fan 15 celebration, our 15th anniversary, coming up at the end of the month, September 3, Dave & Buster's.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Want to remind you that press conferences on 92.3 The Fan are brought to you by Expert Renovations. Expert Renovations, LLC.com. Why do I say that? Because now we have a bunch of press conferences we're going to roll through in this hour. Why don't you just hit yourself with the anvil? Hit yourself with the anvil. And put your head down again.
I'm Dan Mennigan. I don't like listening to players or coaches.
Because they, God forbid, they might actually give you some information, right?
Instead, let me listen to media folks.
Press conference where you ask questions and I barely answer them.
No, he's not there today.
So what we'll do is we'll talk to reporters. We'll talk to reporters that have been talking to the people that are doing the press conferences because is that how it works?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
You're on board, Andy. Way to go.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Rather than hearing it from the horse's mouth, we'd rather hear it from the chicken who was talking to the horse. And the chicken will now tell us what's going on, right?
I'm good with that, yeah.
Whatever it takes. Because the chicken will give us more answers than, although maybe he's right. Maybe the horse doesn't want to talk very much. Anyway, we will have not only the press conference that we do each and every day, Todd Monken's press conference, coming up in about a half hour, but we are expecting Shedeur Sanders, your starter, for Saturday.
Oh, my.
And
no, don't.
Yes.
Taylon Green.
No.
Oh.
Who else? You want to guess?
Dylan
Gabriel. Not on the agenda for today.
That must mean it's Joe Bitonio.
No.
Oh, wait a minute. He's not here.
It'll be.
How about Deshaun Watson, Andy?
How about Luke Floria? Can we get a little Luke Floria press conference? Is that asking too much?
I don't think Dan would go for that. Luke, we're pulling for you, though, buddy.
All right, then I guess we'll have Deshaun Watson.
Pulling for Luke.
Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders, both, today in this hour.
What a noon hour it's going to be.
Could happen any second, Jeff.
Well, you know what? Then let's get this, make sure everybody knows. Press conferences on 92.3 The Fan are brought to us by Expert Renovations. ExpertRenovationsLLC.com.
You know who loves us right now? Expert Renovations, because that's the second time we've done that now in 3.5 minutes.
Well, good.
I just want to make sure.
Got to do it twice.
Yeah,
we're done.
Just making sure. I'm going to take one quick phone call before we get to these press conferences. CJ.
Yeah, good morning. Good afternoon, guys.
Hi, CJ.
That Europe thing just had me thinking.
NFL.
So
They're having NFL game. Let me rehash for everybody what we're talking about. The commissioner said yesterday it's eventually going to happen that we will have a team based outside of the United States. That doesn't mean it isn't Mexico City, Toronto, Vancouver, or somewhere in North America, but it is leaning. I think a lot of people think it's leaning towards Europe.
If you did Europe, you don't do 3 teams. You'd have to do 4. Make it.
Gentlemen, we now go live to Berea for Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders.
Barber competition or no?
Yeah, nah. See, when it comes to competition, sometimes I don't, and it's like for fun. I don't really like to make people like feel down, if they ain't win. So it was just more of a great way to connect everybody, and connect the city and the community, rather than you went home a loser or a winner.
But you found your barber.
Yeah, I did. I definitely found my barber, but I got Shiloh got to do another part 2 soon, but whenever that happens, it happens.
Shedeur, when you kind of went back and looked at what you did in Chicago, what were you most pleased about in that time out there?
We're in the Bills this week, so I'm not even thinking about Chicago anymore, to be honest. So let me go back in my storage memory bank to think about that. I would say how I felt out there. I think the feeling I had out there, the comfort, I had, and it felt truly exciting to get to that place and know that place is there. So that's what I'm most excited about being out there.
We have obviously you mentioned the Bills. They come in tomorrow. So what's your mindset heading into the joint practice tomorrow?
Mindset heading into the practice, I'll say the same approach we have every practice that we go to. Go out there, get completions, run the offense the right way, and that's the main focus.
Does it feel like a heightened importance at all just because it's a new team in here?
No, I think every day is important, honestly. I don't think it's a day that go by that's not important.
How would you track what you've improved the most on since camp began?
To be honest, I don't even know what camp started. We've been here every day, so.
Okay, since the start of the off season then.
Oh, the off season? I'll say everything. I feel better. I know I look better. Yeah, I think everything.
Shedeur, were you surprised by the way you practiced energy yesterday? It looked like Todd was kind of frustrated about, you said Browns not taking care of Browns. What kind of, from your perspective, what kind of happened in the practice?
Nah, at that point, I'm just recapping my series of everything and playing everything back in my mind. So, like, if coach say practice over, it's over. I'm not able to see the details of who's taking care of what because we're thinking more about operation and more the grand scheme of things of what's going on.
Shedeur, you guys have obviously spent weeks going up against your own defense, so just to go back to the joint practice, how exciting is it to be able to practice against somebody else finally?
Yeah, no, it's truly exciting because they have a different scheme than our defense does, so it's great to get those practice reps in and be able to make it feel as close as possible to the game and to grow in those areas also on what you see in different keys and different structures that they have. So I'm truly excited about it. I know it's definitely, they have a great defense, great challenge ahead, and I'm just happy to be able to be a part of it.
Will you try to talk to Josh Allen a little bit? Have you met him before? Kind of what do you think of him as a quarterback, and will you talk to him?
Yeah, I haven't put much thought in what conversation I'm going to have with anybody there. I'm focused on the practice I got to have today and getting ready for the script and everything tomorrow. So those things naturally happen. I don't really predetermine conversations with people.
You mentioned him before as a guy you like to watch though. What do you like about his game, Josh?
Oh, Josh Allen? Yeah, nah. I met him a couple times in the past just through different deals and stuff off the field, and he always been cool, so I always respect him fully. He plays a great game, and his style of play, fits him perfectly, so, I like that about him.
Shedeur, as a quarterback, how do you kind of slow the clock down in your mind so you're not, kind of speeding yourself up? If that means,
What clock?
Like your own mental clock is the clock you have in your head is I got to do this by this and this.
See, it don't really work like that. You got 3 different clocks you're going against. You're going against the clock of the play clock. You're going against the clock of the time on the actual game, and you're going against the clock of how long you got till you got to get this ball at your hand. So it's about 4 or 5 different clocks you got to go off of. So it's a feel. It's not really a method, I would say. It's more of a feel.
How has your feel then gotten improved maybe or grown as as the reps have continued at this level of competition?
Yeah, I think that's really the only way you get feel is from being out there, being able to feel it. So I would say it grown. I would say anything you do and you do over and over and over, you're gonna have you're gonna improve in some form and fashion. So the clock and everything within myself obviously improve every day.
Obviously you're not supposed to get hit out there in practice. That play yesterday where you kind of got bumped, it looked like it was accidental, but is that disconcerting as a quarterback when all of a sudden there's one of the defensive guys that's either touching you or so close to you?
Nah,
supposed to be?
That was just a friendly reminder of I just got to step up. That's all it was. Which I've been focused on this whole time, but it's like even when certain situations happen, that's just me having to have more of a plan. If plan A doesn't work, having a better plan on where to dish the ball and get rid of the ball. So that's really all that was. But that was like my first reminder of it, so I'm like, okay. I think pretty much overall, I've been focused on, staying in the pocket and stepping up. And when I retreat, the only time I retreat is if, a scotch-free blitz or whatever. And I know I've been making those type of throws my whole career. So some things is a part of my game. Some things, I'll improve in. But, yeah, that was just a little friendly reminder.
Shedeur, Coach Monken has said that after this game Saturday is when he might make the quarterback decision. So here you are starting this game. How important in that scheme is that for you, in the quarterback?
I'll say every day of my life is important. Every day is important. I wouldn't say it's a day that's not important. So that's just another day going out there doing what I got to do, honestly. I don't really feel anxiety or any pressure, even going into things like that anymore, because it's like, that's how I approach everything. So, it's just another day of going to work. That's all it is for me.
Coach Todd has been talking about this philosophy that he's had in camp, about callousing. Maybe you guys practice a little harder than some other teams. Jared Verse has said that he's doing more work here than he did with the Rams in the past. The idea is maybe you pick up a few more bruises here, but down the road it'll help you guys. How do you think that philosophy can help you guys down the road?
I think Coach came in here understanding that we have ways to go overall when it comes to our wins and losses over the past few years and everything. So it's kind of like building that mentality of toughness. So it's like some places may have that luxury to not have to do that, but it's more about a deserve thing. I don't think we deserve to take as many days off like that, because we have a lot of young players on offense and young players on the team that we got to be able to expedite the process on catching up with the game speed and really understanding the game. So it's a thing that, sometimes you may feel a way about it, but it's, in the grand scheme of things, it's moving towards the direction of where we're trying to get as a franchise and as a team. So as long as everything's aligned with that, then that's how what's good and what's not good. And that's very good for us, because we need to be able to go out there and execute regardless of age and regardless of experience.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, that was Shedeur Sanders, Browns quarterback. We're waiting for Deshaun Watson, and we will have that for you as soon as it happens. Right now, I just want to say, hey, who's going yard today? Well, FanDuel is giving you a free chance to prove your baseball expertise with Daily Dingers. Here's how it works. Make your pick on who's hitting a home run, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for an extra shot at winnings. Now, when your favorite superstar knocks it out of the park, it'll feel so much sweeter. Daily Dingers, free to play, and you can lock in a pick every day of the MLB season. That's why FanDuel is the home for home runs. So are you ready to play your game? Make your first pick at FanDuel.com/local. That's FanDuel.com/local to play Daily Dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer today. This is your chance to call your shot on FanDuel, an official partner of MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 92.3 The Fan.
21 plus and present in Ohio. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-MY-RESET.
We now go live to Berea for Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson. This press conference is brought to you by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationslllc.com.
About going up against the Bills, number one pass defense from last season, and what you think you might be able to get out of this tomorrow?
Yeah, it'll be a good challenge for the team, the offense especially. Really both sides, but just going against one of the top teams in the AFC. They've been proving it over the last couple of years. They keep reloading, so a good one-on-one battle. Get to show a lot of different things. Get to see a lot of different looks from their defense, and see where we tested and where we can be at this year.
Deshaun, what was the one thing that after like going over the tape of the preseason opener, you were like, I know I can execute, and you want to execute better going into the second preseason game?
I mean, just everything, just operational. Just continue to just be as sharp as possible. Connect on the throws that I need to connect on, and just make sure that we all on the same page going at each and every play.
Sure. Just for a quarterback, there's obviously a feel you have to have for the clock, the play clock, the game clock, getting rid of the clock, kind of in your mind in terms of getting rid of when you need to get rid of the ball. How do you slow that down so that it's not moving too fast for you?
For me, I'm not sure. I just go with my instincts, honestly. So I just kind of play ball, and whenever that time clock goes off in my head, or in that situation, that's when I kind of usually react off of it.
For you this week, is the Thursday practice more productive for your game than playing in the third quarter of the game?
No, I mean, every situation, or every rep I get, every opportunity I get to just go out there and play football is just as important as playing just one quarter or playing a lot in practice. So I think the more reps I get, the more opportunities that I get to see is more beneficial for myself and just improving my game and just catching up from what I missed the last 2 years.
Obviously, it had been a long time since you played in a game setting. How'd the body feel coming out of there?
I felt good. Of course, getting hit a little bit. The next day was a little bit sore, but that's typical football and nothing I was surprised about. So I think just being able to just continue to just stay on top of that and just making sure that I'm ready for each and every opportunity that I get is super good.
Given that time away, do you feel like you're still getting more comfortable each time in the pocket? Right, you hadn't actually played in so long. Like, do you feel like there's still room to grow as far as your comfortability inside the pocket?
Of course. I mean, it's always room to go. Even week 1 to week 17, there's always room to grow of that, being comfortable and trusting everything and trusting what we want to be as an offense and especially as a quarterback. So, yeah, I mean, like I mentioned before, every opportunity, every rep that we get, standing back there in the pocket is definitely an opportunity for us to just get more comfortable.
Do you expect the coach to make a decision Monday, perhaps, or Sunday on who's starting the season opener?
I'm not expecting anything, honestly. So, like I said, I'm taking it one day at a time, and whatever comes, that's how we're going to, go about the situation.
Do you feel like you have to maybe kind of lock down this competition in this joint practice on Thursday? It seems like you passed the first big hurdle against the Bears, and now this is the next one sort of before he makes his decision. Do you feel like you've got to really nail it on Thursday?
No, I mean, every opportunity for me, I just want to go out there and prove that I'm capable of being a starter. But as far as just nailing it and trying to, my main focus is just trying to improve. I'm not really focused on just the competition. I think the front office and Coach Monken is going to make that decision based on how they're going to make that decision. So, I can't really control that as far as what they want to go with, but I can control my opportunities and my reps that I get and being successful with that.
You mentioned last time we talked to you here that you're 30 now, might be a little bit different from the way it was in Houston. How, if at all, do your instincts have to change along with everything else that's changed about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think y'all took the wrong words out of that, saying that I think somebody asked Monken that that I'm not capable of playing like 2020. I never said that. I just said that I'm not going to be running guys over like I used to be when I was 24 years old. So I think I got to preserve the body as much as possible so I can be able to stay on the field. And I think that's one of the things talking about with the front office and coaching staff is don't take the unnecessary hits when I don't need to. So, but as far as that, my instincts and the way I play, when I'm on the field, I just play ball and react.
Yesterday, you aired out a ball to Boston against Denzel Ward on know if you remember.
Yeah, I do. Yes, sir.
Would you like to exercise that part of your game in the game?
I mean, of
were you able
course.
to do
Yeah, I
that?
mean, that's something that I've always been pretty good at, especially in the past. But, you know, those looks and opportunities got to come up. So, you know, whatever coach is calling, I try to execute as much as possible, keep the chains moving, especially early on. It's hard to really, you know, just start taking shots and, you know, and the defense is sitting back on that. Especially with Chicago, they were playing a lot of two-out shells. So, you know, a lot of underneath things were right there. But that's something I definitely, you know, want to continue to work on, and when those opportunities
Does
come.
that pass alone reassure you that your arm is 100%?
Yeah, I mean, I've been through that. I think it's you guys in the media that don't, you know, that talks about that. I think everyone in this building know that I'm pretty healthy and strong.
So Sean, just to go back to the actual preseason game on Saturday, I mean, playing the third quarter, you're obviously going against backups and stuff like that, but for you, is the value and the opportunity about getting those live game reps just because it had been so long without them?
Yeah, I think every opportunity, regardless if it's first quarter, first half, third quarter, is really just being able to just go out there, execute, get those live reps, guys flying, bullets flying, you know, both teams on the sideline. You know, in practice is a little bit different, it's more controlled, but this is not. So, you know, anytime we out there on the field, you know, in a live game action is definitely good for anybody that's out there, so especially myself playing quarterback. Getting that feeling, the timing, and the rhythm back is definitely a good opportunity.
And do you feel like it will be really good quality work, even though you will be with backups, you know, third, fourth teamers, and you're going to be going against fourth teamers and third teamers? You still think it's going to be like super valuable for you?
Of course. I mean, you have to bring those guys up that either are new rookies, and the younger guys that don't have a lot of experience, try to bring them up to speed. And if you can execute at that level, then I think you're doing a pretty good job of leading and taking charge.
What was Todd Monken's message to you guys when he stopped practice early yesterday? And you know, you're watching, you've been around a while. Did it feel like the defense did cross the lines with some of the physicality?
I don't think like crossing the line is the right word to say. I think just being able to, I think he wanted to do it just to protect us, because, you know, we're already kind of going through a couple you know, internal things, but practice against a very good Buffalo team, and then into the games. You know, it's a marathon, so, you know, you want to be physical, you want to set the tone, but at the same time, you got to be able to protect each other as much as possible.
Sean, if Todd next week does name you the starter, how would you put it in words what an accomplishment that is for you after what you've been through the last 2 years?
For words, just really proud of myself. That's all I can say, really. I'm just proud of myself, you know.
What do you make of Todd's been working you guys a lot? In 6 practices in a row at one point, he seems to be more willing to play starters in the preseason than maybe some of the newer school coaches. What's your philosophy on maybe his old school philosophy?
It's definitely new for me. I think it's new for a lot of the veteran guys, but you know, we want to embrace it. We want to embrace what he believes in. He's the head coach. He has a rhythm and a method behind it, and you know, we just got to put it in the work. And you know, I think everyone in this locker room, obviously, you know, we might be banged up or hurting a little bit, but at the same time, you know, the work is not going to be just given to us. We got to go earn it. And I think, you know, over the last couple of years, you know, we got to make sure that we earn that. We got to earn that respect. We got to earn that grind. We got to earn each win. And for us to do that and get prepared for that and put in those miles, you know, we got to do it on the practice field first. So it's definitely different, but I think everyone in this locker room and in this organization embracing it.
To expound on that concept that Jeff asked you about, what are you most proud of yourself over how you've handled the last, every years here?
I think the biggest thing that I'm proud of is just my mental. I think just being able to block out the noise, you know, just being able to just keep smiling through everything, and being able to control my own narrative regardless. So I think that's the biggest thing, is just my mentality, keeping it at peace, keeping it fresh, so I can be able to, you know, be in front of you guys and talk to you this day and still be in a quarterback battle. So I think that's a blessing for myself, and I think that's why I'm proud.
And what what about the reaction, and have you thought about any type of reaction that you might get at the stadium on Saturday? Are you prepared for whatever might come?
I don't care. I don't care.
Deshaun, you've talked a lot about the similarities with what Todd's running with what Bill ran with you in Houston. Can you expand a little bit more on what specifically is it about those two systems that really you think accentuates what you do best as a quarterback?
I think it's just really quarterback control. I think he puts a lot on the quarterback plate. So I think it gives the opportunity for us to be able to showcase our talent, showcase the knowledge of the game that we have, and just being able to really take lead on the field. And I think being able to have, Bill O'Brien's and Monk's system, they teach you everything that they want you to know. And then once you get in the game, it's like, okay, here, you're the coach on the field. We're going to give you a couple plays, and now you pick the right play, how you feel, and make it right. And I think that's the beauty of not being kind of set in stone of this is what we got to run, and if it's not the perfect look, then you're kind of stuck in that situation. And give us options to be able to get to the right play and make sure that, we pick out the weakness in the defense.
Have you ever had a coach in practice really like that? Like, is that a common occurrence, or is this the first time you've been a part or something like that?
I'm pretty sure that I've had that happen before, especially in Houston, with Billy O and the type of, with Vrabel as the DC. I think the coaches had to end it on their own. So not even the players. I think it was a coach situation in that situation with Bill O'Brien and Coach Vrabel. So it's not the first.
Good.
Thank you.
All right, you had a chance to hear from both quarterbacks. That was Deshaun Watson. Before that, we heard from Shedeur Sanders. Todd Monken coming up a little bit later in the hour. And we remind you one more time that our press conferences on 92.3 The Fan are brought to you by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationllc.com. A lot to digest. One of the things he said there towards the end was, because I don't think the scenario of the question and answer dialogue maybe wasn't as obvious as it was, but I think it was Mary Kay that asked the question. Have you thought about the fans when you're introduced on Saturday when you're coming in the third quarter? And he's like, I don't care. He can't care.
He can't care.
He cannot care whether you boo him or cheer for him or have nothing to say. He cannot care about what the fans. He's just got to go out and
go do his thing.
So I do think his golden opportunity to kind of solidify this job and win it is tomorrow in the joint practice against Buffalo. So, and it'll be something that we don't see. You're not going to see it. We're not going to see it, and we'll just have to go with whatever the reporters are saying there that are watching it and trying to take it all in on how he does against the Bills. I just other thoughts on Deshaun, Jeff?
Is this a quarterback competition?
It feels that way, that they are displaying both guys here in even just in a media setting where Shedeur got to speak and then Deshaun got to speak. And because normally if it was a starting quarterback, you'd just hear from the starting quarterback and that'd be the end of it. So
the most friendly little competition I think I've ever seen. I want one of these guys to, I've been saying this all camp, I want one of these guys to say, yeah, this is my job. I'm going to go get it. Nobody has. They've all played nice the whole time. Which is really,
one of them was supposed to say it, if you would
really,
pick one
really
of them,
nice.
If you would pick one of them to do that, who do you think it would be?
Deshaun.
It's funny because I would think Shedeur would say, you know what, I'm going to approach everything as if I'm the starting quarterback, it's my job to lose, and I'm going to go out there and take it.
Yeah. No. Well, neither guy has said it. So.
No, and that's got to be by design, don't you? They know they can keep the flames low if they
I don't know if it's by design. You think they actually said, "Hi guys, don't say anything"?
They may not have, but the team may have said, "Guys,
no."
Don't,
that's what I mean. You think the team actually told them, "Don't say anything"?
Yeah, I would.
Boy, I'd be
Wouldn't
surprised.
you?
No.
He talked about controlling the message at one point about his own narrative about what he's saying. I got to tell you, if the team didn't tell him, I'd be disappointed in the team. To go, guys, listen, if you decide to call each other out in this, it's going to cause a problem.
It's not calling each other out. It's just showing how confident you are. Neither guy has actually come out and said that. And if they're trying to control the narrative, who's telling Jared Verse things? What was the word he used yesterday? to talk about what he is to his teammates. Remember, I forget what he even said.
That he was important or something like that.
No, he was like, I'm disrespectful or something like that.
I've been disrespected, I think was the headline.
No, he was talking about how he treats his teammates. He basically said, I'm a jerk out there, man.
Oh, well, but that's one thing.
I thought that was great.
Jeff, he's not in a battle to win a position. He's not in the he's not in the spotlight. He's not. Jeff, you know how buttoned up the NFL is when it comes to every word that comes out of their players' mouths.
I don't know, man.
And I guarantee you that at some point they had a talk with somebody in the offices there in Berea, and guys, just don't say anything about each other if anyone asks, and if you do, just be complimentary. That happens all. That's the same as telling anybody, "Hey, don't give the other team bulletin board." I would bet.
I'll bet it never.
I would bet $1,000. Someone sat down with both these guys and said, "This is what we should do when we're talking to the media." That's their job. That's the whole media.
If so, too bad.
Consultant part of it.
I'd like to hear somebody say they want to win this job, and then go out and show it.
I think they both want to win the job, and they both could say that.
And then I'd like to see them play that way. Yeah. Neither guy is separated, apparently.
Well, we've seen it, but who's on the morning show this morning? I'll bring this up when we come back. Said something important about the quarterback race that we saw on Saturday. I'll bring that up when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3, The Fan.
Getting the start for San Francisco as the former Cleveland prospect set to make his major league debut tonight. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Hey everybody, it's Anthony Lima for Vanscoy Hair. You don't have to wear a hat all the time. Restoring your hair has never been so easy. That's because Vanscoy Hair has all the proven technologies, and right now 0% financing available, treatments as low as $75 a month. You don't have to wear a hat all the time. You don't have to worry about taking a dip in the pool and dipping that face underwater. You know why? Because Vanscoy Hair has got you covered. 216-370-7980. Proven and trusted for thinning hair and the latest in hair transplants from a company you know right here in Northeast Ohio. 60 plus years treating those men right here in the area. And also women, thanks to Exosomes, a plant-based treatment that is pain-free, where some have seen results in as few as 45 days. Celebrating National Hair Loss Awareness Month with Vanscoy Hair Clinics. Get the thicker, fuller hair you deserve with 0% financing for up to 24 months. Call Vanscoy Hair Clinics today for your free evaluation. 216-370-7980. VanscoyHair.com.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Take The Fan with you wherever you go. You can listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn apps.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. We had the opportunity this hour to hear a couple press conferences. Shedeur Sanders' press conference, Deshaun Watson's press conference, and then shortly, probably in the next, 5 minutes, we will hear Todd Monken's press conference and still continue to try to get a better feel for what is going to happen at the quarterback position once they start this thing week one. Deshaun was asked, do you think you'll know on Monday who the starting quarterback is, and he gave the answer that I kind of figured, no, how do I know? I'm just here. I just need to play football, and when they tell me the answer, that I'll know what I'm in for. I thought he did a really, really good job of handling the question about coming in the third quarter and whether he would be booed or not. It's just like, I got to go play. And then the other part was playing with the 3s and 4s and giving those guys the opportunity. It's not that he didn't sound, I'm trying to think of the right word here. He sounded confident and understanding of why he would play with the 3s and the 4s to start the second half, knowing that's where his opportunity is in Saturday's game. I think his real opportunity is tomorrow. I kind of think if there really is any question marks about who the starting quarterback is, I think Todd Monken finds out tomorrow. And while we'll all watch what we're seeing on Saturday, knowing that if the ones look good tomorrow, they're not playing on Saturday. Keep that in mind. If the ones look good tomorrow, in his eyes, they won't play on Saturday.
Joe Brady's eyes.
Yeah.
It was a mutual agreement between the head coaches
that they wouldn't either play their ones on.
Right. If they're both satisfied, they're not going to play their starters on Saturday.
Yeah. So what does that? What does that mean? For the Browns, I don't know what the threshold is on that. Like, what's supposed to be good, efficient? Because you got to think.
Have to ask Todd.
Well, I got to think that if the Browns ones, I mean, I'm not trying to run you around in a circle here, but if the Browns ones look good tomorrow, that probably means the Bills ones don't look good, right? And so then if I'm Brady, I want to play my guys. I want to play my guys on Saturday, and so maybe we see another run among those guys too.
I think one thing Deshaun said was important to hear, where he, and I remember when it happened, and we talked about it afterwards, and I said that's when he was asked about being the same guy as Houston and all that.
Yeah.
And then the question was relayed to Todd Monken, and Todd sounded surprised, and he said, well, I don't know why he'd say that. Well, Deshaun never said that. what Deshaun said was, I'm a different player than I was in Houston.
Yeah.
He never said.
I got that.
Right. You did too. I did. You did. What he didn't. He never said, I'm not the same guy, as in I'm not going to be that good again. He never said that. And he said, I never said I couldn't be what I was. What I said was, it's not like I'm going to be a different player. I'm not going to be 24 and running guys over anymore.
I'm going to know when to get. Basically today, he said, I know when to get out of bounds.
Yeah.
I know when to slide.
And so I'm glad he clarified that, because you heard it, I heard it, and then the question that was relayed to Todd was incorrect. And I'm glad he brought that up, because he was correct, obviously. And because he never said I can't be the same guy that I was. He said I'm a different player, but he never talked about level of effectiveness. And that's kind of what was relayed to Todd Monken, and that was not the case.
And when we initially heard it, I didn't catch it. Then when people were coming back and going, well, he said he'll never be as good as he was.
That's never what he said.
Yeah, and I was like, wait a minute.
He said he would be a different player.
I'm glad he corrected it too. Although, I mean, should he have said? I'm just saying, because and Dan, we were kind of talking about this in the back. Was he blaming the media?
Well, he should.
Today?
He should. The media told Todd Monken that he said he can't be as good as he was in Houston.
I'm just saying there was a way to get out of it cleaner politically, and just coming back.
He doesn't have to be clean politically.
Well, he could have just came back and
goofed. Todd was asked Todd was given incorrect information, and Todd responded to it. I don't know.
Yeah,
Todd said,
you're right.
I don't know why he'd say that.
So listen, we're both on the same page.
You never did.
I'm just saying, if you were advising him from a media standpoint, you probably would have come back and just said, "Hey, I just want to clarify what was said, because this is exactly what I said and what I meant," without pointing fingers. Like some people would take that, Jeff, listen to what he had to say and say, well, the media screws everything up and they get this all wrong.
Well, he didn't do that either.
Nah, some people may have interpreted it that way, including the two people that I was talking to in the hallway after the press conference. I said exactly. And by the way, the craziest part of this whole thing is, Jeff, exactly the argument you're making at me, I made at them. So now I'm getting I'm just trying to give you perspective on stupid stuff. Saying he knows what media is looking for. He knows what he wants to set his identity
we now
as.
Go live to Berea for Browns head coach Todd Monken.
Todd, can you run us through just the events of the end of practice yesterday and what your thinking was there?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I love the way our guys practice. Since I've been here, I mean, I say it all the time, but our guys, it doesn't matter where. You want to go practice in the parking lot, they'll go practice out there. And I love our defense. But there comes a time where Browns have to take care of Browns, and that's part of it. We got to be able to practice together collectively and take care of each other. And it wasn't malicious. No one's trying to get another player hurt. That's just part of it, and I thought we'd had enough.
Do you think the defense kind of targeted Quinshon?
No, I don't think so. I think I don't get the feeling that's it. You'd have to ask those guys. I got the feeling that, Aiden had done a great job of getting off of a block, and it was to the side there, and you're kind of in a decision. Do you tap off? We can't tackle him, and I just think he made a split-second decision to play physical, and we just got to be careful, because that's going to knock cue into other players, and you're going to get friendly fire, which is usually when you get hurt. The running back usually there doesn't get hurt. It's somebody when you roll into their legs.
The other thing, it was Michael Hall's first practice in a long time. He looked fired up from the start of the practice.
No, he had a great practice. It was fun having him back out there. And we played him at some end, which he can certainly disrupt on the end. So his energy and is contagious, and his explosiveness is contagious for the rest of the defense.
Todd, do you find yourself in your first training camp as a head coach kind of towing the line of how much physicality you want, and yet you got over a dozen guys out for the last week? No coaches seem to know the answer.
You don't. You really don't, because all I can say is we really haven't lost anybody for an extensive amount of time. I think there's a certain amount of callousing that has to take place. You don't play as many games. I mean, like I said yesterday, you used to play a quarter, then a half. You used to play at least, a full game and a quarter in the preseason games, which you don't do anymore. So where are you going to gain that? I do think the guys have more time than ever at night. You only get them for 11 hours. Used to be, I'm not going back. We're dating ourselves a little bit. But back when you used to have a little bit longer practices and longer meeting times and all of that, I don't know what that sweet spot is, because during camp, whether you practice 2 hours or an hour and a half, whether you're here for 10 hours or 12 hours, you're tired. Your body's going to feel it. So how do you push through it? That's to be determined. You go with your gut of what you believe in and what your team needs.
How much of it is you only have one chance to make a first impression? This is your first impression on
Yeah.
Will that go into it too?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I thought Bruce Arians said it. I took it from him. He got his first job at 60, which is really cool. You get to do it however the hell you want to do it. And this could easily be my last job. I mean, you get it at 40, you're concerned about your next job. I'm not worried about the next job. I'm worried about doing it the way I want to do it, and I'm going to do it the way I want to do it.
But I mean, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just to finish. But I mean, first impression, if you start off soft.
Oh, I get what you're getting at. Yeah, some of that is true. It's hard to speed up, right? That is exactly right. I 100% agree with you. It is much easier to tell people to slow down. I was told that at a young age, right? You're going too fast. It's like yesterday. I would rather have to pull our guys off than say, let's practice physical. Let's practice our rear ends up. You're exactly right. You'd rather pull back. That's what we do. We set the schedule, and then if we need to pull back, we pull back. If the guys need some reps off, we do that. I understand now what you were saying, Tony.
So, Todd, what is your messaging going to be to the team with the Bills coming in, just in terms of, being able to sort of maybe impose their will a little bit, but not crossing that line?
Well, it's a measuring stick. I mean, you talk about consistency. The Bills over the last, since Sean got there, of consistency in terms of winning, being in the playoffs, competing for a Super Bowl. So it's where we're at. I think individually and then collectively. I think the players would look at it as an opportunity to see where they're at individually, whereas coaches, we look at, okay, where are we individually and then collectively as a team, schematically, what we're doing, and all of that, gives you a chance to build confidence as you move forward, and also evaluate the roster, because you're really going against yourself. And so you get to go against somebody else, just like the Bears preseason game. You get to evaluate kind of where you're at. So I know I'm excited. Our guys are excited. And it's the one opportunity we get. We didn't have another to practice with other teams.
We saw what happen with Dallas and the Saints last week. How do you kind of protect against
I have no idea. Because everybody says the exact same thing. To think that Schottenheimer and Kellen Moore, is that who was practicing together? That they didn't tell their teams. Absolutely no fighting, right? I mean, they know each other. Absolutely, we're going to say the exact same things. And that it's silly to do it and threaten and say whatever it is, and you're competitive, and, I don't know. I mean, we're going to say the exact same things. You're going to get kicked out if you fight, or if you weren't going to play, you're going to play, or if you were going to play, you're not going to play. Hell, I don't know. At that moment when you get hijacked, it happens, right? And you don't want it to happen, and that's why you've gone to one practice, and hopefully their guys understand that, and we understand that. I'm not saying that's what I want. That's not what I'm saying. We're going to do everything within our power to not put ourselves at risk, but I don't have the answer. The players are the ones that have to have the answer. They're the ones that are out there doing it, right? They're the ones that, in that moment, right, have to make that decision.
Do you expect your offensive line, first offensive line, to all be able to go tomorrow, or are you?
I'm hopeful.
So It's not anything too concerning with Jenkins or
No.
either Jenkins or
Titus? No.
Now, with that, you've had so much injury on the offensive line throughout the year. My question is, how can you gauge where the running game is?
Well, you can still gauge it, and we're not where we want to be. Okay, you can say that. Okay. Now, is that part of that? Yes. And we've only played one preseason game, right? So, but I can see in practice. I mean, we have work to do. But there's a lot of things we have work to do, right? Our systems, our players aren't there yet. Still a work in progress. I'll save that I'm super concerned or overly concerned till we play our first game.
We've had Jared and Shador both say over the last week or so, Jared was saying, I've done more work here than I'm used to with the Rams in the preseason and in practice, but that's because we as a team have more work to do. And Shador today was talking about earning it before you get those days off or whatever. When you hear that from your players, you think what in terms of how they're digesting your philosophy?
Well, again, I only know what I know, and the way Sean does it works for Sean. And he's had unbelievable success, either by philosophy of how you practice or systems. So I only know what I know, and I know we've got a young team that needs to work and needs to develop, and our quarterbacks need to work. So I think the more mature your team is and the older you are, I think there are certain times you do have to pull back. But your first year with a young team trying to get as close as you can, ready to start fast out of the gates, I like where we're at.
Hey, Todd, will there be or how much one-on-one stuff tomorrow?
The only one-on-ones will be O-line, D-line. There will not be wide receiver, DB, or gunners, vice. That won't happen tomorrow.
Do you just value team reps, whether it's 7-on-7 or 11-on-11, more than the one-on-ones, even in your own stuff?
You value the team more. I think the one-on-one stuff is great. It's also where you get the most scuffles, I guess is the best way to put it. So you try to minimize that a little bit, but you just have to have a quick whistle. The O-line, D-line have a quick whistle.
Couple more?
Todd, Baltimore the last 3 years, your offense was one of the bottom of the NFL, near the bottom of the NFL in terms of 11 personnel use. Was that something that was more philosophically based on like what you think is important, what you want the offense identity to be? Or was it more rooted in just who you had in your offense?
It's really who we had. I mean, we had Isaiah Likely, Mark Andrews, Patrick Ricard, and Charlie Kolar. So last year, Mark got a new contract. Isaiah got a lucrative contract. Charlie Kolar got $8 million for a blocking tight end. I mean, that ought to tell you that those guys were pretty good players, let alone Patrick Ricard, who's a damn lineman back there. So we just had those guys, and Derrick Henry was a part of that. And they were just that, putting those guys on the field were more advantageous than maybe having a third receiver. The other thing is, with Mark and Isaiah, is when you do a little bit more QB driven, those guys are really good at blocking the perimeter, allows you to get away with that a little bit. So, and they're great receivers, right? It didn't make any sense. But again, depending on where we'll be at with our skilled players, we'll determine that and who we have.
Do you have any behind-the-scenes story of when Freddie took the Browns to the Colts training camp?
Oh yeah, no, that was crazy. So with the first practice, I mean, was great, but Freddie was fired up. You know, he was absolutely fired up. The way the practice went, right? So Freddie was all fired up. And that night before we were going to practice with him, he got after our guys like, "Hey, we're not going to be anybody's, so and so, So when we got to the practice field, Dave Borgonzi's our linebacker coach, and I'd worked with him at Tampa, and I said, "Hey, man, careful, man. This is going to be like, did I already tell you that story? It's going to be like slap shot. They're going to drop the gloves, and it's going to be like the first thing. It's going to be like, oh, my God, what just happened, And I think it started in special teams for all those of you that were there.
The Landry.
I don't even know. I wasn't even involved in special teams. It felt like it was like Major League Baseball where, like, the pitchers came from, like, the outfield dugouts to be involved in it. I didn't even see what happened.
It was premeditated.
I'm not going to go that far. I appreciate you saying that. I'm just going to say that certainly, and I agreed with Freddie in some regard, that it was like, you don't ever want to take a back seat to anybody. He was right in the fact that our calling card, and Freddie, who as a man, believes in toughness. And that I agree with. That's what I loved about Freddie. He believed in toughness. And in his mind, we weren't tough enough the day before. So that I agreed with.
Todd, do you envision splitting up those starting quarterback
Yes.
pretty evenly?
Yes. It's hard to be, everybody uses the word even or equal or fair. The reality is that each block's a little bit different. Run downs, pass skelly, and red zone. So they're each going to get 5 and 5 with the ones. And so they're all going to get it. But like I said, what plays they get, I really don't have time to look at exactly what the plays are. I mean, you got to be able to go do it. But I'm excited to see him play.
Todd, with quarterback, that
You're listening to The Fan right here at WKRK FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights, Cleveland.
How do you try to help the quarterback slow that down so that they're not constantly out over their skis? They're kind of getting ahead of themselves and trying to rush things.
Are you talking about in the pocket? Are you talking about operation?
Operational and in the pocket, both.
Well, there's a lot to both of those. The operation piece, we have to do a great job of shrinking the verbiage for the calls we get in, right? Getting it in quickly, getting our players in and out of the huddle, getting the line of scrimmage, trying to eliminate anxiety. It's not like a game to get ready for that because you think you're ready, but then you're up against it. And so that's the part of it. That's why we do perfect operation about every other day. We'll do it again today, trying to become perfect at everything that says coaching, which is your operation. And then the time clock of when to get rid of the ball for each player is different. Guys that want to extend plays and want to make plays and believe in their ability to make plays are going to hold it longer. Be it Lamar, be it Ben Roethlisberger, be it Shedeur, because they are elite playmakers. You've seen it. Now, where that sweet spot is, I don't know. And the only way to back it took us out of a drive, right? So that's with the being able to play and be able to have those consequences of turnovers, holding the ball too long, right? You got to have that offset. With Lamar, the benefit outweighs the the amount of times he ends up taking a sack because he makes so many plays. Ben Roethlisberger the same way. I believe Shedeur has that in him.
Todd, do you think sometimes 7-on-7 periods create bad habits for quarterbacks?
There's some of that. There is some of that I think it has its purpose, 7-on-7, which is getting a ton of reps at your pass concepts, especially your drop back. Because when you're in normal team periods, you're really working play action, screens, movements. So it has a purpose, and it's set up to where at that moment your O-line, D-line gets separate work. So there is multi-purpose involved, but it can allow you to hold the ball a little bit longer than you'd want. But it serves a multi-purpose, not always for the quarterback, but really just totality of your offensive team and your defense, so they can play routes defensively as well and work their pattern matches. But it can, certainly can.
Good?
Yep, thanks.
All right, Todd Monken's press conference. You were able to hear that right here on 92.3 The Fan. I don't know, what'd you think?
I love when he said, Bruce Arians said it, hey, I got my head coaching job at the age of 60. This is really cool. You can do it the way you want. I'm not worried about the next job.
He said a lot of things there. The joint practice
really
with
great.
Freddie Kitchens, I thought
like
that was
a good story.
That was a good story, and we didn't even really hear the story. That's the funny part about that. Like, I would have loved to have heard what was said in the meeting the night before about, being too soft on day one of that.
The fighting in practice comment, all of them were interesting. And he was asked, do you think the defense was targeting Quinshon Judkins? And remember, Quinshon had the shot on Mike Hall Jr. that if you've seen the video, it was It was called a mistake. You could call it a lot worse than that if you saw the video. But it was called a mistake by Todd Monken and others. And he was asked if he thought the defensive players were targeting Q, and he said, I don't think so. So he did have to ask them.
Okay, so this all gets back to yesterday, too, where this has got chippy because a couple days ago, what happened was Quinshon Judkins, I watched the play again. Mike Hall and Zion Johnson got tied up on the line. And Quinshon just kind of put his head down as they were kind of, it wasn't
You mean Mike Hall? Mike put his head down.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mike
was
Hall.
just standing there.
Yeah, because he got tied up with Zion, and maybe, I don't even know what happened, but they were entangled, and he had walked away from it. And I think Quinshon, I think what the running back is supposed to do in that position is simulate what his block might be, like putting his hands on a guy's shoulder pads. The problem is that he came in a little bit strong, and then Hall ends up on the ground, and then Hall's out of practice till yesterday. So that's why Hall's all fired up yesterday at practice, as you heard Coach say. I did not, Jeff. I got to tell you, watching running backs and watching practice and seeing, like, I don't know that he came in there with any intent to blow up Mike Hall. I think he just came in a little strong because if he really wanted to hurt him, he would have went low. And they were wearing shoulder pads, and I think he got taken off guard because he wasn't ready for it, and he ended up on his butt.
They weren't wearing full pads.
Yeah, but it didn't, to me, from the running back spot, his job is to come in, touch pads, and go where you would throw the block. Now, maybe his hands were a little bit high, not enough to make somebody sit out for a week and be, all fired up about coming back to practice. And then, like, I've heard this line over and over again, Browns have to take care of Browns. Are you really trying to tell? Like, yesterday seemed like it was overflow from what happened before. And that's why I thought that was a fair question early on in the press conference. Because the question was do you think the defense was looking for a little payback on Quinshon because of what had happened the last time Mike had been on the field? I don't think, just having seen enough practices in my life, and Quinshon came through the hole like it was supposed to be there because Johnson and Hall got tied up. I think Hall was a little disoriented coming out of it, stood up, and then all of a sudden, Quinshon put where his block would have been. He put his hands. They were a little bit high. Hall ends up falling backwards. I didn't think he popped him in any way, shape, or form. To me, this whole thing's overreaction. And by the way, I don't have a problem with my running backs being a little bit tough. I don't think he was trying to be tough in that situation. And then to have it hold over for practice for a week is ridiculous. And so now you find yourself in a joint practice tomorrow, and you wonder what this is going to be like. Do you think they spent too much time on that or no?
No, I disagree with you on the Quinshon thing, but that's all right.
It's all right. You can be wrong. There's no problem with that.
Or I can give you the counter view.
Or be not right. Either way, you can be wrong or not right. You're good on either side of that.
It was not incidental contact.
No, because he was doing his job. We went in to go touch his pads. Anybody else want to go back in and watch it? Do it. Go and tell me tell me that I'm right or Jeff's not right. So it's either way.
Touched his pads, all right.
He came in. He put his hands forward. What? I think Quinshon did his job. I'm not gonna. I'll defend Quinshon in that. Okay. And for a defense, he wasn't ready, and he ended up on his rear end.
Todd also said Mike Hall's playing a little bit out on the end.
And looked good in practice yesterday, which I think is promising.
Nobody else wants to play there. Ask Jadeveon Clowney. Ask Zadarius Smith.
Why is that so hard for them to find that spot? And maybe, maybe that's the best thing that could happen for Mike Hall, right?
Maybe.
I mean, especially if they're going to give him the opportunity to sneak out on the end. Why not?
Maybe.
Why not? What else did we learn about tomorrow and tomorrow's joint practice with Buffalo?
Nothing I don't think we didn't already know. Do you? I don't. It sounded like okay. You know today's all of today's talk from both quarterbacks and Todd Monken screamed this to me. Can we please get to the end of this godforsaken training camp and name a quarterback and go? That's what it screamed to me. Every bit of it.
I think it's even more than that. I think everybody in the NFL wants to get past this training camp.
Well,
I mean, they talked about fights at other camps,
I
too.
can only tell you what I heard from the Browns.
But he also had to answer questions about, like, why do you think he gets so chippy? And then he talked about, the one-on-one individual periods. That's where you start getting into fights. And I agree with him, because now you got guys trying to make a statement. You got guys trying to make a team, especially if it's not starters. And if you're like a second or third team guy who gets a chance to go up against the guy who's getting a big paycheck and as a starter, you're going to do whatever it takes. You want to make a name for yourself because you're trying to make – really, aren't you trying to make special teams at that point? If you think that that's where you are, trying to be gritty. And, the gritty guys make special teams. The guys that are just relentless and just almost like assassins out there trying to get a gig. So if you're willing to go up against a high-priced guy who probably shouldn't be in the one-on-one drill in the first place, and you get a chance to make a name for yourself, you're probably going to try to do it. That doesn't surprise me at all. I do think these guys are ready to see another team again, probably sick of seeing each other. This also gets into the whole notion of, how long should the preseason be, and where, and just how many preseason games they should play as well. So, all right, we got more to come here. We're going to talk more about the Browns. We'll talk more about this quarterback situation, and I've got a couple of things I want to get to before the end of the show today. So it's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Choice Cabinet. Let's talk about Choice Cabinet for a second. And, maybe you've been waiting a couple years to revamp your kitchen, right? And you're like, okay, let's go find a contractor. So you find a contractor, and you're like, okay, now we got to do some work. We got to figure out what we want and what kind of cabinets are we going to put in here. Oh, you know what? Let's go check out Choice Cabinet. Why? Because it's right here in town. Why? Because they're a big name right here in Northeast Ohio. Why? Because the showroom's at 4856 Richmond Road. It's all laid out there for you. It's really easy. It's really simple. You're not going to have to wait very long either, because their warehouse is in Solon. So you're not going to have to. Why would you have to wait?
find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Contest time. Here we go. We are looking for a winner. Enter the code word FAMILY. FAMILY, family, at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. Mr. Hero knows how important a family dinner can be, and that's why they offer 2 different size family packs. You can choose any 4 sandwiches, 4 sidekicks, and a 2-liter, and then enjoy. Order online at MrHero.com, and it'll be ready when you walk in, so it's a really easy way to do it. It's all from Mr. Hero and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Again, the word family at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock.
Baskin and Phelps, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. You heard from both quarterbacks today and the head coach, both quarterbacks being Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders, plus Andrew Siciliano joined us at 11:40. All that stuff is available to go back and re-listen to. If you did miss a moment of the show, well, you know what you can do. You can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts at water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That is Integrated Restoration. A little news on the game coming up on Saturday. Again, they have a joint practice with the Bills tomorrow. They'll get a lot of work done. The ones go up against the ones, the twos against the twos, the ones against the twos, twos against the ones. So they should be able to get the majority of the work in that they want in a controlled atmosphere for both head coaches. And then the scene, it turns to inside the stadium on Saturday. Just an update on that, just taking a look at the weather for Saturday in the afternoon. You got about a high of about 78. Humid, though, with some sun, then turning cloudy. A thunderstorm in the afternoon. Gusty winds, small hail could accompany a thunderstorm on Saturday. So weather could play into Saturday's preseason game against the Bills, too, which makes you wonder. You're already it's already not the creme de la creme of the talent pool that's going to be out there for most of the game. So, and then you add bad weather and rain and maybe a chance that maybe a little bit of small hail. That's going to be fun.
Andy Shedeur starting. The weather will be wonderful.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that he controls the weather too.
Well, Deion put the order in. We're good to go.
Oh, well, if Deion did, then we're good. It's not exactly the real prime time.
You got to play Andy in the bad weather.
Are you playing the starters on Saturday? I don't know.
Well, that's to be determined tomorrow.
Yeah, I just don't know when you get to Saturday if you're going to want to put those guys out there. I do think the right part, Todd talked about this today, Todd Monken. We ask these guys physically to rebound, and we normally give them 6 days in between games, right? And then they hop back out there. It reminds me of the conversation I once had with my dad when I was real young about professional wrestling. And I'm like, Dad, these guys are going after each other. That's real, isn't it? When I was young, and my dad said, well, consider this. Those guys beat each other up pretty good. Didn't you watch? I was like, yeah. He said, professional football players do that. They need a week off in between games just to kind of heal and be able to go back. So you tell me. My dad didn't want to spoil the party for me, but it
was very nice of him.
Yeah, but he wanted me to have a sense of reality to the fact that, the physical beating you take. And these guys are going to, if I'm correct, they'll take that kind of physical beating tomorrow, and then they'll have, another week until they play another game against New England. If they even put those guys back out there against New England. It is weird the way, how this game has changed. I was just trying to think, like back in the day, I want to remember, and I remember Deacon talking about this too. Did they play like 7, 6, 7? And I'm not trying to be that many preseason games in a year. They used to play
6
preseason games in a year. That's insane.
Yes.
That's absolutely insane. Now that's just a little bit less than half a season now.
Remember, guys were selling furniture in the offseason.
Well, that's true.
Not
they
working
did
out.
They were doing 2-a-days at practice in the middle of the
pads.
the hottest day, there were no shoulder days or shorts days, right? Everything was pads.
And for lunch, they were hopping in their cars and going to get something to eat.
Across the street?
I think so.
At Lakeland, they used to go over to, I think there was a Brown Derby across the street, wasn't there? At Lakeland?
I believe there was.
Yeah, so I remember going out there. I remember going to Kent. I'm trying to think of where else. And then just remember going to the Browns facility when it was all. Where else did they put? Why am I forgetting?
They were at
another
Hiram
school?
forever.
Hiram, that was it. Yeah. Anyway, so that's what you're looking at. You're looking at some weather issues maybe on Saturday to compound that. And I did think it was interesting that the way he broke down what they're going to do with practice and how they play it out tomorrow too. They have specifics, and they will do some 7. And he did talk about 7-on-7, and I thought one of the questions that came up for the 7-on-7, which I think is super valid, is do quarterbacks get into bad habits with a 7-on-7 because you don't have any of the lines there, and will you hang on to the ball too long? I actually thought, like in some ways, you look at 7-on-7s. I kind of harken back on, high school plays a lot more 7-on-7s now than they ever did during the summer. And like I remember watching a team play a couple of years ago, 7-on-7, and they looked unbelievable. I was like, wow, man, this team is going to be stacked during the season. And they didn't win a game during the regular season. They won like one game in the beginning of the year, and
Need
they
a
couldn't
line,
win.
Andy, right?
No line, right?
Yep.
So maybe 7-on-7 isn't the best
indicator.
Yeah, I mean it does get those guys a lot of work, and it's fun to watch sometimes. I like watching 7-on-7.
It's entertaining.
Yeah, it's not great if you're playing defense, that's for sure. But I do think it's fun. But they'll do some of that tomorrow too. He talked about giving them what's the message to the team before they play Buffalo, and trying to are you going to motivate them? I don't know that. There's a lot of things that I like about Todd Monken. I mean, you have to give a big rah-rah speech. Man, if you're trying to make the team, I don't need a coach to tell me to run through a brick wall. I know I'm running through that brick wall if I'm trying to make a team. So
exactly.
Why do you think we are starting to see more of these camp fights across the league? And yesterday the Saints and Dallas. Well, part of it is the one-on-one stuff that he explained today in the press conference, where you have the one-on-one drills and guys start getting a little bit chippy with each other, and like we even talked about Quinshon Judkins, and maybe guys and Mike Hall coming back and being a little bit amped up because he's finally back out on the field, and he wasn't real happy about the way things ended his last time he was out there. So he did talk about a lot of interesting things, but I still, the bottom line is the only thing I think anyone's interested in is who's going to be the starting quarterback when the season starts. That's kind of where we're at. So.
I think that's exactly where we're at, don't you?
Yeah, I know it is.
Who will it be? There's the question. Maybe we'll find out by Monday.
There was another thing that I was thinking about coming into this, and do you remember when Jimmy Haslam said in the beginning of the year, they had said, I think the over-under is 5.5 on the season, and then
Jimmy said he'd take the over?
Take the over on that. And then today, Todd Monken's like, well, when you're this age and you get the chance, you're not worried about the next job, right?
Yeah.
But is 5.5 like I don't want to say a referendum on how many games he's got to win, and I don't even know. I kind of feel like Todd's in a good spot. If he can keep the team together, they look proficient the entire season. Maybe they win 5, maybe they win 6, maybe they win 4. If they're still playing as a team, I think by the end of the season, I don't think the win-loss record is going to matter. I think he gets another year next year no matter what, especially knowing what the quarterback situation was coming into this thing. Now, you bring in an offensive guy, right, like Monken, and you're expecting the offense to get better, but if you don't have a quarterback, and at least if the front office can accept that they don't feel like they have the best man for the job, or the opportunity to bring the best man for the job is in college, well, then maybe he's good for a year. But I still wonder back, and I think back on that 5.5. I don't know. What do you think? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Wilkinson getting the start for San Francisco as the former Cleveland prospect set to make his Major League debut at Progressive Field. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Today in sports history is powered by Bomber Sports Cards. Today is Wax Wall Wednesday at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights.
Wax Wall.
Yep, catch specially priced trading card boxes on Northeast Ohio's largest wax wall. On this day, August 19th, 1951, it was 75 years ago, second game of a doubleheader between the Detroit Tigers and the St. Louis Browns. Former Cleveland Indians owner Bill Veeck pulled off one of the most memorable stunts in baseball history. He sent in a pinch hitter, 26-year-old prospect, wearing the number 1/8 to lead off the bottom of the first inning, 3'7", 60-pound Eddie Gaedel. Eddie went to the plate, and Bill Veeck thought this would be great. And the umpire was a guy named Ed Hurley. Eddie Gaedel, at 3'7", walks up to the plate, and Ed Hurley calls time. The umpire brings out Zach Taylor, the manager of the St. Louis Browns, and says, what is going on? And they produced Eddie Gaedel's contract. And said,
He had
look,
to show the contract on the field?
We actually signed him. He's on the roster. Here you go. They put him on the roster on Friday because they knew the league wouldn't get to it till Monday.
Oh, good
And they
call.
played on a Saturday. And so Eddie Gaedel goes into the batter's box, and even the St. Louis Browns players didn't even realize that Eddie Gaedel was actually going to play. And he did. He was paid $100 for this. Bill Veeck was actually afraid that Eddie Gaedel would try to swing the bat. He was under strict orders not to swing. And Veeck thought he would. So Bill Veeck told Eddie Gaedel that he had taken out a $1 million life insurance policy on Eddie Gaedel. Veeck was the beneficiary, and that Veeck would be standing on the roof of the stadium with a rifle prepared to kill Eddie Gaedel if he looked like he was going to swing the bat. Well, he didn't. He walked on 4 pitches and then was removed for a pinch hitter and then was taken, out of the game and was done. And they nullified his contract like on Monday, when the league opened up again. So there you go.
Well, why was the contract nullified?
Well, they got rid of him because they just thought this isn't
It was a
legit.
stunt.
Yeah. Eddie then died 10 years later.
Really?
Actually. And one major leaguer attended his funeral.
What?
One major leaguer actually attended Eddie Gaedel's funeral.
And that was?
And it was the guy who walked him.
Oh, wow.
Bob Kane. And he had never met Eddie Gaedel. He just pitched to him. But he showed up at his funeral.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a cool sidebar to that story. I never knew that.
I never did either. The first 2 pitches, he actually tried to throw strikes.
Yeah.
And he thought, well, the heck with this. And he just lobbed in the last 2 and walked him on 4 pitches.
Wow.
And Eddie Gaedel, on his way down to first base on the walk, stopped twice to bow to the crowd. Isn't that great?
Did they pinch run for him then? After?
Yeah, they lifted him for a pinch runner.
Oh, man.
Immediately. And he led off the game, the bottom of the first anyway.
Tell me that isn't the best $100 that Bill Veeck ever spent.
Still talking about it to this day.
Yeah, we're still doing that.
Yeah, the poor guy died at 36, though.
Really? Yeah. Oh, that's too bad. I never
got beat up and had a heart attack.
Oh, so he got in a fight with somebody?
Going home from a bowling alley, supposedly, Andy.
Wow. Oh. Wow.
Yeah.
Real life story of the Big Lebowski.
There you go.
A little bit like that. The dude.
Again, this day in sports history, powered by Bomber Sports Cards, Wax Wall Wednesday.
All right,
today.
since we're doing like weird sports stories, I've got to ask Dan because I saw this story this morning and it is just bizarre. It doesn't. If you watch it, it just looks like a normal play, and because he's the thing, he is the keeper of all soccer logic. Right?
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
He is.
Oh,
I don't know if you
God.
got a chance to see this.
That's not a good place to put me.
So I was reading The Athletic, and they were looking at, like, I think it was their most watched video of the day yesterday, and it's a goalie It's a masked German goalkeeper, and he pulls off a Rabona. And I'm like, what is a Rabona? And so I said to Dan, Dan, what's a Rabona? And you said to me, said, I don't know.
That was a pretty good response, too.
It's about right. I mean, I know what it is after you explained it to me, but before then, I had no idea it had a name.
So I had to go back and look it up. And what it is like when you cross your legs and kick the ball. So it's like, so you go towards the ball, right? And you look like you're going to hit it with your non-dominant foot.
Right. Fake like you're going to kick it with one foot and kick it with the other one.
Yeah, it's just
to get the goalie out of position.
You typically see it on free kicks more than anything else.
The weird part about this is that it was a goalie that did it. And then the mask the goalie's wearing. Jeff, I don't know if you can see this or not. Can you see it?
Yes.
Look at, I mean, that's like sadomasochist stuff going on right there.
Either that or protect the nose.
Well, I mean, it's just, it's a weird, like, leather kind of crazy thing. I don't know. It's just bizarre. All right. Do we have a moment of the show? Good question.
Here, our moment of the show comes courtesy of Browns play-by-play man Andrew Siciliano talking about how Shedeur Sanders still has a chance to be the starting quarterback of the Browns week 1.
If Shedeur comes out on Saturday and throws 3 touchdowns, don't you think he made a pretty good case to win the job? Whether it's against the Bills' first team or the second team. And let's say it's against the second team, and on Thursday, he looks pretty good when he gets his reps against their first team. I mean, to me, that's a pretty convincing case to give him the job.
All right, thank you. That was a little Corrali time with Matt Corrali. And we bring him back again for this in a second here. Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Siciliano was excellent. 92thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts. Give that a listen. And, of course, congratulations to him as well on his new NFL media job that he'll be hosting shows every single day at 7 p.m. on NFL Plus. So it'll be cool to see Siciliano back with the NFL Network. 92thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts, and social media mentions powered by Scheib & Jewelers.
All right, Corrali time.
Jeff, I think it was you that has made the point, not just today, but over the last few days, that you just wish a quarterback would just kind of come out and say, yeah, the job is mine, I'm going to take it.
I want the gig.
I was back here and I was like, yeah, why are these guys so humble? I think especially in middle to late August, they need to kind of get more aggressive here.
Couldn't agree with you more. Of course, I said it, so I agree with you.
Jeff
well done,
Phelps.
Matthew.
All right.
I'm smarter today after hearing Todd Monken just be completely honest. You kidding me? Bruce Arians said it. It's really cool getting this gig at 60. Do it your way. And I'm not worried about the next job, so I'm just going to do what I want.
I'll agree with you.
I love that.
Jeff, that was one of the reasons I thought I was smarter today.
Isn't that true, though?
Oh, well, why not? Go for it,
heck
right?
with it. You're paying me millions, and I'm 60. Yeah, this doesn't work. I'm out of here anyway. Let's go.
I'm going to go back to this Rabona story that I talked about, which is this weird kick from this goalie. Rabona actually means skipping school. I have no idea how that became a soccer kick, and it's a thing that is about skipping school. It's about cutting class. Dude, man. Another reason why we have trouble understanding the game. Sorry. Although it has been impressive as far as the World Cup was last year. But anyway, I'm going to go home and try a Rabona. I don't know. On ice? Can you have one? Who knows? All right. Thanks for listening. He's Jeff. I'm Andy.
Guess what, Andy?
What?
Bills are in town tomorrow. Joint practices.
It is, man. It's going to be great. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. We will talk to you tomorrow at 10. Afternoon Drive is up next. unless it's not.
I'll say every day of my life is important. Every day is important. I wouldn't say it's a day that's not important. So that's just another day going out there doing what I got to do, honestly. I don't really feel anxiety or any pressure, going into things like that anymore.
I'm not expecting anything, honestly. So like I said, I'm taking it one day at a time, and whatever comes, that's how we're going to go about the situation.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got you for the next 5 hours here. That Open, courtesy of Guardians TV and Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Hi, Jax. We've also got Jake Murrin producing the show, manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. As always, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free, after all. Ring that bell, y'all. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And like our videos, we desperately need to be liked around these parts. And we got Mackenzie Flume, Flume Dog Millionaire in the 2020s. But hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
It's going well. Is there something decreed in Cleveland baseball right now? Have the baseball gods etched something in stone that I don't know about, that as soon as you have a holy crap night, you have to get hurt? Joe Adell leads off with the longest home run of the season, 455
longest of his
feet.
career, by the way, for a guy that's known for extreme home runs. Longest of his career.
Just tattooed the bejesus out of the ball.
Yeah.
And then follows it up with two more big at-bats, only to be then pulled in the 8th inning after hitting a pitch off himself.
Yeah, so we had DeWater on Sunday that had to be excused. Now we have Adell that had to be excused. It really has been a season of just battling injuries.
And as soon as something good happens to a hitter, pitchers can have good days. Bullpen guys can have good days, and they're fine, untouched relatively by luck or bad happenstance. Not Guardians hitters. It's almost you don't want to hit a home run that's 455 feet.
By the way, not to pile on Vogt, and we can do this later on, and I'm not here to be hypercritical of everything he says in the postgame. Mm-hmm. It's just his postgame it's brought me a lot of joy just because he's just an insane human in these postgame comments. Last night he went out of his way in a very Shedeur Sanders-esque way on Saturday after the preseason game to talk about his check down that he had to Marshall as being the best pass that he thought he made all game. He was like, that Adell home run was nice. What I really loved was that 2-run single that he had instead. That was his favorite. That was his favorite at bat of the day from the entire game and from Joe Adell. It was not the 455-foot home run. He was adamant. The 2-run single. That was the difference.
Maybe he likes unerotic baseball. Some people can have attractions to inanimate objects.
Oh,
maybe
is Vogt in my camp that home runs are fun, but they're not the funnest thing in baseball?
I think he might be.
Did Vogt just become part of? Are we in the same camp?
So is it how would you describe your camp, by the way? Is that you hate home runs?
We love a 1-0 pitcher's duel is what we love.
Yeah, home run haters.
We love situational hitting, which I guess is what he's kind of going to right there. That's a 2-out.
Make baseball
that's a
boring again.
2-run knock is what that is. That's situational hitting. But even as much as I don't go for home runs as I am, the 455-foot home run is always the answer in this equation.
Flip-flopping on the
it's
455.
It's always the answer.
Home runs are really, they're kind of fascist or
when
whatever.
You hit it 455
but that one was cool.
feet, it's always going to be the answer. There's no world that exists where 455 feet is not the answer. Oh, that 2-run single. That was the difference.
Unless it costs you a real pitcher's duel.
He wants runners in scoring position that metric to be so much better than it is right now that he's got a blind spot to 455-foot home runs. Instead, he likes 2-out RBI singles.
But good job, Gardos. Let's get another win tonight against Tugboat. Don't let Tugboat beat you, I say. He's been getting lit up at AAA, by the way. So I'm not saying this is a shoe-in. It should be a shoe-in, but weird things happen when guys make their major league debuts.
It is always.
There's a pro Tugboat show just while we're talking about it.
It's a weird circumstance because so many people followed him and loved him in his minor league career and was hoping that he'd be awesome, and those same people now have to tonight hope that they were just dead wrong about him. And he just gets lit up in his first start.
Or maybe he's really good for like 3 innings and then just tired because he's a hefty fellow.
Yeah.
And then they pull him out and they just pour the runs on that crappy bullpen for the Giants.
Okay, that could work too.
Best of both worlds action there.
Sure.
Now, we are halfway through the quarterback derby this week.
And a lot of people taking victory laps. It's Deshaun's job. Shedeur can't do much. But it's interesting. One of the best quotes to come out of today, because yesterday you and I got in a Donnybrook about whether, I don't think it was a Donnybrook. We had a Donnybrook about DeLauder, but we had a disagreement about whether Deshaun's given us anything real from the personality side of things, specifically his third quarter interview with Aditi Kingabwala after his performance in the first half against the Bears. Well, today, knowing that this Bills game is going to be at home here, Deshaun was asked about I'll let Mary Kay ask the question, but it involves the home crowd reaction this weekend against the Bills.
What about the reaction, and have you thought about any type of reaction that you might get at the stadium on Saturday? Are you prepared for whatever might come?
I don't care. I don't care.
I gotta tell you, Deshaun, when we answer questions that way, it sure seems like the opposite is true.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That sounded like the man.
I believe him.
The man is a cliche machine. He farts out cliches at a way that would make Kevin Stefanski half chub, and all of a sudden, hey, what do we think about this crowd reaction? I don't care.
I think he cared. I think he cared a couple of years ago when he was getting booed after the injury, and again, not everyone was booing, but certain people were booing. I think he cared then. I think he really did. I think he spent a lot of money and a lot of time in trying to make sure, and I'm talking about the paid creators that he had on his payroll, to make sure that Cleveland fans liked him. I think there was a time that existed. I think we're past that time with Deshaun. I don't think he cares at all if a Cleveland Browns fan likes him or doesn't like him.
I think for parts of his press conference today, he was kind of smiling still, like. Again, he was giving us more energy than he has previously given us in like the last 4 years. So that should be noted. And then one of like 2 times today, he was asked about something and he gave a terse answer or a short answer. I can't help but look at that and go, one of these or 2 of these things is not like the other.
I don't know how he could have expanded anymore, though. If he's like, I don't care, and then goes into like a 30-second diatribe about how Cleveland Browns fans suck. He doesn't really think much of them. He doesn't care about their opinion. It's only just what's that gonna do for him? It's gonna stoke the flame is all that's gonna do.
Oh, no, he can lie about every other thing. He does. He'll come out and be like, how'd you feel about that interception? Well, it's just one play. But that interception would piss him off.
Wasn't
so
it
he can lie about that.
I think it was important to him to make sure that that we know that he doesn't care about our feelings or our thoughts.
I think it's important to him for him to make us think that he doesn't care, which tells me he does care.
Listen, some people never shake that.
I think that's going to make this Saturday very interesting because I'm not expecting a chorus of "Yay, Deshaun" on Saturday.
Some people never shake that, and that is just a part of who they are. They just always care about what other people think, and then other people really do graduate and move off of that. And I feel like that's one thing that everyone always talks about with aging. As you get older, you just stop caring more and more about what people say or think or any bit of it as it pertains to yourself. And so I don't know where Deshaun is. I'm not in his head. But when he said it, I thought to himself, good, you shouldn't care what Browns fans think. At this point, you really shouldn't. You're worried about playing as best you can for this upcoming year, and then maybe that catapults you to a different team next year, and you have a real shot there, and that just is what it is.
Yeah, 5 years in, when the quarterback answers don't care about the reaction or what really is the relationship of the hometown fans, I think that's interesting. And to rebut that very quickly.
It's definitely interesting.
Deshaun has gone over to see the fans this year, like when we saw him in camp.
He did.
We
saw one camp. We did see him do that.
He looked a little bit more interactive with fans than he has since we saw him signing jerseys that got him crap 4 years ago, right? Or 5 years ago, really. So, I don't want to make it seem like he's out on all fans, but anytime you go too hard here, it was my surest reaction that by saying I don't care about this, that this is a guy I can't imagine that's a guy that's going to be willing to stay here at the end of the season. No matter what the other words that he's spoken on this of, I'm open to a future with them. Anytime you have that terse of an answer with home crowd reaction in Check's notes preseason game, Yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised if Deshaun just told us he can't wait to get the hell out of Dodge.
I guess if you want to see him play well this season, shouldn't you be rooting that he can just keep the noise out and not necessarily care about the boos that he's going to hear? Because he's going to hear boos. He won't be able to play good enough in the first 2 games of the actual regular season to offset the boos that are coming in week 3.
If Deshaun says, physically, this is the best I've felt in 2 years, I'm not in the man's body. I can't tell you whether he's lying or not unless he says things that are inaccurate over time, right? Or things don't match up.
Yeah, we're just trying to get in his head.
But when it comes to I think it's so obvious that Deshaun still feels like a bit of a victim in this process. There's a guy who was, again, the face of the Texans, unquestioned by Texans fans until the trade deadline. Till the trade request. And is a guy whose entire image has been shattered, and while being looked at as the worst trade in NFL history, the last thing he remembers in front of these fans is getting booed out of the cheered out of the building for an injury.
Which is why he's had 2 years. Which is why he's had 2 years to basically say, I can't let these guys hurt me anymore. I can't let these guys ruin my emotional state. Teammates, coaches, I think he cares about what they have to say and what they think. I don't think he cares about what the fans think at all.
I think that's something you say.
If you're Deshaun Watson and you care what I think, somebody that has completely thrown you down in this entire process and doesn't think you can play football anymore, then you're lost.
No, I think there is an element when you get to be this level of an athlete and fall from grace the way Deshaun has. You know that you can control the I can repair my image kind of side of things. If you only play good football, he hasn't had a chance to do that. That cannot be anything but driving him crazy, and you can't tell me he has love for Browns fans' hearts.
No, there's no way he's got love for Browns fans' hearts. That's why I think he knows that he can't win over Browns fans. There's too many that are like me that are, I'm sorry, we wasted 4 years of our lives. You've day in, day out for 4 years, you put us in this spot that we're in where we won 8 games over the last 2 years and are a nothing burger of a team. Like that's you. That's on you. There's nothing you can do this year to offset that for myself, and there's too many people that feel that same way. And I think Deshaun knows that. And so I think Deshaun is just kind of put himself in his nice little box and is saying, you can't get at me. You can't hurt me. If you wanted to, you could years ago. You can't do it now. I'm not even opening myself up to that.
Listen,
which I think is smart, by the way.
I think the Browns have done a great job of coddling Deshaun the entire 5 years here, of limiting the media exposure. Even now, I mean, it is apparent he is the favorite, and they've started, and they have started to do this more. We didn't hear from Deshaun until June. The guy that had been the front runner. They'd been calling him the front runner to any national media member that would listen.
We got in trouble because we tried calling out the idea that he didn't speak in April.
And hey, they were going to get to him eventually, and they did.
2
but I
months
think
later.
the point is, we're never going to have the access with Deshaun that we would for almost any other starting quarterback in the NFL. That is either Deshaun's wish, or that is the Browns' wish, or it is a conjoined wish. So anytime somebody says, I'm not mad, they're mad. Or I'm not bugged, I guarantee you that he's a human being.
No, he would do.
There has to be
those,
some sort of reaction to Boo Birds on Saturday. He is a human being who has failed excessively. The first real failure in his
I think he cared 2 years ago. I don't think he cares now.
I think he cares that everyone still thinks the worst of him after 5 years. How could he?
He's been living in that. He's been living in that for so long. There's nothing he can do to change it, as you've said. He's been living in that for so long. I just don't think. I think at this point, in order for him to go to bed every night and feel comfortable with himself, I think he's had to make peace with the idea that the Browns fans are never going to like him. He's never going to be their favorite. And under the idea that they protected him, if Deshaun wanted to repair his image, he'd be speaking all the time, and he'd be trying to make it seem as if he was the greatest person to ever live. He's not doing a lot of that. He's speaking mandatory every Wednesday now at this point, but he's not trying to repair anything because he knows it's a lost cause. There's too many people like me that'll never give him another chance.
I want the parabolic mics focused on Deshaun. This is not going to happen because the NFL, we keep it within shield. I want the parabolic mics pointed at Deshaun so that when he is announced and he goes, and bleep y'all, under his breath, I want that out there.
I hope when he's announced, I hope he's playing music in his ears and can't even hear the crowd reaction. That's what I would do if I were him.
Well, no, this is the great test.
Not even really let it even bother you. And there's nothing. I'll tell you right now, Deshaun, you're going to hear boos. You know that. I know that. That's not breaking any news. How you respond to that, I think, matters the most. And I think he knows that. He's got to tell himself he doesn't care about the Browns or Browns fans in order to get through what is going to be a tumultuous time with a lot of boos.
Yeah, but I think therein lies, are you denying your own truth because you think it's what's good for you? I don't think that's actually good for you. I don't think that shows any growth. You can't say it's a whole new me, and then you come out and say,
I don't want him to
I don't
sit
care
there
about the home crowd reaction.
I don't want him to sit there before an important game and be like, "Oh, gee, I'm really torn up. They booed me." Like that's not good either.
Yeah, I mean,
you let that get to your head, and some of the things we talked about a couple years ago about him being mentally cooked is going to be right at the forefront.
Well, I mean, I think his answer made me wonder if he still is not secretly, but if he's still mentally cooked. 216-474-0092 at Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got Al Pawlowski, Al Pal, Guardians TV analyst, coming up at 2:40 today. We will talk about Tugboat versus the Guardians tonight, Chase DeLauder's status, and more. We got Quick Hits coming up at 3:40. We've got Ashley Bastock at 4:20, Cleveland.com and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast, and then Daryl Ryder coming up at 6 o'clock tonight as well. But 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin, Deshaun Watson says he doesn't care about fan reaction on Saturday. What does this tell us? Are you buying it and whatnot? And Deshaun is the safe play. That myth in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders. The Browns QB battle is back. We're your home for preseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
I think y'all took the wrong words out of that, saying that I think somebody asked Monken that, that I'm not capable of playing like 2020. I never said that. I just said that I'm not going to be running guys over like I used to be when I was 24 years old. So I think I got to preserve the body as much as possible so I can be able to stay on the field. And I think that's one of the things talking about with the front office and coaching staff is don't take the unnecessary hits when I don't need to. But as far as that, my instincts and the way I play, when I'm on the field, I just play ball and react.
Deshaun Watson, multiple times today with the media got it wrong, the media in whatnot plays. That doesn't, I heard Baskin kind of go on a little tangent about that. The truth is it doesn't ever bug me because that is a get out of jail free card for any athlete. If you ever want, and it's literally any sport, any whatever, if you just say the media took that out of context, there's a healthy swath of fans that are like, fat damn media.
Well, and also you probably can find one member of the credential media that did say or basically ascribe whatever you're trying to put out there. Because like an NFL locker room, there's just enough of us. There's enough of us that do this, have opinions on it, talk on it, and so you're going to find somebody that you can look back and be like, was Deshaun talking about that guy? Yeah, maybe. Okay.
So what I think is interesting about him saying, I just can't run the way I did in Houston, that makes a lot of sense. That was always a big talking point in Houston because of the way he's built. So it makes a lot of sense. I do wonder whether that, because I think we saw this a little bit in preseason game number 1, and that's fine because it's rust. Like I think there's an element of rust that is going to be playing its way off Deshaun here, hopefully not in week 1, but certainly in the foreseeable future, where when the pocket broke down around him and coverage was good, you could tell he didn't really want to run. You could tell like that.
Which makes sense, by the way, after the injuries he's had.
It does, but I think that's where he has to maybe get better at just immediately running. Because you're going to get hit either way.
No,
so
it's a good thing.
Try and turn it into a 5-yard play and then slide safely.
It's a good thing to monitor because I am curious about that. If he feels like all the times he's been injured, it's got to do with him scrambling or him running out of the pocket or him trying to extend a play or something of that, then he's going to be scared in the future to go ahead and make sure that nobody hits him. Like it's almost like the inverse of what Baker Mayfield is going through, where Baker keeps getting injured and they have to tell him like, "Hey, stop! You're running into people and it's hurting you, and you're not going to last a season if you do that." And Baker's like, "I'm going to do it anyway." It's almost like the inverse of that, where Deshaun has become very scared of being hit.
And with quarterbacks that can move, this is a conversation that this has been a conversation with Lamar in Baltimore. It's been a conversation with Baker, as you've mentioned. It certainly was a conversation for like Steve Young back in the day. Unfortunately, Steve never altered his playing style in an era where they could just take free shots at you. So it is important.
Well, we saw, for instance, like Josh Allen, right? Josh Allen's one of the most prolific runners in the game, and then last year he had that shoulder injury, and all of a sudden you saw Josh Allen not going out of the pocket and doing some of the things he historically had done just to preserve that.
So I think there's going to be a delicate balance, something, as you have said, to kind of watch going here, because he's still going the best version of Deshaun still can use his wheels in a way to keep a defense honest. That's different than the absolute best version of Deshaun we've seen that might be able to get 300, 400, 500, 600 yards a season on the ground.
But are we going to get an athlete? But really, it's a statue disguised as an athlete.
That is that. I mean, watching what he did in the pocket, when he already has concerns about pocket awareness and feel for how things operate, Saturday didn't go very far with those.
Because I would imagine one of the things Monken really likes about him is his athleticism. It's one of the things Monken has constantly preached. And coming from Lamar's offense, you want somebody that can at least do something. But if you're looking like Jared Goff back there, then you're going to have a real issue if this is the offense that you drew up.
So while we talk about Deshaun clarifying his comments on returning to his old self or not doing so, that damn media. They're always out to get you. Speaking of the media, Kevin Clark was on the Mina Kimes show and talked about the idea of playing Deshaun again for the Cleveland Browns.
I actually think it's a pretty big waste of time to start Deshaun Watson. I would rather just see what you have with Shedeur Sanders. I'd rather, frankly, probably rather start Dylan Gabriel than Deshaun Watson. He's in the last year of the worst contract in NFL history. That is also a part of the worst trade in Super Bowl history. I did TV with Orlovsky this morning, and he was talking about, we were going through it, and the good and the bad of both quarterbacks. He was talking about that Deshaun was playing with more urgency, more on time, got the ball out quicker, all that stuff. But I don't think that Watson is the safe option. This is not like signing Joe Flacco and Andy Dalton to come in and run your operation. Watson has some real low lows. I was at practice, and Sanders looked better than Watson on a play-to-play basis. I don't think it's going to be a blowout, and if it's not a blowout, you always default to the youth, and you always default towards building something.
Yeah, it's funny because I feel like what he said there has not been said enough this week. We have defaulted to this cliche with this quarterback conversation, whereas the vet is always the safer play. And I understand why Todd Monken thinks that way. Most of the time it is true. We've arrived at the one time where for somehow the 5th round pick seems to be the safer play in my eyes than the 30-year-old vet.
100%. And one thing Kevin had added on that I found really interesting, he said he talked to people that used to be with the Cleveland Browns during the Deshaun Watson era. I'm just led to believe that's Stefanski. I don't know. That's just it might be Tommy Reese. I don't know. But he said one of the concerns of whoever this person was that was a heavy influence in the Deshaun Watson era and the time he was in Cleveland was, and they mentioned the lows right there. That's what he brought up. But he said the 5 to 10% of plays that didn't exist in Houston that now exist in Cleveland, and they didn't have an explanation for it. No. They couldn't explain why it happened and why it was continuing to happen, and there wasn't a resolve for it. You just had to live with the idea that these 5 to 10% of plays were just going to be mind-blowingly stupid, and I think that's the hurdle that Deshaun now has to get over. But if you're going to play safe doesn't exist in that 5 to 10% area and that gap that we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, safe for the, and again, I think either Shedeur
I don't
or
know that
Deshaun.
Shedeur is safe either, by the way. I like
Fair.
Shedeur not being the safest. That's part of that's a feature for him, not necessarily a bug. But when it comes to Deshaun, how you sell that as safe within that construct makes no sense.
Well, and let's be clear here. Like, Deshaun's role here will to be not to lose you games, but that's going to put a lot of pressure on your run game, your offensive line, and your wide receivers. Meaning, like, he's not going to be able to throw you in games. If you get behind, you're going to have to abandon the run game. This happens all the time in the NFL, and all of a sudden Deshaun's going to have to throw you to a win, and more likely it's going to throw you to a blowout. Whereas with Shedeur, while that same idea might persist, Shedeur can throw open big plays and make big plays with his arms while still just becoming a safer quarterback.
Should we check in from camp today and see if Deshaun Watson is adding any deep passes to his arsenal? Oh, wait, checked. Interception 15 minutes ago in a deep ball. Oh, how about that?
Is that bad?
That's not good. It's not. Let's see how this goes. But it speaks exactly to what you're talking about. So if Deshaun's got to try to throw you into games and make it all work, you're going to have the 5 to 10% that Kevin Clark is talking about, where it's just nowhere close.
But I think this is where it gets back to the idea that when I hear a lot of people have, and even when I hear like Todd Monken talk about this quarterback battle, there's an element of this that does feel disingenuous. And that's kind of drives me crazy because, again, Todd Monken doesn't owe you the truth. He said that previously, but you do kind of have to rhyme with the truth. So when you say it's about operational stuff and Deshaun Watson is having the same operational issues Shedeur Sanders is, what are we talking about? If you say it's about protecting the football and then Deshaun cannot protect the football and he can't really even protect the football within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage, what are we really talking about here? I feel I'm okay 99% of the time saying, well, Kirk Cousins is the safer week 1 option than Fernando Mendoza. That's the safer play to try and win.
No, I mean, it's
this
okay.
This is not a conventional quarterback room and so I think the idea that people are trying to treat it so is just a little mind-boggling for me.
No, it's okay because we're just part of the crazies is all this is.
Yep.
We're just Looney Tunes, I guess, is all it comes down to. We don't
real football guys.
We don't know. We don't know
Deshaun
football.
Watson is the safe play.
Don't know football. Can't understand football. And if you think that Shedeur should be the quarterback, you're just one of the 3% crazy. So I guess Kevin Clark might be one of the crazies too. Then is that right?
He could be one
who's got no stake in the game, has nothing invested in the game, came to camp, watched it with his own 2 eyes. I guess he has talked talked to people directly that was here in the Deshaun Watson era and struggled with Deshaun, but no, I guess he's just part of the crazies too.
216-474-0092. Do you view Deshaun Watson as the safe play? Speaking of safe plays, when I think of safe, I think of Al Pawlowski. This man's going to talk Joe Adell's monstrous home run last night in the Guardians' hopeful winning ways in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Bookington was acquired by the Giants.
On Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hear the reaction from inside the Browns locker room after each and every game on your home for the official Browns postgame show, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, Gardos, Gigantes in Cleveland. Game 2 tonight. Tugboat, speaking Gigantes, on the mound for San Francisco, making his MLB debut. But if you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We are looking to get Al Pal here on the phone in just a moment. But I had a moment that I thought was like I'm coming to the rescue moment. This is like a nice moment. Just blow up in my face yesterday. So because I had to go drop off the car, I had to go out 71, and there was a car stalled in the intersection, and so I was like 3 cars back, so I couldn't leave my car to help. Well, everybody kind of cleared out, and I was able to pull up on the side, right off the on ramp, and so I start going, and by the time I get there. Well, that damn card started to move because somebody else was joining in. Yeah. So I had to run, not my strong suit, to catch up to the car. And by the time I caught up to the car, I was able to give it like the last push.
Yeah.
I felt like such an a-hole.
Why?
Because I looked like the least athletic bystander helping ever. And then basically I got caught in between like, do they need my help? Do they not need my help? So you could see me doing like the Larry David in real time. And then I feel like I was just the guy that got a lot of credit for going over and being like, let me give this last push, guys.
Did you get a lot of credit? Or do they
There's a very nice woman smiling at me.
They kind of look at you and kind of be like...
She gave me a thumbs up.
Or do they look at you and just kind of be like, you're a little late to the party, but we appreciate the effort?
No, the blonde guy who got there before me was very nice about it. Like,
That's good.
Thumbs up and was like, hey, look, can you believe these other people? I'm like, no. You just saw me run like a whale for 20 feet and really struggle there.
You really wanted to help? That's nice.
But I still ended up feeling like an a-hole driving up 271 or
Why?
something.
You got out and helped. That's the point, right?
Because I think I kind of showed my ass. I just kind of embarrassed myself.
Who cares? The only people you embarrass yourself to are the people driving by that didn't stop to help anyway.
That's fair. You know what? In the words of Deshaun Watson, if they didn't like it, I don't really care.
That's right. We don't
How
care about
that?
those people.
Now, I did care about a very nice Guardians win last night. More 450-foot home runs, I think we should get. I think we're pro 455-foot home runs.
Yeah. And 450-foot home runs, we got to debate. But 455, let's go.
Like 455 is really the sweet spot here. And to talk about that sweet spot, to talk about the Guardians and the playoff push here, we head out to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Guardians TV analyst Al Pawlowski back with us. Al, welcome to the show.
Hey, Nick, great to be here. Hey, Jonathan.
Hello.
All right, so when does a home run go from, that was pretty impressive, to, oh, my God, that was 455 feet? Is it 454? Is it 421? What's the sweet spot?
whenever it takes a bounce and hits the scoreboard, then that makes it sweet. So even if it's 400 or if it's 500, but if it takes that bounce and it's the scoreboard, I think that's the sweet spot. So that's what's pretty cool. Now, remember, to center field, it's always easier to hit the ball further. That's why center field is always further away from home plate than everywhere else. But if you can hit 450 where Joe Adell did, I mean, that's the equivalent to 500 plus in dead center.
Adell had entered the game 7 for 42 since the Guardians acquired him at the deadline. Obviously, we hope what happened yesterday continues on, and we'll need an update on his health at some point as well. But is that kind of what they were looking for? That idea, 6 RBIs, you win the game because of him, and he brings that monstrous pop.
Yeah, that, and they wanted a guy who's got a track record of, hitting left-handed pitching. They've got a number of right-handers on the team. But they don't necessarily hit left-handed pitching real well. There's a number of guys that are right-handed batters that are actually reverse splits guys, and they hit righties better than lefties. That was Gabe Arias' problem, too. I mean, if you looked at his splits, Gabe Arias couldn't hit left-handers. So they needed guys that could hit left-handers. Joe Adell has a proven track record of doing that. I mean, he also can hit right-handers when he's going well, too. So I think the entire thing with him, having a guy like him, is having that consistent power bat that is going to deliver against lefties.
By the way, we do have a little bit of an interesting tweet here by Tim Stebbins, Stebbies, as he's known by a lot of people in Cleveland, saying David Fry is in the Guardians clubhouse and has a locker. No roster moves announced yet, so that could obviously be tied to Joe Adell. That could be tied to Rhys Huskins. Not been going through the best bit of baseball there, so that's a little something to keep an eye on. All right, Al, let's get to the rest of this 9-game homestand. Is there what's the magic number that we can leave this homestand looking at this and going, all right, we're comfortable that they're at least trending back to being in the mix?
You've got to take 2 out of 3 from the Giants. A sweep would be fantastic, especially after the way things have gone recently. You put yourself in a little bit of a hole, not too deep of one to climb out of, but now you do have to make those games up somewhere else. So the Giants are a perfect team to do that. They're not very good. They've been struggling all year. Their lineup is not bad, but it's not good either. And their pitching has really struggled, as we saw last night. They don't have consistent pitching. Now, tonight with Wilkinson on the mound, nobody's seen him. You always have an advantage when you're making your major league debut as a pitcher. So it might be a little more difficult tonight. But that being said, they still got to find a way to win at least one of these next 2. And if you look at what's on the schedule, I mean, you've got Colorado, you've got some easy teams. Well, I shouldn't say easy, but you've got some teams coming up that you definitely should beat, some teams that are not necessarily in the hunt. And then you've got some teams that if you want to get a playoff spot, that you would have to beat anyway. So the schedule sets up for them. They've just got to go out there and win games. The good news is they didn't bury themselves, so they still have a good chance at playing in October.
Can you explain how Stephen Kwan turned this around? Sometimes it's just as simple as that's just baseball, and that's how that works. You can struggle for as long as he did, and then just to have a hot stretch where he's in right now. But what did you see from Kwan specifically that has him hitting so much better?
He made a couple small adjustments to his batting stance and his swing, and with the load and where his hands were placed. But I think more than anything else, he's finally healthy. I mean, he's had some nagging injuries. He's played through some things that we know about, but he's not putting out there publicly. He's just going through it like every other player does, and credit to him, not using it as an excuse. So I think number one, he right around the end of June, start of July, you could tell the way that he was able to trot on and off the field. You could tell the way that his swing was a little bit smoother. He just looked healthy. He looked more comfortable than he had at the beginning of the year and even at the end of last year. So I think that's the big part of it. And then, yes, he did make some small adjustments with his stance. I mean, a lot of guys do from time to time, too. So it all came together. And since July 1st, he's, literally one of the best, if not the best hitters in baseball.
Al, it's been a confusing season, right? Obviously, since the All-Star break, they are, I think, 8 games below 500, and yet they had a stretch of baseball right before DeLauder and Hosey got hurt that was, they looked like they were going to be the toast of the AL, and then even they treaded water during the time where Hosey and DeLauder and Angel Martinez were out. And I've said it's like the wrong thing happens at the right time. That's what like 122 games has been like. How do you explain what has been one of the wonkier seasons for what I still think is one of the more talented teams we've seen in the last couple of years in Cleveland?
I think a lot of it has to do with the injuries. I mean, you touched on that with Ramirez and DeLauder, and you add that to Angel Martinez. When they lost those three guys in June against the Tigers, you felt like, okay, we won the battle but lost the war here for the next few weeks. And that coincided with the downtrend. Then they got Chase DeLauder back. He hit better than he did before he went on the injured list. He was hitting the ball pretty well at the start of the year, but he's been hitting it even better since he came back from that. So then they had an uptick again. You got Martinez and Ramirez back. But, obviously Jose is, as Chris Antonetti alluded to the other day, he's not going to be 100% Jose for the rest of the season. It just takes longer for that to heal. And next year he should be back to 100%, and that's great. And now at least he doesn't have a handmade bone on either hand anymore, so we don't have to worry about him breaking that. So that's the one positive. But the negative is it takes some healing. So, ultimately I think it's injuries that have had something to do with it, and when they happened, and, the wrong thing happening at the right time or vice versa. I mean, there is a lot to that in baseball. And then the bullpen, the other side of that is it just has not been as consistent as we've seen it the last several years. Not having Clase, does that play a role? Of course. At the time he was the best closer in baseball, and he's done. So now you've got Cade Smith, who was fantastic as well. But the guys that were pitching the 6th and 7th inning now need to pitch the 8th inning. If one of them goes through a rough stretch, somebody else has got to step up. So you don't have the consistency in the bullpen you had. You certainly have it from the starters. The starting pitching has been fabulous. But when you add all that together, the health of the lineup, not quite there and injured at the wrong times, and then the bullpen, outside of Cade Smith, he's been fantastic. But the rest of the bullpen, for the most part, just hasn't been consistent this year.
Since the beginning of July, Bazana's been struggling. I'm a big Bazana guy, but he's not been the same. Is that the league catching up to him? Do you see anything specifically at the plate that maybe it just isn't going his way right now? And how does he get this corrected?
I think it's all part of being a rookie. I mean, people like Chase DeLauder, sometimes you get spoiled when you watch him bat, and he steps in every time he steps to the plate, he looks like a guy that's been doing it for 5 or 6 years because he's such a mature hitter. He came up a year or two later than he would have if he would have been healthy. So sometimes I think we all get spoiled watching a Chase DeLauder and think, oh, well, if you got a kid with talent, and Travis Bazana's got a ton of it, well, why can't he just be as consistent as DeLauder? Well, most of the time, as you said, Jonathan, the league is going to catch up to you. The league now has video on him. The league is going to find out, okay, here's where we see his weaknesses. We're going to pound those weaknesses until he proves he can hit it. So if a pitcher hits his spots right now, and he's going through a little bit of a slump. I mean, all hitters do. You're going to get him out. If he misses, Bazana's still going to make you pay. So more than anything, I think it's just, being a rookie, now having to make the readjustment. I'm confident he will. Like I said, he's got it, as you've seen. He's got a lot of talent. He's a rare kind of hitter when he came up for a second baseman. To have the power he does, to be able to get the bat head speed through the zone, to play as hard as he does and to care as much as he does. So he's got all the ingredients, and I have no doubt eventually he's going to get through it.
Al Powell, great stuff as always. It's been really fun. I know we've heard you do play games before, but it's great to hear you on various broadcasts this year. Keep killing it, and we'll keep bugging you.
You got it. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it, and let's see what happens down the stretch. Should be fun.
The gentleman, Al Pawlowski, there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say about the Gardos and get to maybe some bulletin board material out there in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The Milwaukee Brewers beat the Seattle Mariners 22-0 last night. The Brewers matched baseball's modern-day shutout record. 22 is also...
Elgton Jenkins as a center? In the grand scheme of things, guys, none of them are going to be here next year. So what's the point of us ruining relationships with each other over this QB room? I mean, would anybody be surprised if neither are in the NFL next year?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 1, 2, 3. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on The Fan. We got plenty to get to on today's show. We do have Ashley Bastock coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. We've got quick hits coming up in just about 40 minutes' time. Kind of ironic, that promo, which we played all week long about Ken's passionate plea of we're not worth losing friends over this quarterback room, which I would, by the way, agree with. And he spent about an hour today really taking shots at a lot of people, including yours truly.
Yep.
Or not yours truly, you. That's what I meant to say.
Okay, thanks.
I actually was unscathed.
Is that right?
It was nice. It's so nice when somebody else gets teed off on that show other than me.
Well, I don't know. They got the same, 3 things they always go at me for, and that's fine. That is what that is, I guess.
Yeah. But, again, just enjoy a little bit of irony here on a Wednesday. Who doesn't?
Well, we just don't know football the same way Ken Carman does.
Hey.
Who could, though? Who could?
That's true. That's true. And that's where I would like the shots to stop because I have better ones.
Yeah?
I'm just not ready for it today.
I like Ken. He likes the way I think. I like Ken.
I just wanted to address the irony in the room there. Now, that being said, Al Pulowski was just joining us. Guardians got a nice win yesterday. Here was one of Al's talking points.
You've got to take 2 out of 3 from the Giants. Sweep would be fantastic, especially after the way things have gone recently. You put yourself in a little bit of a hole, not too deep of one to climb out of, but now you do have to make those games up somewhere else. So the Giants are a perfect team to do that. They're not very good. They've been struggling all year. Now, tonight with Wilkinson on the mound, nobody's seen him. You always have an advantage when you're making your major league debut as a pitcher. So it might be a little more difficult tonight. But that being said, they still got to find a way to win at least one of these next 2. And if you look at what's on the schedule, I mean, you've got Colorado, you've got some easy teams. Well, I shouldn't say easy, but you've got some teams coming up that you definitely should beat, some teams that are not necessarily in the hunt. And then you've got some teams that if you want to get a playoff spot, that you would have to beat anyway. So the schedule sets up for them. They've just got to go out there and win games. The good news is they didn't bury themselves, so they still have a good chance at playing in October.
So that is what Al was talking about, what the rest of this homestand has to look like. And yes, I did forget, as I was throwing to it, what the whole rejoin was about. But it's a Wednesday, and I was enjoying the irony of the previous promo there. Yeah, I mean, I think you and I got into a debate yesterday about the need to play Chase DeLauder and how important that was and whether, the risk of re-injury was. And what was lost in that is the fact that you and I both agree the next 8 games might be the most critical stretch of baseball for the Guardians because there's a lot of hay to be made here, and a 7-2 homestand is probably what we need to be looking at for them to really slingshot themselves back into the right spot.
Yeah, I mean, Giants, Rockies, Angels, you can't leave that being a 500 team and then expect us to take you seriously at the end of it. Yesterday started off about as perfect as it possibly could have for this 9-game stretch. Even tonight, I know you like Tugboat. I know you do. Parker Messick should basically just be able to outpitch him and it not even be a question mark, though. That's not even.
He should wipe the floor with him.
He should wipe the floor. He should embarrass him tonight. Is basically what should happen. Now, the other part of this is will the offense do their job? Because how many games have we seen where it's like Sunday, where the offense gets shut out, does nothing, lays down and dies, and then you're like, well, hold on, this is a game that we should have had. That's what tonight feels like. But a Parker Messick outing like tonight doesn't have to be like the Tigers outing, where it's 3-0 when you look up and you're like, what? How did this get away from us? This is the easy ones. Take the layups, take the easy games, get some wins.
The rest of the month is the Rockies and Angels on the road, and then the Royals. This should be time to make hay. And listen, if they don't play winning baseball, and again, winning baseball to me is not what it would have been when you're facing the Tigers on a given week or the White Sox on a given week. No, winning baseball is winning 6 or 700, 6, 7, winning baseball, 600 to 700 winning baseball. So that's winning 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 games, and you should do that for the second half. If not, then it's just kind of closing the door. It really is that this team, not only is it not really a playoff team, it's kind of just a young team that just doesn't know its head from his ass yet, and we're just kind of a sunk cost of this season.
Yeah, I mean, the question that exists off of this is, will they show some fight here?
Mm-hmm.
Will they show some fight? Will they get up off the mat and show some fight? And we've kind of been waiting for the Guardians to do it for a little bit now, and they've just kind of at every turn they've let us down. But this seems like such a layup that I have an opposite feeling of what I typically have around this Guardians team this year, and that I find it not impossible, but I find it rather unlikely that they'll go 3-6 or 3-5 to close out the stretch for the final 9 games.
Yeah, I mean,
final 8 games into the 9-game set.
10-19 since the All-Star break. I'm trying to think of times where the Guardians have laid down like this, and usually it has been precipitated by a sell-off. Right, I was thinking like the Gene Segura trade with Josh Bell, and you got Khalil Watson in return, where they sold Savali for Manzardo, and they were still at like 500. They were still within shouting distance, and I got irrationally mad because I was like, what the hell are we doing here? There's a path to a wild card spot. You should be chasing that, not giving up. That collapse happened after making those trades.
Right.
They killed the clubhouse in that moment. Now, granted, the All-Star break started when it was 3 weeks before the trade deadline, so the collapse was starting to happen.
Yeah, it had already been in motion.
It was just wild to see that it didn't, or at least it hasn't as of yet, slowed the momentum on that.
What's interesting to me is yesterday was the type of game is why you get a Joe Adell. You know, he's 6 RBIs. He is literally the difference in that game. If Adell is not on that team and we play that game a month ago, we might still be at 1-1 and nobody deciding to end that game. It might be going on right now as we speak. Like that's the difference in that. And even though Adell had not been good up until this point in a Guardians uniform, he'd really struggled at the plate. 7 for 42 entering this one. Those games are why you have him, and against left-handers in particular.
I do love you made me smile there because you mentioned about his numbers before last night. What was so funny is I saw somebody. It's not the same person, but I saw somebody after the previous game where Joe did not have a very good game, and somebody was like, "We got to DFA him," and I just
DFA him.
I saw it and I chuckled, and then which made me laugh even harder when. This morning I woke up and saw somebody's tweet from last night after his big, gigantic 6 RBI night, and it said, "Do you think we can extend Joe Adell?" And I was like, we've never really lived and died with. And the funny thing is
that John Fanta?
It wasn't the old flip flopper himself.
That's very Fanta vibes out of that one. Like DFA him, no extend him.
But I do think. In my pie in the sky version that baseball fixes its economic issues between teams, Joe Adell signing a contract extension actually will make sense because I don't think he's going to be a $20 million a year player, and you're going to have to spend some money here if there is a work stoppage and they force a actual salary cap here.
Well, if we have a salary cap floor, the Guardians have a lot of spending that they have to do, especially if it's projected to be around $170 million or $100 million away from that. We basically get to spend like a drunken sailor. That is one thing that I would be interested to find out if we do get a salary cap floor. Like how quickly every team then has to reach to that
point. They get a 10-year ramp up.
Yeah, how quickly do we have to? And if it's like all in one shopping spree, I would love to know what Antonetti and Chernoff and company would do. I want to see how they'd attack that. It's like we got $100 million now. What do we do?
I don't think there's anyone in town that wants to go on a $100 million spending spree the way Antonetti and Chernoff would want to.
They've been starved for it. Their bank account has been nothing for 20 years.
Well,
now all of a sudden they're the rich kid on the block. Like, let's do this.
And they have gotten endless. They've taken the blame for the Guardians' cheap ways for some people to be able to just go ahead and whip that wallet out and do the pretty woman of like, you made a big mistake.
Basically anything in the store.
Big mistake.
Anyone in the store that you want.
They would kill to be Julia Roberts right now.
Yeah. That part would be fascinating. And in another way, a weird way about it is I wonder if the fan base would be like, this is why they kept it so low. So you could have this moment. It's like, shut up, guys.
Yeah.
You could have just not made us completely broke for this year.
Now.
And a lot of other years.
Can we say now, because we've had conversations previous in the season where people said making the playoffs isn't enough. Have we finally reached a point where the Guardians were so low? How low were they? They were so low that it looked like they wouldn't even sniff the playoffs. If they make the playoffs from here, it's a major accomplishment. Are we back there yet?
No, I mean, no, you don't get credit. The arsonist putting out the fire is what that would be. I don't give credit to the arsonist for putting out his own fire.
Is he a good-hearted arsonist?
The Guardians put themselves in this spot.
What if it was an
don't get
accidental
credit for
arson?
digging yourself out of this hole?
What if it was an accidental arson? They didn't do it on purpose. They weren't saying like, "Hey, let's set fire to this season." It was on accident. They were playing with matches, and there was brush. It was dry. There's
Still put yourself
stiff
in the
wind coming in from the west.
You still put yourself in that spot.
I'm allowed.
I don't think any team's like I want to live 5 games under 500.
My least favorite thing in this town
No,
that
you
does
get-
tend to
no, you
happen
get- you
is
get no
making the
credit.
playoffs isn't enough. In the most lopsided era financially ever
a
in
month,
baseball.
A month and a half ago, Zach Mizzo on these airwaves are like, I don't want just a one series, playoff win. I wanted
to fight him then. I'll fight him
I think
now.
he said
He's
you
a very
wanted was
nice
it
guy.
World Series expectations or ALCS expectations, whatever it was. It wasn't just winning a playoff series, and now we're supposed to just commend them for getting to the playoffs. No.
Yes. If you
don't
were
get
6
credit,
games below
you don't
500,
get credit for putting yourself into this mess.
I think you do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I think the front
And by
office
the way,
gets
they
credit.
haven't even gotten out of it.
I think
it's a hypothetical that exists in them accomplishing something they haven't accomplished
Yeah,
yet.
are you new to sports talk? I think this is half of the conversations. I didn't mean
Fair.
that as insulting as it came off.
I just take insults from everyone around this
that's
place
true.
these days.
That's true.
fine.
Because you know what? Turns out
That's fine.
I gotta say it. I
don't
don't
know.
want to say it.
Don't know football. Don't
Not
know
a baseball
radio.
guy.
What do I? What
Right?
do I know?
Right.
How
I'm
did
out
I
here
get
traveling
here?
the minor leagues.
How, can someone tell me how I got here?
I'm out here on the road
It's a
with the rubber
mystery to
ducks,
everybody.
so that I
Mystery.
can tell you that this is in fact I'm coaching Little League, T-ball league. Baseball here, so I can tell you don't know baseball.
There's got to be some hidden trick that I have that I'm just not even aware of. That I must be secretly awesome at something in this to make it this far while knowing basically nothing in life.
Bowling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because we talk so much bowling. That got me there.
Yeah. Also, Ben Axelrod saying, "I love it when co-hosts coordinate outfits." Are we coordinated today?
I have we coordinate nothing obviously, but
Yeah.
my shirt kind of matches your hat.
Okay.
It's highlighter apparel is what it is.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm wearing a lot of black and gray today, and I was like, we need a little flourish here. I didn't know you were going to flourish up top. Like, it's different if you have the neon pants.
I didn't know I was going to do it either, okay, till about 11:30, and then I said, this one's speaking to me today. That's what I do. I look at my clothes, and I think to which one's calling me today? What kind of mood am I in today?
We found your secret skill.
And I chose highlighter.
Yeah.
I chose the highlighter
You
gear.
talk to clothes. The rest of us are football guys and baseball guys. Harump, harump, harump. But you talk to clothes, friend.
So insulting. Just everybody.
216-474-0092. Is it still a accomplishment if this team makes the playoffs from here? And bulletin board material, rather, for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. Ashley Bastock in the 4 o'clock hour as well. We'll get her take on training camp, how things look, who won the day at quarterback. Apparently, if you follow almost every Browns beat reporter in Cleveland, no one. The defense won the day for the quarterbacks.
Well, Deshaun had 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
I didn't see Shedeur have any interceptions.
But you know what? Operationally, he was slightly better than Shedeur.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Do we even have confirmation on that, or is that just?
I'm just
I think
making
it
it
sounds
up
like
because
something
that's
you're
how
just
it's
making
been.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
It's
is
been
really
like,
tough.
well, Deshaun has operational issues, but not like Shedeur.
We had. Let's see, what do we have here? We had 2 interceptions, and then our guy Michael Coates had one of them.
Big Coates guy.
He had the big pick in the game, obviously. Now he had another interception today. I feel like he's had a lot of interceptions in camp.
Put a couple more INTs in the armoire.
Out of West Virginia, Michael Coates Jr.
Michael Coates.
Let's get this
armoire.
thing. Yeah,
Come
let's
on
get
now.
this thing going.
Yeah.
You know, we all heard it.
Yeah. I thought closet would be people could misconstrue that, so you put them in the armoire.
Yeah. R. Kelly appreciates your service
Yeah.
there.
By the way, why did armoires take a hit in the R. Kelly situation? Huh? Why?
I think a lot of things took a hit in the R. Kelly situation.
I think R. Kelly should have just taken the hit in the R. Kelly situation.
Well, yeah, but he still
was
might
the
be
problematic one.
Yeah.
The armoire was the innocent bystander.
No, but
I
he's
would say.
still trapped in the closet, and then that whole thing.
And honestly, trapped in the armoire would be a better
It's
song.
like, now I'm stuck in the closet. Oh no, she's opening the door to the closet. It's like, I don't know how that song became a song.
Yeah.
I don't know how anyone thought that was good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's most pop music, but point well
Yeah, but
taken.
especially that one.
Yeah, that one.
Especially that
definitely that one. A little McAfee-ish for me.
Hey, how about this? Out on R. Kelly. I want that stance to be known.
You know
Will that
what?
one come back to haunt me? Just the same way my out on Deshaun Watson stance is?
Yeah, here's the thing.
Will the morning show say they like him now too? Is that the idea?
I thought it was a safe take. If you just have problems with Deshaun Watson,
I thought it was a pretty safe take.
That people were going to be like, I get it. You know? Right?
Yeah, not the idea of like, I mean, Jonathan might hate Deshaun Watson more than anybody else. Yeah, I might. Yeah, I might. I might have a disdain for him. But could you scream that louder so more people can hear that, please?
And I'm your co-host on that one, by the way.
Yeah.
So I'm riding your coattails on the Deshaun hate there.
I feel like I should just name a lot of hateful people and just be like, I want it on the record. I also dislike that guy, and that guy, and see if the morning show's like, I can't believe he doesn't like that guy.
Manson? What did Manson ever do to Peterlin?
He doesn't like that guy.
He was in California, not in Chicago. I don't know why I went to Manson. That was just the first guy I thought of. The point being, what were we talking about? Armoires. No.
Michael Coates Jr.
Michael Coates Jr. had a very nice day in practice.
Yeah.
We'll talk with Ashley Bastock about that coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. But some bulletin board material here potentially. Trevor Lawrence is being interviewed by Jordan Schultz on Jordan Schultz's social media account and talked about the absence of Myles Garrett with the Browns in that Week 1 matchup between the Browns and Jags.
I mean, I wasn't too upset about that one, obviously, because
Yeah.
especially starting the season, Week 1.
Yeah, I mean,
that wasn't the worst news. Obviously, Jared Verse is a great player.
Yeah,
so
yeah, of course.
It's not like they don't have someone that can rush the passer now. But, I mean, Myles Garrett, so dominant, so much respect for him. I played against him a lot of times, so.
Athletes are so good at avoiding bulletin board material that I think if Browns defensive linemen listen to this audio with the actual question with Jordan Schultz, where Jordan Schultz is like, so you're relieved not to be playing Myles Garrett?
I mean, it seemed like a pretty reasonable answer.
I think they'll be able to work their way around to thinking this is bulletin board material. I think this is what passes as bulletin board material in 2026.
All right, work me through it because I feel like most common sense people would say, yeah. Even Jared Verse would be like, yeah, you want to take on me instead of Myles Garrett.
Yeah, but athletes aren't common sense people. When it comes to playing the game, it's the Michael Jordan, LaBradford Smith thing. Nobody really said anything nice about LaBradford Smith, and then Michael Jordan just went out there and justified a memory or a make-believe thing to destroy that man's life.
Yeah, if you want to do it, this would be you could find
I think
it in
there's
anything.
enough here.
You could find it in anything.
Well, there's enough. Jared
If you
Verse
want-
is
if you
a
want to
nice
be-
pass rusher.
Baker Mayfield found a lot of reasons to dislike a lot of people, and it wasn't really much of a
Ironically,
reason.
forgave his family.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up at some point today.
Yeah.
I like that development for Baker.
I do. It's just ironic that, he's like, can't overcome everything in Cleveland. He's still very pissed at the Haslam, still very pissed at the leadership and everybody but Browns fans. But he's like, those people who scammed me out of my hard-earned money, you rapscallion family members.
I think that's okay. I think that's, I
like it for him. It's just, I don't know.
It's family. It's family. Family's different than, the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, family, like if it's just business, I think we can get over it. When it's family screwing you on business is when I think it gets a little tough. Yeah?
I think he understands he's about to make so much money that the $12 million they were tussling over maybe isn't worth it in the big picture.
By the way, that is a very Pollyanna way of saying his family stole or misallocated.
Well, I mean, they did
$12 million.
I mean, he sued him, and him and Emily legitimately sued his parents and his brother.
I just think it's funny.
After they failed to repay the settlement money that was agreed to a year prior. Like, there was no other way to look at it.
Your actual sentiment.
His dad, that by the way,
is true.
When Baker won the Heisman, his dad gave him the Heisman Trophy. It used to sit in his family house on the living room table.
So the sentiment is very human, and I actually do appreciate it. Good for Baker. But I would like to point this out. The man who forgives no one forgave what I would consider to be the most unforgivable thing that happened to him.
That's the most unforgivable thing?
Yeah, I would say the Browns trading him is not as unforgivable, or not wanting to pay him $50 million a year is not as unforgivable as family stealing $12 million of your money. If we talk about things I'll get over real quickly, having to
the Browns in many ways stole a lot more money from him than he. The Browns, the way they kicked him to the curb, could have potentially taken away hundreds of millions of dollars if you look at it in the right context. The idea that when they sent him off to Carolina, they sent him off to football die, and if he would have been football dead after Carolina, if McVay had never gotten him on that plane and gave him a chance in that Rams game, and then obviously sets him up for the Bucs and everything after that, you're out of hundreds of millions of dollars potentially.
That's somebody thinking you're not worth that money and moving on from you. Now, again, the way they did it was not great. We've called them out for it a million times. But yeah, I'd still say the family betrayal thing. That's. But
if Baker's going to have like $300 million when this is all said and done,
they'd better if he had $312 million.
The $12 million can't get in the way of family. I look at it the way Baker does. I get over it.
I'm going to call absolute bull crap on
Why?
you.
Because
I love you with all my heart. I mean this.
No.
You care about money as much as anyone I know in a good way.
Something makes me look bad, so we're going to highlight that. Let's go. Keep going.
No,
I can't have a genuine thought about the idea that I wouldn't let. If I was worth $300 million, I'm not letting $12 million get in the way of family. You only get one family in life, Nick.
You and I talk about money. Okay, but that doesn't mean a toxic family ain't family. We're having like a Baskin and Phelps argument. Chase no, just because they're family doesn't mean they're entitled.
I'm not letting $12 million get in the way. And if you
you're letting subterfuge and stealing from you get in the way. It's not about the money; it's about the act.
He filed a lawsuit. They didn't pay it back. It was wrong of them. But now that he's got a grandkid for his dad now, there's family elements to this.
So now we're rewarding them.
There's family elements to this that I feel like if it was me and I was worth $300 million, I would let the $12 million go.
So wait. It's not until he gets a contract, though, right? He's sore right now, but once he gets the $300 million,
he's probably worth like $150 million. I'd still probably let it go. It's family's family. He's making so much money every single year. He's set up for life. You only get one family. I would prioritize that over $12 million.
I think flagrant abuse of familial relations to enrich yourself is one of the most gross thing you can possibly do. That isn't completely unforgivable, like some of the great unforgivable things.
The way we talk about money is different, though. I talk about money with you and the idea that I want to save for retirement and I want to use the markets to my advantage. And there's a lot of different just financial literacy that has to happen in order for me to get there and what I want to do with that and everything else. A lot of things that, by the way, would be taken away if I had $300 million. A lot of things I just would not have to worry about or care about. I don't go downstairs buying lottery tickets left and right. My care of money.
Ooh, that is a shot fired at me.
My care of money is if I had $300 million, $12 million is not getting in the way.
I think it's about the unforgivable actions of his family. But I just want to point out today, maybe the theme of this hour is irony. It's very ironic that the guy who gets mad at everyone and has a chip on his shoulder is like, you know what? You keep that $12 million, Pops. By the way, here's the heir to the Mayfield throne.
I mean, isn't that how a lot of people in life in general do operate, though? Where you let family do things that you probably wouldn't let other people do, but you only get one family, and so you kind of you hold on to that.
You should have a higher threshold for family.
You hold on to that.
No.
We're not giving the world's greatest family in some way. Sometimes but you only get one, and if it matters to you that your kid grows up with his grandparents around, the $300 million is going to overcloud the $12 million where you just had a rough go.
So little bit Billy Mayfield can grow up and Grandpa can steal $12 million from him too?
I don't know what his kid's name is not Billy.
It should be though. I like Billy Mayfield.
I think it's like Koya or something.
Koya?
I think so.
Isn't that
I might be wrong about
Hispanic food company? No, that's Goya. Sorry.
That's Goya. It's a little
different one.
Yeah, a little different. Yeah. Hey, listen, is the kid going to grow up and see that Grandpa was a little problematic at a certain time? And the brother as well, so the uncle as well? Maybe didn't have the world's greatest reputation for a stretch there? Yeah, probably.
They say it skips a generation. So maybe little Koya,
I would imagine.
Maybe he goes to Grandpa and's like, what are you doing with that $12 million, old man?
I would imagine there's a lot of Baker's life that he knows would not be the same if his parents didn't have the influence they had on him in a certain young youth and certain young part of his life. So much of his football journey is shaped with his dad. So much of his sports journey is shaped with his dad.
Doesn't give you a right to be a son of a B. That's just where I'm at.
You can get over things. I'm very quick to get over things is the problem I have in life.
All right.
He doesn't believe it?
I don't know that I would agree.
Doesn't believe it?
I don't know.
What grudge have I held? Sports grudges, maybe. What grudge have I held?
No, definitely no professional grudges. Definitely
what
nothing
professional
like that.
grudge? You're the guy with the professional grudges.
Yes, and I own that.
What professional grudge do I have?
I own that if you piss me off, it takes me a long time. Do I have to name them on air?
I kind of want to do like a Mike's Off thing. Yeah, I don't hold a grudge against anybody in that regard.
I believe
there's not a single
this
person.
This is like Deshaun Watson
There's
in
not
your
a
take
single
earlier.
person.
I believe that you believe.
I believe it. I don't hold grudges. Sometimes you assign, I think, your personality to me.
Yeah.
And this is one of those that just does not work.
All right. What's the biggest thing you've ever forgiven family for?
I don't think this is the time or place for that.
Okay. All right. So there's something substantial. All right.
I don't think there's the time or place for that.
Now, all of a sudden, the fact that you want to talk about it on air makes me think it's a real thing. All right. Now I believe you a little bit more. Now that I like
you
this.
just get one. You get as far as family is concerned, you get one family. You want to make sure that you keep that and you maintain that, and that's something that's important. I don't know. And I can forgive a lot. Would I repeatedly do it? If it's Baker Mayfield and every year your parents are stealing $12 million from you, maybe you got a problem.
What about like $250,000?
Maybe also get somebody to guard your money a little bit better if they have access to your millions and can just take it and not even have an awareness of that. Like maybe get somebody else to be handling the dollars and the cents there, which Baker's clearly done. But yeah.
So Trevor Lawrence, bulletin board material, right? Am I right?
No, I don't think so.
We just can't agree on anything today. 216-474-0092.
I opened the segment saying I didn't think so, though. It wasn't like
that is fair.
That wasn't like any sort of.
It's fair.
Like Myles Garrett's a better player. Jared Verse can't argue that.
Yeah, but Jared Verse can also be like, oh, you feel a little relieved? I got your relief right here. And then he grabs himself. A la Baker Mayfield, we landed the plane.
Are we back to the Goya?
When we come back, quick hits. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
get complete control of your listing. How about the instant cash offer with multiple options to get you the most money possible, in some cases $100K over listing. You can learn more about their instant cash offer. All you have to do is Google the Young Team and start packing.
Hey Browns fans, this is Denzel Ward. Keep up with the latest football news every 20 minutes with exclusive 2020 reports on the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ashley Bastock coming up in about 40 minutes' time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on The Fan. More from Browns practice coming up with Ashley. Of course, we'll get into the quarterback competition in the 4 o'clock hour as well. But let's go ahead and get to Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
It's been quite the week for one Pat McAfee. First, he released an absolute dog-bleak faux country rap album that everyone thought sucked except for a few professional kiss asses. Now, ESPN has added him as an analyst on Monday Night Countdown. It's a Monday Night Football pregame show. The internet is abuzz that ESPN is about to overexpose Pat McAfee. Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, he's already overexposed as is. So if I was McAfee, I would just keep swerving into it all, I guess. It's not really that big of a deal. The highlights of this is really funny. Like the amount of times in your day you can just surround yourself with Jason Kelsey and then Pat McAfee.
Yeah.
Just an insane amount of different platforms, different things they're trying to sell you, different things they're trying to huck to you, and that is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think ESPN has proven that once they find something that resonates with their audience, they will do their best to drive that thing in the ground. I think it's hurt Stephen A. Smith just in terms of tune out. But again, his ratings are still quite good. So are Pat McAfee's. I think McAfee, though, where it's different is because he's not a guy that you go to for opinion, you go for entertainment. That's where I think you have to, if you put him on a panel and say, give us your thoughts on Colts Broncos.
Do serious sports.
You will be in big trouble. If they treat it the way they do College Game Day, yeah, I think it's going to work because that's the kind of stuff they think Pat excels in.
And I think a lot of those shows, though, have been trying to do more what College Game Day is. Like, they've been trying to do that. Everyone's always trying to get to be inside the NBA. You're trying to have that type of vibe, and Pat does bring that. And so maybe that'll end up being better for them. I don't really watch much of that ESPN programming on Monday Night Football outside of the games anyway, as is. SVP after those games, I'll sometimes hang around for that if that's on. I like SVP. But outside of that, it's not really going to impact my day one way or another. The amount of ESPN I consume at this point, for someone that grew up obsessed with ESPN, I can't believe how little it is.
Yeah, and it's because at this point, at least from professionally, like I just watch a lot of games. And so I already have to deal with my own thoughts on them. I don't need somebody else's thoughts simmering in there and getting in the way of what I think about whatever the copious amounts of game we have to watch on any given week.
I don't know. There's a lot to that. All right.
Wrap it up by Jax there.
He said we're done with this convo.
Big ESPN over there. Good Lord.
Well, he likes you beating the Chargers that you watch the games or don't watch the games.
That's listen. Ball knowers, game watchers, who knows?
I didn't like that again.
Yeah.
Just puts up in the hurry-up offense.
Good Lord.
All right, Pete Crow Armstrong, speaking of things that I think ESPN is manufacturing right now, versus Shohei Ohtani, who's got the edge in the NL MVP race. And I say it that way because this feels very manufactured. This should not be a race. PCA's been the better player. There's not a metric you can find that makes Shohei Ohtani a better baseball player this year. Why I think it's manufactured is I think they love Shohei Ohtani on that network, and I think they're trying to make that the story. And listen, Ohtani is a great story in many respects, and when he actually is hitting and pitching, there's not much anybody can do to erase that. But he hasn't pitched since early July. It's late August. That's not really what he has going for him right now.
May I also say, if they are, because I agree this is a manufactured conversation, I'm okay because we never actually get these valid, not valid, but these manufactured stuff in baseball.
So we'll take it even if it's just if it's manufactured, we'll take it. And even if the end result just ends up being we highlight PCA's great season, then that is what it is.
Listen, I think the American sports public, people who like sports talk, I think they like I think they like the David and Goliath here. And Pete Crow Armstrong, despite the fact that he's just been a very special player his entire career, he is the young upstart. Shohei is the guy that has been the face of baseball since going to the Dodgers. I think it has all you want. It just doesn't have statistical validity behind it.
That's it. I mean, PCA has every metric you can think of in his advantage on this. It's just whether or not you want to go to the idea that Ohtani should just always win this because of what he's able to do in regards to pitching and hitting. I think it's interesting. I also wonder, and this has got a little bit more chatter too. We're going to stay here for a second, Jax.
Oh, called him off, waved him off.
He's got the hurry up offense today. Yeah. I just got to make sure he knows. I want to let this one breathe for a second. Should baseball move to what the NFL is, where we just have one MVP? Should we get rid of the dispersion of you have an AL MVP and an NL MVP and just make it what football has? For years, I believed that football had it wrong and it should be broken up by conference the way baseball does. But I tend to think after all these years, I go to the idea now that football has it right.
So I think you would have a better debate on an even year if it was, AL versus NL and who's going to win, right? I mean one MVP.
We have better debates, and also now we have so much interleague play that isn't even interleague play anymore. Everyone just plays everybody.
But I do think when you have a game played by 25 or 26 everyday players, not 26 everyday players, but 26 guys on a roster for 162 games, I think having the counterpoint to that, I think having one MVP to rule them all or one Cy Young to rule them all, you probably are shorting some pretty darn good performances. So
you think football gets it wrong then?
No, because football only plays for 18 weeks, 17 games.
For me, I think it was a more valid reason to have it when you had a distinction between the DH in one league and the DH not existing in the other. When they didn't play each other except for 3 exhibition games a year at that, and it was just kind of there wasn't the cross pollination that exists now. Now that we're so intermingled and the sport is so identical from one league to the other, and there's no true distinction. I like what football has. I think they should move to football. They won't, because of history and everything attached to it, but I feel like 1 is the right number.
But I think that last one is why they shouldn't. I'm not, well, look what history is, so we have to keep to it. With baseball, sometimes I think that gets in the way, most of the time, I think that gets in the way of the progress. When it comes to awards, I would like I'd like to be able to go back in history and have that kind of uniform nature to it. I do think, because again, I don't think even if you go to one MVP, I don't think it, or one Cy Young, I don't think it's going to suddenly change discourse in baseball.
I just like one to rule them all, basically. I like one to reign supreme. I think football's got it right, and I love the idea that an MVP award means more if you're not giving them out twice a year and just giving out one.
Oklahoma State head coach Eric Morris is in his first year replacing Mike Gundy and has a huge Week 2 matchup against number 2 Oregon this year. Apparently, coach is feeling the pressure.
Brain's going constantly, and so it's something I don't sleep very well. I've had a couple armadillo problems tearing up my lawn, and so finally a couple days ago I just popped up at 2:30 because I couldn't sleep and thinking about something. I thought it was a great opportunity to go outside, and luckily I found him. This is my first experience with an armadillo, and he was crushing my yard, my flower beds, but I got him about 2:30. Had to send a text message to my neighbors. I apologize for the gunshot. I am in the country, so it wasn't legal. But I did get rid of him just because I don't sleep right now. I think just naturally that clock's going off in your mind.
He does sound like a guy who's not sleeping right now. Big football guy energy from Coach Morris.
For shooting an animal?
Yeah.
I don't know.
The thing I don't buy in the entire exchange is he texted his neighbors.
Was that a flex for him to kill the armadillo?
I think it was a bit of a flex. I think that was his first one of the season, was him versus the armadillo.
Are they big problems in Texas that way? He sounded like it's a real problem.
It sounds like he's got maybe not in Oklahoma, but he seems to have an armadillo problem.
It seems like it. I mean, I'm sure they can cause all sorts of problems. I've just never associated with that. Would you shoot an armadillo if it came and was bothering you?
No, I'm not allowed to. The only way I'm allowed to discharge a firearm in our domicile or around it is if somebody's trying to break in. I've been told coyotes, no matter if they go after Mongo or not, I'm not allowed to go after coyotes, not allowed to do any of it. I'm the only hillbilly in a 300 square mile radius. We got to keep it holstered at all points, unless, again, somebody breaks in, at which point I am allowed to go John Rambo on somebody.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't really know what you ever do in that spot. I had a chipmunk problem a couple years ago.
Yeah, just get an outdoor cat.
Well, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Well, why? That's way better than getting a gun.
Well, I didn't take a gun and kill the chipmunks. I didn't kill Alvin and his friends. Here's
you just let it happen?
Well, no, I filled up the hole, and then I did a lot of research about the idea that when you fill up the hole that way, that can, if the chipmunk was actually just buried underneath there because they were in the process of digging the hole, and the chipmunk actually died in the process of me filling up the hole because it had nowhere else to go, and I felt incredibly bad about that for way too long.
Yeah, I think getting
I'm just hoping that the chipmunk was gone. I'm hoping the chipmunk packed up his bag. I haven't had any holes since. So the fear I have is that he did. He was down there.
Alvin.
I know he was down there at that point, and I don't love that thought. I like to think he just relocated. Got tired with my lawn and then just
Maybe
went to a different
Florida.
lawn. Yeah,
retired.
We're nice chipmunks. We're nice chipmunks do.
Yeah,
some
we're
of them
nice
stuff really nice.
chipmunks do.
Yeah,
They cash in, they get the golden watch, and then they just go to the sweet beyond of Florida.
Yeah, that is the dream, isn't it?
But I'll tell you, I am surrounded by hillbillies who discharge guns, weapons, fireworks.
They get excited. They see these animals. They probably get excited.
Yeah,
they're like, all right, we get some target practice.
I haven't gotten one damn apology text from blowing off a freaking cannon at 2 a.m. Now, in fairness, I sleep soundly. I am used to the country sounds. It does wake up my 3 children and my wife, but I've never gotten a single text from anybody in the neighborhood of hey, sorry I was blasting things off. And I don't expect it either because that's why I live in the country.
I think I'd have a real problem if all of a sudden there were some gun noises outside of my house at 2 a.m. I think
that's more of a South Solon problem.
They would not have a lot of nice things to say about that.
Did we call the quarterback competition too soon? That and John in Chicago in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. A lot of you will.
door to go out of. You're not trading him. I don't think you can get anything for him. And what's the point of cutting him? I'm going to kick the tires some way, somehow. It's not the end of his career if he doesn't get the starting job.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Training camp coverage powered by Expert Renovations and Consumer Tire. 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
And football talk coverage on The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Ashley Bastock in about 20 minutes of the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. We'll get the blow-by-blow from the Browns practice earlier today. And obviously, we're going to get to some more quarterback talk here. Haven't talked it in roughly 2 hours, so we'll get back to that.
Hey, shout out us.
Yeah, look at us. We're getting ahead of
the show. Hold on. The show's been on for 2 hours, and we definitely talked about it for the first 40 minutes.
Wow, okay. So we haven't talked about it for like an hour and 20 minutes. By the time she gets there, it'll be an hour and 40 minutes.
Way less impressive.
Wait, we're talking about it here.
Yeah, we're talking about it here, yeah.
Well, we tried.
Hey,
you know?
Good job, good effort.
Yeah.
I feel like that's not bad for us.
I feel like for us, haven't talked about it for an hour and 20 minutes, we basically held our breath for an hour and 20 minutes.
Basically, yeah.
Now, we have not resorted to, nor is the morning show, nor is any other show on this station resorted to what outside of here has been the, now that Shedeur is no longer in the lead or Deshaun is taking the lead, however you want to phrase it. So I guess we're trading Shedeur conversation, right?
No. Is that a predominant thought out there?
Yes, both Twitter and other outlets
I know
multiple times have brought the, I guess we're going to trade Shedeur if he's not the starter conversation.
I know the Shedeur fans are really upset with the Browns. I've gotten a lot of messages about people that are like, I can't believe you stay with this, and then they say bad words about the Browns franchise. Mm-hmm. And so, like, obviously they're not happy with the Browns. That is what that is. But the idea that they would trade him, I don't see that as reality right now, guys.
Yeah, I don't
also,
see
Shedeur's going to play a lot of games this year, I would hope.
Yeah, I think that's the thing I think we can all agree on is even if Deshaun starts the beginning of the season, at some point we expect to see Shedeur, and the prevailing sentiment is Shedeur will have more starts.
Which is part of the reason why we all think the Deshaun starting thing is ridiculous to begin with. So we can already say that, and that's fine.
The other part of it is, like, what value could Shedeur have had given the way the NFL's talked about him for the last 18 months.
Right, his value is not high, and it just isn't. I don't know, what do they project he would even get in return? It's got to be like
no projection. It's just
like
pure speculation.
A fifth-round pick back in return, is that the idea? So the Browns are going to give up on basically spending this entire offseason developing and getting him ready for a flyer of a fifth-round pick? Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
While also selling low on Dylan Gabriel. Don't forget that one.
There is also the concept, or at least the idea that I hold in my brain, and I don't know, if he plays 13 games and it goes poorly, then obviously this is just out the window and it's gone. But if he plays like 7, 8, 9 games or something, and you win a couple, he shows some things, there's that chance that he ends up being the starting quarterback in 2027 and kind of ushers in the quarterback that you take in the 2027 class and kind of works as that Jacoby Brissett, Drake May bridge that exists in the NFL in all sorts of different places.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now if you said the most likely outcome of at quarterback for the Browns is they're going to take a quarterback in 2027, I think you're missing the other part of it, which is you do need to have someone here to hold the fort. Basically, the way the Browns are treating Deshaun for Shedeur, of like, well, Deshaun's if Shedeur's not ready to be the starter, well, we're comfortable rocking with Deshaun. You're going to need that same thing. Just because you take a guy with the first, second, third, 10th pick doesn't mean that guy's going to be ready to start day one.
And listen, I'll be firmly in the camp of I want to see the guy, whoever it is, get drafted. If that does happen that way, I want to see that player start right away. And I know we're going to have a lot of disagreements about that, and I'm ready for that, and that's fine. But I will want to see them start right away. But the Browns want to have options within that. And you also then have to protect yourself for the idea of what if that quarterback – what if you just take a quarterback that's going to need a little bit more time in general and isn't ready and you can't start right away? For whatever reason, you have to have players on the team that can actually do this. And I don't think that's going to be Dylan Gabriel, guys. I just don't.
Yeah, nor do I think it's going to be Taylon Green. I cannot remember what, because it was, again, like a Bleacher Report guy.
Hey, he'll get action on Saturday.
Was like, hey, this Taylon Green guy, by the end of the season, they're going to turn to him to be the franchise guy.
Is Jeff Phelps writing for Bleacher Report now?
Well, no, because it would have been, they're also trading for Will Levis.
Yeah.
Oh, who's the other? Oh, Anthony Richardson. Yeah, the quarterback room's going to be Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, and Taylon Green, and they're all going to rotate snaps in the month of December. That would be Jeff Phelps' wet dream.
He's got a love for Green that just does not exist for basically anybody else.
He has a love of crappy quarterbacks, and yet he looks at Deshaun and Shedeur and says it's too crappy. The math doesn't math for me. You know I love me some Jeff Phelps.
I should have asked
fellow
him.
Woodridge Bulldog.
I should have asked him about his thoughts about Bagent because I needed his help yesterday. And by the way, Mina Kimes, I swear to you not. Mina Kimes, within the first 5 minutes of that podcast that I went back and then listened to this morning, was like, "Yeah, Tyson would easily start over both Shedeur and Deshaun if he was on the Browns." I can't make it up.
I know she said it. I believe you, and I believe that she believes that. But we're taking cuckoo pills here.
It was Olin Kreutz that started the whole thing, but now Mina's like, yeah, he would definitely start over. He's like, I'd love to see him in the Browns offense.
Bagent is Gardner Minshew minus the swag.
Right, he would definitely start over both Shedeur and Deshaun.
There are certain quarterbacks who stink on the field. And then they're like given but he was in a bad situation, and then they become backup somewhere, and people are like, that guy's got it. It's like, no, he's just Gardner Minshew minus the mustache.
Well, the thing with Tyson is that he's always kind of been this like preseason Hall of Famer. He's made his money in these preseason games, just kind of balling out and showing flashes that nobody believes is going to translate to the actual games, but there's enough of a curiosity now attached to it.
Now, while we have called the quarterback competition kaput, mostly just judging off of Todd Monken's body language, Todd Monken's splitting up of the reps this week and how things kind of go. Even Todd Monken's comment about, well, I want to be fair to Shedeur, so I'm going to start him on Saturday. I would say being fair to Shedeur is not closing the door prematurely on the quarterback room. But again, to each their own. Andrew Siciliano was on today on the station. Which show?
Baskin and Phelps.
It was just one of the best interviews I have heard. I actually should know that, by the way.
And congrats to Andrew on the new job with the NFL Network.
Yeah, we talked a lot of baseball with him out of camp. We had a couple.
I think he's great. I love Andrew. He's very. What was that?
I think we all heard that tone.
What?
I think.
Are you trying to start something? What tone? He's been incredibly nice to us.
Did you say tone?
Yeah. What tone?
Oh, what tone? There was just, it was like Deshaun earlier with the, I'm just messing with you. I should probably be clear on this one. I can do this with people around the station. I don't want to do that with Andrew.
He's really nice to Andrew. Us. When we got put up in the Browns radio network, who was the one saying hi to us down the hall? And he did such a nice gesture and such a nice thing because he actually is a big shot. I say hi to Andrew. He says hi back and does all that stuff. And then he looks at the both of us and goes, oh, I didn't know two celebrities walked into the room. And I had to do the whole who thing. But that was really that when you're in that spot the way he is, that's just a high class move and operation by Andrew.
I bet you believes you now.
Oh, unbelievable. You're just the worst.
We're having fun.
Just the worst.
Are we having fun here? James is having fun.
I don't want to Uno reverse this one right now because I'm higher than that. I'm better than that.
Let me see the card, big boy.
I'm not going to do that to you. I'm not going to do that to you.
Anyway, Siciliano killed it on the midday show today.
And congrats on the new job.
Great stuff. Always great.
That's my original Red Zone guy, by the way, Andrew Siciliano. You never forget your original Red Zone guy.
The more you talk about it, the less I think he's going to believe you. Saying Shedeur can still win the job.
It is still a legitimate competition. It truly is. They each deserve a start. That is fair, truly. And they're going to get as equal a distribution of reps as a coach can give in a joint practice. However, if Shedeur, hypothetical, if Shedeur comes out on Saturday and throws 3 touchdowns, don't you think he made a pretty good case to win the job? Whether it's against the Bills' first team or the second team. And let's say it's against the second team, and on Thursday, he looks pretty good when he gets his reps against their first team. I mean, to me, that's a pretty convincing case to give him the job. Conversely, if Deshaun looks good and or bad against the second and third or fourth team in the third quarter, people will use his opposition, like who he's going against him. I think Shedeur can still win this job.
So that's just where I beg to differ. I think we're late enough in this. We've heard enough effusive praise by Todd Monken. Again, the way they split up the reps this week tell me that the Shedeur part of this week is perfunctory, which is fine. But I think the worst thing Todd Monken can do is come out here and say, hey, Shedeur still got a shot and sell that fight. Now, again, he might share different messaging behind the scene, and then what I'm saying doesn't matter. But if his internal messaging is matching his external messaging, I don't think anyone's buying it. And I don't think that helps Todd Monken in a locker room if that's what he's doing.
I mean, it's over. I mean, that's it's been over now for days. And I respect Andrew a lot, but him saying this is a competition doesn't mean that it's all of a sudden a competition. Like, in fact, when we first were talking about this in the pre-show, Jake is the one that brought it up. Like, did we call the quarterback competition too soon? And I wanted to almost yell at him and be like, "Where are you getting this? How did this get into your brain? What happened? What changed in 24 hours to all of a sudden have this thing open?" Now, if he had presented this comment maybe after the 2-interception day by Deshaun Watson, maybe I'd at least have a basis for is this where you're getting this from? Who are you talking to? But look, the 2-interception day happened, and it didn't change a thing. Yeah. Tomorrow, if Deshaun Watson looks bad against the Bills, that will not change a thing. And anything that happens on Saturday, again, it's not going to change a thing. Their mind has been made up. An injury is the only way that this thing actually gets changed, but obviously you can't forecast that.
Yeah, and that would be the one real disaster here. If they've made their intentions known to anybody that pays attention, that locker room will know, by the way. If they've done this and then Deshaun gets hurt and then Shedeur has to start week 1, I don't know you could neuter a young quarterback more than that exact way of thing happening. If anything, if Deshaun really is the starting quarterback, and again, the rest of this week is perfunctory as it seems, you got to hope for Deshaun to stay healthy at least through the first couple weeks of the season, and then you kind of go from there.
Yeah, and there's a part of me that wonders why they're continuing on this. It's not a charade, but really, I mean, they call it whatever you want to call it. But the song and dance that they're doing right now, where they're splitting it up 5 and 5. Like, if you know Deshaun is the guy, then you should just make Deshaun the guy and give him all the reps against Buffalo and get him as ready as you can for week 1.
I agree, and it's again, I think Todd's trying to stay consistent with his plan. But if whatever he saw on Saturday was enough for him, then I think plans change. It's weird that he has made the point about, hey, plans changed before, and then this is the one he's sticking to. I severely doubt that it's in some sort of fear of Shedeur fans. I understand he wants to be fair to Shedeur. Fair to Shedeur is being honest with him, and I think Todd knows that.
And at this point, I think it'd be well within his rights. If he decided Deshaun's the guy and that's it, and that's what he wanted to do, then Shedeur can handle it. He's a big boy. Tell him the news, and then get Deshaun as ready as you possibly can.
Did we call the quarterback competition too soon? We'll ask that of Ashley Bastock at Cleveland.com and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
coming into downtown Cleveland ahead of the Guardians game at 6:40. I'll have travel times and backups right here with your Odyssey traffic updates. I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Get to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel to see daily Browns breakdowns with Darryl Ryder and Coach Lance Reisland.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Nick and JP with you. We got the lead coming up in about 20 minutes. Darryl Ryder joining us at 6 o'clock tonight as well. We got a little Gardos, Gigantes action. Old Tugboat making his MLB debut against the organization that drafted him.
Well, he just said his full nickname.
That's true. Tug Wilkinson, though, that's a different guy.
That's a different guy.
A very different guy, different occupation.
Different channel.
But still watchable content for some, I would say.
Depends what you're into.
That is true. Hey, we're not that show. We don't knock.
We don't kink shame.
Not on this show. But we do quarterback shame, and we've been doing a fair amount of that this week, talking about the open and shut case of the Browns starting quarterback. It sure feels like it's Deshaun Watson's job, no matter how many people that work for the Browns say, no, Shadour's got a chance. So we're going to see who our next guest agrees with. She joins us every single Wednesday here during football season. We moved today to 420 because of the old practice dealio. And on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. Ashley Bastock of the Orange and Brown Talk podcast and Cleveland.com joins us now. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, guys.
It's great to have you. Did we call the quarterback competition too soon, Ashley? Does Shedeur still have a real chance?
You know what, guys? I don't think you're calling it too soon. I will say it just kind of has felt like it was going to be Deshaun Watson's week one job since Todd Monken said he was going to start that first preseason game against the Bears. I thought that was significant, especially knowing this second preseason game that he's been saying Shedeur was going to start is coming after a joint practice. And everyone knows that those preseason games after joint practices are essentially moot points. We know that all of the veterans won't be playing in that game, too. So I think when Deshaun Watson was named that starter, when he went out there and did the game managing type of stuff, that it really just, to me, sort of solidified the week one job for him. Now, I'm saying the week one job because I still firmly believe we're going to see both these guys start games at some point this season, especially when you consider Deshaun Watson's injury history. But yeah, I mean, I know they don't want to call it yet. I think they have their reasons for why they're not. But to me, it certainly feels like it's a done deal here. This has kind of transitioned for me.
Deshaun told you guys at the podium today he doesn't care whether or not he gets booed or the fan reaction to when he actually gets in the game on Saturday. Do you feel like he does care, in fact, what the fans have to say?
You know, I think that's sort of the $1 million, $230 million question, if we want to say that, because I say this all the time with players. I think when they talk to us, when coaches talk to us, they want to act like these guys can shut anything out, right? And I think to a large extent they can. I think most of them are pretty elite at compartmentalizing. You have to be. But at the same time, my argument is nothing exists in a vacuum. So he can say he doesn't care, but I think I'm curious to see how he's going to handle that. I do think, the Browns have to have at least some curiosity about how he's going to handle that. I keep thinking about that Todd Monken answer after the Bears game on Saturday, where he sort of acknowledged the frustration that fans have had with Deshaun Watson in the past, right? So I think the team is obviously aware. It would be hard not to be aware, but I think I don't know the answer to exactly how he's going to handle that. I think we're going to have to see over this week and then presumably over the third preseason game if he would play in that one.
Actually, I thought it was interesting. He cleared the first bar for me on this last Saturday. I said I needed him to look like a professional quarterback, right? I needed him to go out there and just kind of be. He didn't need to be spectacular, and he cleared that bar, by the way. But I think it's interesting because there are a couple more bars from where he is now, or that after that first bar, to where he was in Houston in 2020. What's the next bar for Deshaun to clear?
I think for me, it would be seeing can this guy still make game-changing plays, because I agree with you, Nick. That was kind of my exact read on the situation. Again, I think he did the game manager stuff that he needed to do. He did the sort of procedural stuff. He led drives that led to points on the board, even though he himself did not throw a touchdown. So those are things we know matter to Todd Monken as he's installing a new offense. But for me, the next step would be, okay, can he get back to making, obviously, these explosive sort of plays that you just obviously need to be able to do if you're a functioning offense in the NFL. I think the stat was going around after that Chicago game about his lack of yards in the air. Like, that is the next step. And, to Shedeur Sanders' credit, I think he stayed in this competition and has remained enticing because he can make throws like that throw he made to Luke Floria, like the one he made to Gage Larvidan, where they are these explosive plays, and those look good. So I do think we just need to see that sort of thing from Deshaun Watson on top of all this game managing stuff. But I agree. The first step was seeing, does this guy just look totally rattled when he's out there and actually getting hit? And, I don't think he did, but now it's going to be time, the next steps, to up the production.
How bad was Deshaun today at practice?
Well, he threw 2 more picks today and another near pick to Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I know 2 of the balls were intended for Gage Larvidan on the near pick and the second pick he threw, and the first one was intended for Tylan Wallace. So, I think that is sort of a tough day when you're throwing picks when you haven't been. But also, I think when you're not with the starters, that is, take it with a grain of salt a little bit. We've seen that throughout camp with both guys. So, and also the thing about today's practice, it just kind of felt like nothing overall. I don't know how much stock I would put in today just because of that. It felt like they were in shorts. You didn't see some key veterans out there or key veterans who just were not doing a lot today. So I really think everyone's kind of saving it for tomorrow, and it just wasn't a good, hard-fought day overall is kind of how I would characterize today.
You said tomorrow, the joint practice with the Bills. It does feel like we're getting a German suplex or 2 for every training camp joint practice. I'll ask you, are we expecting fisticuffs tomorrow with the Bills?
I'm really curious. Todd Monken today, it was funny, talking about these other fights that have happened. He's like, you do all you can to try to stop them, but, you're kind of at a loss because, of course, coaches go into them and say, hey, absolutely no fighting. Do not fight under any circumstances. And then suddenly the fur is flying, so to speak. So, the people I'm most curious about are Jared Verse, who we know talks nonstop. Same thing with Quincy Williams, the linebacker behind him. Those 2 guys, they love to talk. They use it to hype themselves up. They think it hypes their teammates up. And Jared Verse this week talked about how he's played against Deion Dawkins before, the Bills left tackle, and those 2 really got into it in that game when he was with the Rams. So I'm curious about that. I'm also curious about Quinshon Judkins. He wasn't out here today. He was dealing with something minor, the team said. But we know Quinshon gives it right back to them, and he likes to talk. He's a fiery guy. So, Todd Monken is stressing no fighting. I'm hoping they got it all out of their system with some of these, sort of frowned upon hits yesterday that caused practice to end early. But we'll see, to be determined. I think you can never predict that stuff with these joint practices.
What will concern you more tomorrow with these joint practices? The Browns' offense getting dominated or the defense getting dominated?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I would say the defense, right? And for me, it would be the defense because I think everyone's expecting that the defense is going to still be okay. That has been the expectation, right? Without, even after the Myles Garrett trade, without Jim Schwartz as the coordinator, people are really happy with the return on Jared Verse. And, I kind of hesitated because obviously some guys like Carson Schlesinger have been banged up, right? So I think rationally you're not going to get a full picture of that, assuming he's not going to be out there practicing. But I think it would be disconcerting to see the defense come out here tomorrow and just totally lay an egg or get beat up because that's the side of the ball people are less worried about right now. So I think that's why I'd lean that direction.
Ashley, one pretty common recent criticism of the Browns roster is depth, and I've heard people attribute depth issues to why they think the Browns won't be that good. I think that is a fair thing that people underestimate can sink a team, but do you think the Browns have a depth issue?
Well, I mean, the handful of places that I am worried about right now, I would say corner, your depth at corner. I'm watching now and thinking, what are they going to do if a serious injury happens to Tyson Campbell or Denzel Ward? Because after that, we've seen it. We saw it in that preseason game on Saturday. It can get pretty bleak. And linebacker-wise, of course, you have to worry about Carson Schlesinger. He's the star of that unit now, so you hope that he's going to be ready to go and up to speed by week 1. And then, I don't know, I feel like I'm less worried. We talked, I think, about running back depth in the spring. I guess that's still sort of a concern, just because I think Dylan Sampson has had a really nice camp, but you worry about his durability. So I think those are the areas for me that I'm starting to, or still questioning some depth things, but in any of those cases, it's not the top of the room, obviously, right? It really is corner, talking about your third, fourth, fifth corners, et cetera, at that point.
Yeah, and you're definitely fair to question that, obviously. But I did want to ask about Michael Coates Jr., who had another pick today as well. Had the pick in Saturday's game. It feels
We're
like
big Coates guys.
We're
in the armoire with him.
He's just making all sorts of plays, Ashley.
Yeah, you know what? I said it was unfortunate that he got hurt on Saturday, but thankfully, he's since come back, so it's good. Whatever bothered him after he made that play on Saturday hasn't affected him the rest of the week, so that's good. But I certainly think he's a guy that I would think is going to essentially play himself onto this roster with these plays that he's made. I think he's looked pretty good. And if he can stay healthy, that would be a win right now for them, because, again, that's a position group where there are depth questions. So there is room for somebody like him to sort of play their way onto that 53, I think.
All right, Ashley. Well, I know Todd Monken today talked about ending practice prematurely yesterday because of yet another overly physical moment there. I know we talked about the joint practice fight, but do you think the feistiness of the practices between the offense and the defense, do you see that as a good sign or a bad sign?
I see it as a good sign because I don't think they've crossed the line. And, I thought this yesterday, and Todd Monken made it clear today. He felt the same, that there wasn't anything dirty yesterday. It was just almost like it was getting too physical, and you didn't want it to get to the point where something dirty would happen or there would be a brawl or a mini brawl. So he just felt like it was best to call it at that point before anyone, to use his phrase, got totally emotionally hijacked. So I like the competitiveness. I do think, I always say with defenses especially, and especially with this young defense, you kind of need some guys who are just willing to play with their hair on fire, willing to play a little bit crazy. And I think Jared Verse and Quincy Williams fit that bill to me. And before, I've seen this defense where it's good, but everyone's just kind of quiet, right? Denzel Ward's kind of a quiet guy. Carson Schlesinger doesn't say much. Myles Garrett was a quiet guy. They needed, I think, a little bit different of energy coming into this season. And I think the defense has upped the level of play with that for some of these younger guys on offense. Obviously, that back and forth with Verse and Fano was essentially the decision maker in Spencer Fano winning the starting left tackle job. So I think it hasn't crossed any lines. I like it. I think it's good for a young football team to sort of have that fight.
And the Fano thing is the genesis of my thought that I feel like, and tell me if you just think I'm wrong, I feel like Monken loves this, loves the fights, loves all this action that's attached to it and the energy that is attached to it. I know they're not supposed to, but I do get the impression that Monken loves it.
Yeah, the Fano thing kind of, I think, sells that point, right? Because it's a fine line. I think, he loves it, to that fine line point that you don't want anything dirty happening or overly physical, but that moment sort of was a tone-setting moment. So I think he loves it. I think he loves that hard-nosed football. They want that identity for this team. So it's how could you not love it as long as no one's crossing any major boundaries or throwing punches or, hitting the quarterback. I think it's all in the sake of developing that culture right now.
I got to say, Ashley, we've been on such a streak here, Jonathan and I have, of not taking these interviews off the rail, that if there's some sort of local media award you would like to put us up for, we will graciously accept that award on behalf of our professionalism the last 3, maybe 4 weeks now.
I think we opened the convo talking about Tugboat's nickname, though. We did it before you got on.
Yeah, but we never brought it on air. We separated the shenanigans.
It's within the segment, though. Does that still count, Ashley? Are we good?
Yeah, you did it just now, though, so I think that counts by bringing it up again.
Thanks,
I was going to ignore it, so I think you guys kind of ruined it for yourselves there. I don't know.
I would like to say Jonathan ruined it for us. And,
I didn't want
the
it bad
show,
enough.
and maybe Cleveland, but
didn't want it bad enough.
We'll put a call in. We'll put a call into New York and have the league office review it. How about that?
Is that also going to take 27 hours like the one on Saturday?
Probably.
Ashley, good stuff. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Ashley Bastock there, Cleveland.com and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Ryan hotline. We'll react to what Ashley had to say and talk about the feistiness at Browns camp in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. And listen, once upon a time, I was looking for my first new truck ever. And so I did the Ram side by side with the alleged competition. I chose the Ram. I choose the Ram every day. Recently, though, my friends at Ram let me do the Ram v. Ram.
assist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hear from Todd Monken immediately after the game. The official Browns postgame show is only on 92.3 The Fan.
The Lead coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We should get one of those signs in Berea. It's been now one full day since the Browns had to end practice prematurely because things got too chippy.
I don't think Monken wants that sign to get up to like 6.
Oh, no, your read on it's 100% true. I think secretly Todd Monken loves a little physicality, loves a little brotherly shove, as it were.
I mean, you heard him with his show last night that aired on the station here. He seems like he likes the fights. He likes the idea that they get involved in it. And so I would imagine, I mean, think about it. Like the Spencer Fano stuff is Exhibit A. The man was basically, is he going to get the starting job? Is he not going to get the starting job? I was going back to Broderick Jones to try to figure out like top 10 left tackles that didn't start week 1 and all these different examples because it just doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. He gets in the fight against Jared Verse, boom, instantly now all of a sudden he's the starter. Like Monken cares about this stuff.
Also, I think something that's really important is not all camp fights or even joint practice fights are created equally. There's having to be pulled apart, which is what I thought the Fano verse one was. And then afterwards, the guys clearly showed love to each other. Like, to me, that's the same thing you would do with your actual family, with your brothers, right? Like,
I mean, it even looked to the point where I almost wondered if it was staged at one point, as if it was like, this is how Fano's going to win over the locker room, and Verse knows it, and this is going to be some big measurement. And obviously, it mattered to Monken.
It did, and I thought it was interesting. We asked Ashley Bastock, is the feistiness in practice a good sign or a bad sign? Here's what Ashley had to say on the matter.
I see it as a good sign because I don't think they've crossed the line. And, I thought this yesterday, and Todd Monken made it clear today. He felt like the same, that there wasn't anything dirty yesterday. It was just almost like it was getting too physical, and you didn't want it to get to the point where something dirty would happen. So I like the competitiveness. I do think, I always say with defenses especially, and especially with this young defense, like you kind of need some guys who are just like willing to play with their hair on fire, willing to play a little bit crazy. And I think Jared Verse and Quincy Williams fit that bill to me.
And I look at it and I go, this is such a nice change-up from Kevin Stefanski's practices that had the personality of Kevin, which was, we'll get him tomorrow, and never too high, never too low. That's not how you play football. And I think the best way you can get ready for week 1 and not come out like an absolute dud is if you're practicing and maintaining the requisite football energy and mentality you have to have. And to me, I think it doesn't just make the defense better. I think this is how the defense makes our offense better, is by going out there and Quinshon Judkins being pissed off at his teammates.
Well,
right?
yeah, Judkins should have been.
And so, it's just, I think that chippiness, again, football mad. It's like when we talk about like sports talk mad versus real mad.
Yeah.
Like we should have a little skin in the game here. It's when you start hating each other that's the problem.
Yeah.
But I think that happens more on teams that don't have this stuff, that are just like, why are you touching me kind of thing, as opposed to, hey, we're going out there and we're fighting each other.
So here's the thing, though. I don't know if that means tomorrow we're going to have fireworks, though. If all of a sudden it's just assumed Monken likes this, only because the resounding thought within these joint practices has always been day 1 is actually more civil. It's day 2 that things go haywire. Because after day 1, then people, they go on Twitter, they go on X, they see all the different spots where, beat reporter A thinks that you got embarrassed yesterday, and then things start to get chippy, and then all of a sudden, practice number 2. I really do believe that's why so many joint practices now are just 1. It's because joint practice number 2 is when people lost their mind.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow is what I'm telling you.
I think sometimes, I think fights in joint practices, and again, similar to the idea of fighting in your own practice, not all are created equal. I think it happens because I think where we're at in the football schedule, I think these guys have gone a little stir crazy going against each other every day.
Yeah,
and so
for sure.
I think all of a sudden you get to fight somebody else and it's fresh meat. And again, I think there's a stir crazy part of camp that happens. I go into joint practices expecting some level of beef. I just don't want it to be Cowboys Saints, which was yesterday.
Yeah. If we had two of them, we would have a Cowboys Saints melee.
Yeah.
If there was two joint practice, I could almost promise you that was going to happen because this team seems to like to fight.
So the funny thing is, it was both my least favorite and most favorite camp fight so far. It was my least favorite because they all looked really stupid, and it got to we're going to like a high school football brawl between dads.
Yeah.
They're like there's something about guys that like jaunt with their fists up when they're on like the outside of the fray that makes really tough men look like absolute, you know the word that I can't say on air right now.
Okay.
But why it was my favorite is that Bronson Rechsteiner, who is Scott Steiner's
I was going to
kid,
say son of Scott, yeah.
So I couldn't love this story anymore because on one hand, he's already been suspended for, I think it's 33% of his rookie season because he's got popped for PEDs. Mind you, he's an undrafted free agent. His chances of making this roster are incredibly long. And this son of Scott Steiner, the most roided up person this side of Hulk Hogan ever, has already lost 6 game checks due to steroids. And his follow-up for that is to have a camp tussle and then put a completely different guy in a lockup and German suplex him. And the best part is the end of the video. The end of the video where the guy's in the clutches of Steiner and he's trying to like get out of it. He looks like a turtle that fell on his back. He's locked up. It might as well be a squared circle.
I mean, he got up right away, though. I mean, he was trying to get up. He was
trying to get up, but he was just
didn't
locked
actually
in
get there. But yeah, he was locked in there.
Rechsteiner wouldn't let him go.
Somebody just chose the wrong career. That's all this is.
Oh, don't worry. In about 6 months' time, he'll be the other Braun Breaker, or whatever the hell they're going to call him, because we can't call him Braun Steiner. That's dumb. Everybody, who's that guy's dad? I don't know. Call him Breaker. WWE's stupid sometimes. That annoys me.
Why can't he do that? What is wrong with the WWE that way?
The WWE gets really weird about second and third generation wrestlers. Some guys are allowed to have their name and some aren't. So
is there like great shame attached to Scott Steiner that I'm missing?
Well, there is great shame. I don't think Scott has it, but if you had shame, Scott would be feeling it right now.
What are the rules? What are the rules? Why do some people get it and some people don't?
So
I just don't know enough about WWE for that.
One, Steiner is the Steiner brothers are one of the coolest tag teams ever in history, and the name Steiner is one of the coolest names ever. And they named Rick Steiner's son, whose name I think is Bronson Rechsteiner as well. They changed his name to Braun Breaker.
That's the cousin.
Yeah, that's the cousin. So I'm assuming this one will be the other Braun Breaker
Brock Breaker sounds like right up. I mean, that sounds like that was a given.
Yeah. But again,
if it's Braun Breaker, Brock Breaker, it might be too close, maybe.
Yeah, that is. Plus, Brock Lesnar just retired.
Might have to change his first name.
Yeah, but so to get to the original question, which is a very valid question, no one really knows why some guys can have their last name and other guys can't.
Is it like a board, though, or is it McMahon? Like, who decides these things?
It used to be Vince, pretty much just unilaterally. Now it's a consortium of guys who have stupid opinions on this. And somehow Michael Hayes is always in there.
Huh.
Yeah. You see, it's pretty infuriating.
I love that there's no logic to anything they do.
That's most of pro wrestling.
Yeah. That would drive my brain insane.
Here's the best thing
because I like the idea of like this person's earned it for this reason, and I have past precedents to show that this is why this should happen.
My favorite thing about big pro wrestling, so AEW, WWE, is that they get it. It doesn't make sense so often that when it does, people really vibe with it. They're like, the storyline makes so much sense.
And they finally got it.
And they're like, yeah. What about those other 12 that didn't? No. This one, I'm locked in.
They just volume shoot. That's all it is, right?
I can respect it.
Yeah.
I couldn't write better for WWE TV, although I'd try. Wink. They'd kick my ass. For real.
I got the impression here Brock just wanted to fight.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
This is just a legal fight for him is all this is. This guy loves to fight. This is a legal fight for him. You're not going to get in any legality trouble or anything like that. So this is a legal fight for him.
I think he knows he's cooked. I think he knows his career's over. He's going to be in the squared circle. Why not have a good viral video at the end of it? Is the feistiness of Brown's camp practice a good sign or a bad sign? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. Can you believe we're already talking about the end of summer? School's back. That's this week for a lot of us, right? Oh, football is also coming back as we're in the midst of the preseason and camp. Oh, and before you know it, the
trade for him. They'd rather have Baker Mayfield. They wish that deal would have never gone up. I get all of that. But can you at least just say maybe he's actually happy? Maybe he's in a better place. And maybe that helps him get in a Todd Monken offense.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win VIP access to the Fan 15 celebration September 3rd at Dave & Buster's, including a pair of reserved seats, buffet dinner, and a pair of power cards. Enter the word orange, orange, O-R-A-N-G-E, by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win.
Nick and JP back on The Fan. We've got Daryl Ryder coming up in 1 hour's time. See what he had to say about Browns practice today. We'll talk to him. I bet you he likes feisty Browns practices.
I saw a clip. He said he wanted to shoot both quarterbacks into the sun, or the quarterback competition into the sun.
Okay, yeah. That would be a little more personal.
Well, I realized I just made it really, really harsh. It wasn't that harsh, but clearly he wasn't impressed.
That's the competition with the people involved.
You'll need this distinction from him.
Yeah,
Clearly, he's not happy, and he's going to be dynamic at 6, so you want to listen to that.
Excited for that. Meanwhile, let's get to the lead here. Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson spoke with the media today. Here was his response when asked about how he'll be received by the fans this weekend.
What about the reaction, and have you thought about any type of reaction that you might get at the stadium on Saturday? Are you prepared for whatever might come?
I don't care. I don't care.
You know he means it because
I genuinely don't think he cares. I know that's your big deal. It's like taking how people inflect something and then making that worth it all. But I genuinely don't think he cares. I think he did care. I think there was a time he cared. We can argue way too much about what Browns fans thought. I think now that he's been here so long and he has the understanding that Browns fans are never going to love him, I think he's wrapped his arms around that idea. They're never going to love him. He's accepted that. And I think mentally for himself, the only way he gets through all of this is with the idea that they're never going to love him. Stop trying. Just show up and do your job. I think he cares what his teammates say. I think he cares what the coaches say. I don't think he cares at all what Browns fans say. And you know what? That's the only way he gets through all this, by the way.
I don't believe that Deshaun doesn't have some sort of negative feeling about negative feeling about the Browns fans. And I wouldn't blame him, by the way. If he still remembers, whether it was 3%, 13%, 23%, 83% of fans that cheered his injury 2 years ago, there's nothing that should have endeared Browns fans to him. In the same way, there's nothing about Deshaun that has endeared himself to Browns fans. And I think it's really interesting. I would just encourage anybody who looks and goes, I don't think that's, listen to every other answer that he had. He had a couple smiling answers, but by and large, everything the guy said was a 30-second cliche about, we'll win one for the Gipper, and we got another one tomorrow, and I'm just living one day by day. And the one question that got the most succinct, short, I don't want to say terse, but specific answer was, hey, how do you think you're going to be responded to on Saturday?
I just don't think he had anything more to say on it. I think there's I don't care. And then do you want him to go for 30 seconds longer about all the ways he dislikes Browns fans and how he's still mad at Browns fans and he's just made peace with the idea?
No, but he spent the whole time saying, hey, it's a new me, it's a new me, I got a new mentality. If that was really true, he could say, well, listen, I know a lot has happened here.
I think part of his new mentality is stop caring what Browns fans think.
Yeah, I don't believe him. I don't. You have to look for honesty with Deshaun. It's the one thing you have believed that he said.
Basically,
no, I don't. I think if we gave him truth serum in front of a microphone, Deshaun would say, I've got 4 months left here, and I can't wait to rocket ship my ass out of town, collect my money with some new team.
I think it's going to be a real problem for Deshaun if he is living and dying by the booze of a Browns fandom that has clearly shown a lot of distaste and is not ever going to be on his side.
I mean, we keep talking about, the bars that he's got to clear. I think there's a lot of bars between where he was, that has been the last 4 years, to where people want him to be again. He cleared one by looking like an NFL quarterback this last Saturday, looking even better this weekend while being booed. That's one way to defeat the allegations.
Shedeur spoke with the media today. He was asked about the importance of starting the Browns' second preseason game against the Bills.
I'll say every day of my life is important. Every day is important. I wouldn't say it's a day that's not important. So that's just another day going out there doing what I got to do, honestly. I don't really feel anxiety or any pressure, going into things like that anymore because it's like that's how I approach everything. So, it's just another day of going to work, That's all it is for me.
Also, don't believe this one. Yeah,
no,
yeah.
That was very much a everyday matters.
Yeah, that's which has kind of been something that he has said a fair amount.
I think every day does kind of matter.
I think if Shedeur is buying what Todd Monken is selling, that this is still totally an open quarterback race, then it makes sense that he would look at this tomorrow and Saturday as his last chance to really make an impression here.
I just think he looks at it as every day is an evolution of himself, and every day he's just trying to get better, and he'll do that one day at a time. It's not a unique perspective. I think a lot of athletes do feel that way of, control what you can control. And with Shedeur, in this instance, he can't control what Monken thinks, and I think he's not an idiot. He knows what's going on here. He sees the writing on the wall, and so I would imagine he's now just focused on getting himself ready for when Deshaun either fails or gets injured, and then he's going to have his opportunity from there.
Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com joined us last hour. She said it feels like a done deal that Deshaun Watson will be the starting quarterback of the Browns.
I don't think you're calling it too soon. I will say it just kind of has felt like it was going to be Deshaun Watson's week one job since Todd Monken said he was going to start that first preseason game against the Bears. Like, I thought that was significant, especially knowing this second preseason game that he's been saying Shedeur was going to start is coming after a joint practice. And everyone knows that those preseason games after joint practices are essentially moot points. We know that all of the veterans won't be playing in that game too. So, yeah, I mean, I know they don't want to call it yet. I think they have their reasons for why they're not. But to me, it certainly feels like it's a done deal here. This has kind of transitioned for me.
Yeah, it feels that way. It does feel that way. I don't think there's anything Shedeur can do at this point to open it up or do anything that way. I mean, it's over. It's over, and over means over.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I like the camp that Todd Monken is running. There's a lot of things that I like about what I'm seeing. I do think this team looks tough, and I love the attitude that they have. I think the only false note that I have perceived of Todd is, I think, really this week, saying the quarterback competition is still open when I don't think there's a person out there that believes there is that isn't on the company payroll. And I just, again, if his message is different internally, well, then that is different. And that happens a lot, right? Guy says one thing publicly, but privately he's more open and sharing what the plan actually is. But I think if he's telling Shedeur right now, hey, Slugger, you're going to get your chance tomorrow and Saturday, I think that's the kind of thing that somebody might look is maybe not 100% truthful. That would be the only thing I would sidestep.
Here's something I've been wondering about in my head. Is it the idea that he's splitting up the joint practice reps? Is there a baked-in understanding that even Monken is aware that Deshaun Watson's not going to do all 17 games? And so, if it's not about getting Deshaun as best you possibly can in week one, which, by the way, that's what I would do at this point. I'd give him all the reps. I'd make sure he's as ready to go as anybody for week one. But is there a part of Monken that is almost it's like splitting tens at a blackjack table? He's trying to make sure that he can get the best of both worlds. And so Shedeur gets some of these reps that he needs in case they need Deshaun, which seems likely at some point in the season. And then Deshaun also gets the reps as well.
I'll say it's on the table. I don't really know because we don't know Todd enough yet, but it's as likely as any excuse for him not just being saying the painfully obvious thing.
After ending practice early yesterday, Browns head coach Todd Monken did talk about the physicality of training camp.
All I can say is we really haven't lost anybody for an extensive amount of time. I think there's a certain amount of callousing that has to take place. You don't play as many games. I mean, like I said yesterday, you used to play a quarter, then a half. You used to play at least, a full game and a quarter in the preseason games, which you don't do anymore. So where are you going to gain that? I don't know what that sweet spot is because during camp, whether you practice 2 hours or an hour and a half, whether you're here for 10 hours or 12 hours, you're tired. Your body's going to feel it. So how do you push through it? I thought Bruce Arians said it. I took it from him. He got his first job at 60, which is really cool. You get to do it however the hell you want to do it. And this could easily be my last job. I mean, you get it at 40, you're concerned about your next job. I'm not worried about the next job. I'm worried about doing it the way I want to do it, and I'm going to do it the way I want to do it.
I think after just saying the thing that I worry strikes a false note with Todd, I think this is the real. I understand analytics says the more you practice, the more physical practices are, the better chance of injuries. It's football, and you do have to live with injuries to some extent. I think
Why are you putting that on analytics? It's just that's common sense, isn't it?
Sure. Then I think common sense says it.
Yeah.
Now, to make my point, That was bitchy.
Oh,
I'm
sorry. My goodness.
I'm sorry. That's very bitchy.
Jeez.
I will own that.
Touched a nerve there. My
I will
goodness.
own
I'm
that.
sorry.
I just wanted
Your
to blame
Highness,
analytics.
please finish the thought.
I thank you very much.
Can we get a music for this as well? This is a big lead up to
you
this.
You didn't bow.
This is a big. I'm sorry.
You said Your
I gotta
Highness. You
genuflect
said
at the
the
altar
words,
here.
but you didn't.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and there's a little bowing. There is kowtowing. I
Wow.
believe in kowtowing. But
now, if you could finish your point.
Nah, I don't really have a point
Yeah,
anymore.
I didn't know if you
lost
did.
it.
Yeah.
No, but I do think the more physical practices you have, I think the more prepared you are for week one. I think it sets a tone, and I think he's doing a great job of setting that tone.
I think you're doing a great job of setting the tone here, okay?
You know what? I appreciate you.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Guardians TV analyst Al Pawlowski joined us today at 2:40. He broke down what the Guardians need to do for the rest of the 9-game homestand.
You've got to take 2 out of 3 from the Giants. Sweep would be fantastic, especially after the way things have gone recently. You put yourself in a little bit of a hole, not too deep of one to climb out of, but now you do have to make those games up somewhere else. So the Giants are a perfect team to do that. They're not very good. They've been struggling all year. Now, tonight with Wilkinson on the mound, nobody's seen him. You always have an advantage when you're making your major league debut as a pitcher. So it might be a little more difficult tonight. But that being said, they still got to find a way to win at least one of these next 2. And if you look at what's on the schedule, I mean, you've got Colorado, you've got some easy teams. Well, I shouldn't say easy, but you've got some teams coming up that you definitely should beat. Some teams that are not necessarily in the hunt. And then you've got some teams that if you want to get a playoff spot, that you would have to beat anyway. So the schedule sets up for them. They've just got to go out there and win games. The good news is they didn't bury themselves. So they still have a good chance at playing in October.
I think Al didn't want to say easy there because if they lose over the next 8 games and don't have an above 500 record after the next 8 games, it will be embarrassing in many ways. But I'll say it for them. The teams you're playing right now are easy. You should win a lot of these games. If they're going to climb their way back into this, something they're really not even out of as of right now, it starts with the next 8 games and taking care of business.
If you can go 6-2, which is beyond doable, if you can go 6-2 in the next 8 games, you'll be 500 again, and 500 right now would have you as the final wild card spot in baseball. That's how much this week can make the difference. Even going 5-3, hell, you're still, you'd be tied for Minnesota with that last wild card spot. This is make hay. Just for the love of God, make some hay.
We should be looking up at the end of the 9-game series and saying, okay, they're back to where they needed to be. Now you're going to have some tough teams in there later on, but like for right now, take care of the easy ones.
Go Guards. Guards ball. Guards ball. When we come back, we will talk about the Browns' joint practices and the impact they will have and what we're looking for tomorrow in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, line starts here.
As the kids get back to school, get back to the football news you need. The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland Browns is 92.3 The Fan.
Darrell Ryder coming up in about 40 minutes' time. Got a little interesting news here as the Browns, I want to say it was last week, had claimed Daquan Wright off waivers from, I think, the Bears. I don't know. It doesn't matter where.
It was the Eagles.
It was the Eagles. And I didn't even have any understanding that Daquan Wright hadn't been at training camp the last couple days. Well, now we know the reason why he hasn't been there. As a slew of former Ole Miss starters, Daquan Wright, Xavier Harris, and Wydett Williams, all who signed with NFL teams this summer, are amongst a group of athletes who are granted a temporary restraining order Wednesday to return to college for one more season. So this has happened a lot in college basketball. I think half of Will Wade's team at LSU for men's basketball will be of like 33-year-old former NBA players. Slight hyperbole there. That's pretty wild. By the way, 30 other athletes from a variety of sports part of this lawsuit.
Yeah, I think there's 16 football players in total on this. And this is not the only lawsuit that's going on. I think there's about 100 total athletes that are involved in lawsuits. This is just the one that's going to get him, more likely than not, a chance to play.
I thought I already did.
Excuse me, Mackenzie. So the lawsuit claims the NCAA is breaching its covenant of good faith by not giving these players the same opportunity to play for 5 years in college that past players received. So there's like good ground here. But like, think about it. If you're him, he was fighting for a roster spot as is. As of right now, he's fifth on the Browns tight end depth chart for tight end. He wasn't going to make the team. Probably wasn't going to make the practice squad. Maybe if he got lucky, he would. He was a really good college football player last year, though. He was second team All SEC. Like, he could probably make, I don't know, $500,000-$600,000 and be an actual impactful player in college football next year.
The only question I have is, what does this mean? Like, he can't go to next year's draft, right? He's already gone undrafted, right?
Well, no. So I would imagine what this would do is this would reset the clocks. I think that's why it matters that that he's undrafted and why a lot of these players are. I think all of them are undrafted. Is so if the Browns release him by September 1st. They have to release him by September 1st. It should reset. He can go play anywhere in college football, and then he'd be up to be drafted next year.
So I think my only question is, though, he's already a part of the NFL Players Association. You can't. Does he have to? What is it? Not. I'm trying to think of unswear his allegiance. What the hell is the word I'm looking for? Resign
from the PA?
Does he have to do that? Because I mean, like the whole point of the draft is the draft, and declaring for the draft gets you entry to the it's the Sorsby thing.
I don't know what the NFLPA's role in all this is. What I do know is the Browns have until September 1st to release their rights of him. So like the Browns have to play ball with this too. If the Browns like him this much, they can say, Daquan, like we're not doing this, and then basically screw him out of money and another chance to play high-level college football for a guy that probably wouldn't even make the roster anyway, which is just kind of seems like a D move.
So it's interesting. This is the kind of stuff that college football fans and college athletics fans in general throw their hands up and say, you know, it's grown men playing against young boys. Because Daquan was just in college, and this is going to put him on par to be 22 or 23. I just don't really have a problem with this. I'm sure this will become a national talking point, but it's like, no, I think if you're still with, I mean, we do have guys that end up being 27, 28 years old playing college football. Danny Watkins, who was drafted out of BYU by the Eagles in the last decade. Brandon Whedon was a guy that played minor league. Oh my God, Monty Harrison, who is a touted MLB prospect and then washed out of baseball.
Right, but that is also what the NCAA changed. They changed their eligibility rules back in June to allow athletes to play within 5 seasons of their 19th birthday. Like, that is something they're trying to curb.
And honestly, I don't think
you get this 5-year time span. The whole genesis of this is based off of that rule that got changed.
But I think you're going to screw over some guys who, again, have a two-sport path, because you're worried about a guy playing 3 years in the Euro Leagues or 6 years in the G League. And I think there's a lot of very creative ways of things that make the rules very confusing. I think these these grown men should be allowed to play college athletics.
I think they were worried about college football, at least I think is worried about the idea that you'd have way too many rosters with way too many people that would be 25, 26. And at what point is it almost an unfair competition? If you got a bunch of 25-year-olds against 19-year-olds, that's a little different.
It is, but I would also say, college football's never been fair.
No, but
college athletics in general is not a fair enterprise.
At some point when Tyler Shuck was 26 years old, 25 years old playing college football, you did have to. There's a reason why he was scouted the way that he was. He wasn't. Tyler Shuck had all he had all the talent in the world, but the reason why he didn't get scouted as and basically named a number 1 overall pick is because he's not 22 with that skill set. He's 25 with the skill set that he has. You're hoping that you obviously would grow more. He's already grew into everything, and so there's a real man against boys mentality attached to this.
I think in the end, if coaches are willing to do this, and again, coaches are willing to skirt a lot of different rules and a lot of different. I just don't know that Again, specific to this, because this is different, because Daquan was in college last year. This is different. I just don't have a problem with it.
And also, I think a difference in this, too, is none of the players in this suit are stars.
Yeah.
Which is inherent to them not being drafted and then being on the fringes of the NFL. And it's just fascinating to think about. And then the result of this is I would root for him to get another year of eligibility, and I'd root for him to get a big payday. Ultimately, he's not going to have a lot of NFL paydays. At least it doesn't seem like that. Maybe he goes back to college one more year, becomes much better, even though he was good last year, but gets a little better, and all of a sudden he's drafted.
I mean, I kind of root for him to be like the Browns' third tight end, because I'm not really loving the tight end room beyond Harold Fannin Jr. right now. But yeah, I don't have anything against this kid going back there. So we do have that news to talk about. Again, Browns. He's not really even the Browns tight end yet. He's part of their roster, but he hasn't really showed up to camp yet. He's part of 30 college athletics across multiple sports, college athletes across multiple sports that have been granted a temporary restraining order to return to college for one more season. On the Browns front, we do have the joint practices tomorrow. You asked Ashley Bastock this, and she gave you a good question. She was like, that's a great question.
Just means she wanted to think about it. It doesn't mean it's a great question.
Or it was a great question. Take the damn compliment. That's the second time that I don't mean to sound as harsh as I sound.
It's okay.
All the other times.
It's the theme of the day for myself. Everyone's getting after me today. We showed up. Just wanted to put the hard hat on and do work, Nick. That's all we showed up wanted to do today. Just shots from every direction.
But you had asked a question, is the Browns offense getting dominated or the defense getting dominated tomorrow a bigger concern? I think Ashley's take on this, which is if the defense struggles, that's going to be a real concern, and I second that.
I third that then, because the defense...
And Jack's fourth.
The defense looking bad would be the type of thing that would take a lot of the win projections, even though so much of football is geared towards the offensive side of the ball. But the Browns almost look at, and Browns fans, I feel like, almost look at the defensive side as if it's a guarantee. If you have Rutenberg and now no Jim Schwartz, and this thing starts to stumble, and you look bad against Josh Allen, it's Josh Allen. He's going to make you look bad at certain spots. But it'll be night and day relative to, your defense was stopping Deshaun Watson for a lot of the camp. Congratulations.
I think the thing that we kind of ignored because we talked so much of the quarterbacks from the Browns-Bears game was just how bad the defense looked.
Well, the lack of depth in so many spots, too. I think that was really highlighted.
Yeah, well, just they kind of didn't play with the intensity we're used to, but certainly, I mean, being without your cornerbacks was not helping you, and that's part of why you got cooked.
No Schlesinger as well.
No Schlesinger.
Still felt bad for that caller I had to break that news to.
Was Carson Schlesinger back at practice today? I know he had missed like 10 straight practices.
He missed yesterday. I'm not sure about today. I just assumed he didn't do today because he missed yesterday.
But I do think, I expect the Browns' offense to be a work in progress, potentially all season, but certainly the first 4 to 8 games of the season. I need the defense to hit the ground running because it's going to be tough to not immediately look at Mike Rutenberg and go, what the hell are you doing?
Now, one thing on the offensive side, if I was to play devil's advocate on this, because I agree with you, I think defense has got to be the answer here, and we're going to have a lot of conversations about the defense, and Josh Allen's a great test for that. If the offense can't do anything against the Bills' offense, and I'm talking more about some of the guys that we think are just automatic playmakers, Concepcion, Boston, some of the young rookie wide receivers that we just think are going to make plays against anybody, if they get shut down, that'll be interesting as well.
216-474-0092. What's a bigger concern for tomorrow? The Browns' offense getting dominated by the Bills or the defense getting cooked by the Bills?
I mean, isn't the expectation on the offensive side of the ball for the quarterbacks to kind of fall flat on their face tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly what everyone in Berea said they did today.
They did today. We've seen multiple practices where they continue to do so. And so I think that's got to be it. Even the Bills' defense isn't the world's greatest defense. The Browns' defense should be a better defense than what the Bills' defense is, but that should be the expectation.
Now, Coach Monken today, before practice, trying to get that straight, talked about how quarterback reps will be divided in joint practice tomorrow.
Well, we're going to divide the reps. So we're going to go 10 plays with the 1s and 2s, 7 plays with the 2s and 3s. That'll be rundowns, pass downs, and red zone. So we're going to give each quarterback 5 of those reps. I don't know right now what plays I've scripted. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I knew that Deshaun was getting these or Shedeur was getting that. I don't know that. I mean, it falls where it is.
So that was actually from the coaches' show yesterday.
He said the same thing today, too, though. Where he listed out by the reps exactly what he was going to do.
It's interesting. Again, I think the way they're going to split the reps kind of tells you, they want to make sure they're getting Deshaun ready. And then, hey, Shedeur, here's your 5 reps per. I still don't like this. I still just don't like this. I think Shedeur should be going against the 1s. It's obvious that the practice is more important than the game is on Saturday. Mm-hmm. And I really just don't like this at all.
I also don't like that it's only 10 reps in total with the 1s.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
It feels like a very minuscule practice.
Oh, my God, so tiny. We make such a big deal out of these joint practices, and in reality, especially when you have a split competition now, we're supposed to freak out over 5 plays from each end. And by the way, within this, 2 of them will be handoffs. Mm-hmm. Legitimately, we'll have 3 Shedeur Sanders throws against the 1s and 3 Deshaun Watson throws against the 1s.
CB's got a chance to take the job still.
And hell, if Monken really wants to rig this whole entire thing and making sure nobody looks bad, maybe it's like 4 runs for Deshaun Watson and 1 pass. And it could be just a nice little simple pass and nothing to it.
Let's go with Jack in Florida. Welcome to the show, Jack.
What's up, guys? I just wanted to vent with you guys and say, are you guys also sick of people giving the popular opinion but then acting like it's fact? Like, what I'm talking about is people keep saying that it'll be easier to go from Deshaun to Sanders. I think that's like a fan decision. I know the team says they're not making fan decisions, but to me, when I hear that, I say, okay, Deshaun goes out there. If he plays poorly, we can bring Sanders in. He'll buy some goodwill, and we can kind of coast off for as long as we can coast with him. But I think that's not a good football decision. I think it's the opposite. Like, if it was me, I'm going to put the young guy out there, tell him to hit the gas, and if it doesn't work out, well, you saw what you needed to see with the guy you thought could be the future.
Be careful, Jack. Rhetoric like that, you're going to be labeled in the 3% of crazies.
I might be. But here's the thing. If you go with Deshaun first, I just don't think it's like if you say, hey, we're going to put Deshaun out there, and he goes 1-5, then you're bringing your second-year quarterback into a demoralized team, and then he knows he's playing for his future. He's like, my career might be here. This might be it. And then it's like already you're 1-5. The fan base is going to be like, oh, well, we want you to lose because we're looking for a quarterback. I just think it's a real high-pressure situation for like a second-year quarterback versus a vet who's going to be out of here anyway. If it doesn't work out, well, hey, man, we paid you $200 million. This is the job. Take the money. Goodbye.
Jack, I think you're onto something about kind of the general cliches. We appreciate you, bud. This is like when the narrative out there that Deshaun is the safer choice for week 1 because he's a veteran.
Yeah.
I understand the cliche, and it's a cliche for a reason. I do. The problem is the cliche does not fit when your veteran quarterback is Deshaun. And I know for some people they'll say, well, the cliche does fit because the other quarterback is Shedeur. Well, one of those 2 quarterbacks has played better football in the last 5 years, and it is Shedeur Sanders.
Well, the other part of this that I'd like to knock down like a bowling pin here is the idea that everyone's like, oh, well, Deshaun can't possibly back up Shedeur Sanders. That no world is that he has no choice, guys. It's either back up Shedeur Sanders.
Get back his money?
Yeah, back up Shedeur Sanders or give back the money. I mean, you have no option. You'd sit there, you'd hold the clipboard, and you'd be a good sport about it. And then, you either wait till Shedeur couldn't get the job done and they go to you, or Shedeur has the job for 17 games, and then boom, time's run out. Your career's over. It is what it is. But if he wants to play football ever again, this is the only roadmap Deshaun Watson has. He has to sit there and play back up.
The roadmap to Brown's offensive success and what might be a roadblock in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
same page. I just think he needs to name a quarterback sooner rather than later. I don't care which one it is, but just name one and really work it and give that person and that crew and everything as many reps as you possibly can.
Baskin and Phelps, weekday mornings starting at 10.
1, 2, 3.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Nick and JP with you.
Yeah, why you sounding like you're about to do like a jazz station promo?
It's just kind of how today's been. It is. It started today with a $1,700 bill for a car that I hate. So, like...
That sucks when you hate the car and you already know it's going to cost you an arm and a leg.
Like, I've had a couple wear and tear things with the Ram. But every time I go, I'm like, well, I want to keep my Ram upright. I want to make sure, we make sure that it stays in proper health because I want to drive that thing till it's got 300,000 miles. And I'm going to do the proper thing, which is I'm going to park it at some part of my property and leave it there for the rest of time, right?
Is that like a decorative piece at that point? Is that that becomes?
Yeah. And
I didn't know if is that how that works in the country?
That there lies my first Ram. That's how you do it.
Is that a tombstone? You guys just have trucks out there?
Yeah, Vanessa doesn't realize I do have plans on decorating our property with a bunch of broken down old cars. Because that's in my lineage.
Yeah.
That's in my DNA. You can't run from that. You can try and change.
I never considered the idea that when I go buy a house in the country and they have a truck out there that looks old and rusted out, that was like supposed to be like a Christmas tree.
Yep.
That's an ornament. I never once made that connection.
And eventually my grandbabies will go ahead and get in there and be like, Paw used to drive this. I don't know why they have a southern accent, but I'm playing it for a little bit of theater.
You want to be Paw, huh?
But no, I don't.
No, I know you don't.
I don't really like any of the nicknames for Grandpa. Grandpa's fine, right? But all the other ones can go to hell as far as I'm concerned. For me, it looks good on you guys, though. But no, so like, again, if it happens with a Ram, I'm like, well, I want to drive the Ram again, so this is awesome. Like, but this car, from the second it's been born, has just been a money pit. The thing cost $13,000. It was a different decade, guys. That's why. That's how much cars used to cost.
Well, you're getting close to the spot when you just give up on it, then, right?
We're about half of that.
I mean,
$1,700.
What's the Kelly Blue Book value on this monstrosity
of a vehicle?
If I
traded it in, I'll be lucky to get 4 or 5 in trade-in.
Oh, then you I don't know. We're at the spot where I might have called it a day on this car. Then.
Yeah, the problem is the real problem is I look forward to a day where generational wealth finds me.
Yeah.
And I listen, I will use generational wealth.
How is generational wealth going to find you?
I don't know. I keep saying, over here! And it's not listening yet, but it will. It will find me.
You're not Ryan Day born on third base.
Not yet. But
I'm trying to figure out how you just stumble into it at 40. I don't know that's either are or you aren't, right?
Nope. I will stumble into generational wealth, and likely soon, I think. But when it happens, Mom's going to get her house paid off. I'm going to make sure big sister's taken care of, all my brothers. I'm going to make sure my cabin boys, generational wealth. I'm going to do a lot for other people outside of paying off all my bills, which I'd really like to do any one of these days. But the one bit of decadence I'm going to afford myself is I'm going to drive Vanessa's car out to the middle of a very nice field. They're like, other than what's about to happen, this field is going to be the most beautiful field you've ever seen, right?
Okay.
And then I'm going to drive out there. I will have probably a 24-pack of Coors Banquet bottles.
Okay.
Because it's going to be a long night.
And bottles mean classier.
Oh, they are. And then they're the smaller bottles.
There's something about having the bottle that I do like.
Yeah. I think
you
it tastes better.
You feel like you're at the bar. Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah,
you feel like you're at the bar. It's always a good time.
And then I'm going to take a sledgehammer out.
Yeah.
And I'm going to proceed to beat the living crap out of this car. And when I'm sweaty and out of breath, which should be about 3 swings, when I'm completely exhausted, I'm going to go ahead and take a Molotov cocktail and put it in the gas tank of that car. And I'm going to push back about 40 feet, sit down with my beer, and watch that thing explode. And I'm going to watch that thing burn to a crisp. And when it's done, I'm going to go to the bathroom on it. And that is how I will celebrate my generational wealth. That's how much I hate it. That's how much I am sick of paying for $1,700 for repairs in a car that I loathe.
Up until the Molotov cocktail and then going to the bathroom on it, I was going to make the suggestion you could just donate it to the Wadsworth High School and they do a fundraiser attached
they don't
to
let
just
you
beating
pee
up the
on
car.
things there.
Yeah, no, or the cocktails, the Molotov cocktails either.
Yeah.
But
the urination, I think, is really where they're going to get upset by
that
me.
was a fundraiser. My school did that every year. They did this fundraiser where basically they brought out a car and then kids paid money. You put the goggles on and you just beat up the car essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, you raise money for the athletics.
I'd like to point out that I'm the hillbilly of the two of us. I didn't know they did this in the city.
Yeah, it was a real deal. Yeah.
See, I feel like I wouldn't enjoy it as much if somebody else got to beat it up. It's really me processing
the first few cracks where you really got after the glass and everything like that and really got into the car. That was the most fun, clearly. After a while.
Well, I think denting the metal would be fun, too.
I think a lot of people had fun with it. Yeah, I think a lot of people had fun with it.
You know what I'd love to try? I'd love to try, like, trying to rip the door off like Hulk. Now, I don't think just pure strength I could rip the door off.
Okay.
But I think strength plus my weight, I could pry that sucker free pretty quickly.
I'm not going to doubt the 1% height, 1% weight on this.
Who would?
You probably could if you wanted to, if you really wanted to. I mean, that sucks. $1,700 stinks for a car that you don't even like, and you probably should give up on anyway.
Yeah. But now.
Here we are.
But now, I don't want to buy a new car. Again,
I mean, that's expensive.
Vanessa works from home.
Yeah.
Right? And I only fix the thing so that I can elongate the life of my Ram so I don't have to drive the Ram every day. So this also means I have to drive her car more. Oh, boy. Just scissor kick right in the pillbox there.
Got yourself in quite the conundrum here.
Yeah, but it's great. I love every second
You
of it.
sound really happy.
Yeah.
You sound really happy.
Also, Radu saying that I could contribute to his version of the Human Fund, Money for People. I do like Money for People if I'm one of the people. That's my big sticking point. Love a human fund, but if I'm the human, that's what I want.
The old Seinfeld reference from Radu there.
Jim in Strongsville, welcome to the show. Jim, how you doing?
Hello, Jim.
I'm good. And Nick, before we get going here, you have a better chance of stumbling into generational diabetes than you do.
Oh, there's no stumbling into that, Jim. Yeah, that's called charging head first and yelling tally ho.
Listen, guys, we're sitting here splitting hairs on these quarterbacks, and what do you want? I mean, I know you don't want to hear this at the beginning of the year. They're both pretty much garbage. I think there's a better chance that neither of them will be in the league next year than that either of them will be in the league next year. So what are we really talking about? I mean, Shedor's fine, but he's a lottery ticket. He's so far out of reach of like the idea that like he's a sure thing, or even that he's like a potential guy. I hear people talking like, well, why isn't he getting a shot? All the other young quarterbacks in the league. Show me the other fifth-round pick that these are developing and trying real hard to get going. It's just not the way it works. Nick, I get it. You're upbeat. You're going for everything.
Jim, why did you go Jiminy Glick there?
I think that was his phone. I think it was his phone.
I will tell you this, Nick. If the Browns win more than 7 games, I will kiss your bare butt in the middle of the public square.
Okay, I don't want that, Jim. Yeah, it sounds like you just want to kiss my bare butt.
Don't use your kinks as excuses for bets, Jim.
Yeah, come on.
I mean, dude, that thing's got to be hit. Never mind. And
by the way, there's a price for everything, Jim.
I'm sure there is.
Yeah, and it's
is this a three-way?
And Jim, off your tweet that you sent us, by the way, my kids will be going to Lewis Elementary.
Yeah,
I know they will because you're a North Solon snob. I heard the guys earlier talking about it. I think it was Ken saying he didn't even know that there was a North Solon until you came around.
Oh wait, Ken's been talking about it not being a North Solon. Remind me if this is like 4 years ago because he's been doing this bit for a very long time.
You're in the Hyde Park of Ohio. You're an uppity guy. You sit around, sip tea, go over to Little John's house, hang out with him. I see how you roll, dude.
I will tell you.
2 doors down.
I will tell you, Jim, and we thank you for the call. I would hang out with Little John. Just while we're on the record, I think he's pretty much retired now from both the jewelry business.
He is retired. My wife just saw him Saturday. We had a little block party I had to miss because of the Browns preseason game. She talked to Little John for a little bit. Everyone came up and was congratulating him about his retirement. It was fantastic.
We're always big fans of Little John on this show. And anytime you sound like Jiminy Glick there.
I think the phone cut out.
That was not his phone.
I'm going to defend him.
He
It
went full
sounded like
Jiminy
the
Glick.
phone cut out.
The guy who calls in just to bust our stones and apparently kiss my ass. That is the guy that went Jiminy Glick.
Literally kiss your ass.
He just seemed like he wanted to have a good time. And again, there is a price. It's generational wealth, Jim. For generational wealth, I can look myself in the mirror after that. Darryl Ryder in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
million base salary, with the potential to earn up to $8.5 million with incentives. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind, weeknights at 11.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on The Fan. We got In Case You Missed It coming up in about 40 minutes' time. We have I would say, a pretty crucial question about NFL quarterback play and coming up in about 20 minutes. But Browns practicing again today in Berea. The quarterback's apparently looking caca. And to talk about it all, we welcome on, as we always do, as he always is, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl Ryder joining us right now. Daryl, welcome to the show.
Hello, boys.
Hello. Can you confirm that the quarterbacks look a caca today?
Yeah, when you say
Yes.
shoot the competition into the sun, what do you mean?
I'm so over this quarterback competition. I wouldn't start any of these guys. I'd go out and get somebody, but that's not going to happen.
Easy, Jeff Phelps. You trying to go get Will Levis?
Are you a Tyson Badgett guy?
It's so bad. It's amateur hour out there at times. We're going to sit here and praise guys because they can call a play in the huddle and go to the line of scrimmage and do the pre-snap stuff. That is growth. That is progress. And I mean, Shedeur Sanders couldn't even execute a kill the clock in a game-ending situation today. Deshaun Watson continues to misfire awfully bad. It's just this isn't NFL quarterback play that we're getting to see on a day-in, day-out basis in Berea, and it's going to put a heavy burden on the skill position players to elevate the quarterbacks. Usually it's the quarterback that elevates the skill positions. Well, this year it needs to work in reverse for the Browns. It's the skill position players that are going to have to elevate these quarterbacks because they're just not very good.
How bad was Deshaun today? We obviously heard about the 2 interceptions.
Hey, that's the Browns starting quarterback.
Could have been 3 by Ashley's count.
Yes.
How did you see it?
That is absolutely accurate. Could have been 3. And then there were about 3 other, I call them non-competitive throws. And what I mean by that is no chance to be caught.
So what I struggle with is I believe that Deshaun Watson is ahead of Shedeur operationally. I do believe that messaging.
Yes,
and yet
I would agree with that.
But yet we continue to hear that Deshaun is also having operational issues here. And when I watch Shedeur make plays, he can actually make positive plays.
Right.
And for most of camp, he wasn't making positive, negative plays. So I'm not trying to tell you that the operational stuff doesn't matter.
Right.
But I feel like if we're working in real time, the guy that can make NFL throws and the guy that can make NFL plays, I feel like I'd really like to give that guy as much experience in operation as humanly possible.
Well, I agree with you. I would rather them start Shedeur Sanders than make us suffer through Deshaun Watson, but that's not what's going to happen. It really feels like Todd Monken is going to lean into the guy with experience over the kid, being that he's 60 years old and this is his first and probably only NFL head coaching opportunity. I don't see the point in playing Deshaun Watson at all. I really don't, unless you absolutely have to play him. I would rather watch Shedeur Sanders make every mistake at training camp day in and day out, and every mistake in games day in and day out, and give him the opportunity to improve and get better, because he is showing the ability to get better with the work that he continues to get. But even he is not an NFL caliber quarterback right now. He still has room to grow, but I would prefer that he just get to go out there and do that. And maybe, Nick, before you jump all over me, I admit this is just my way of trying to rationalize this stupidity, is maybe they're saying, hey, let's just give Shedeur time to get closer to being an NFL caliber quarterback by having Deshaun out there. And then by the time it comes time to pull the plug on Deshaun, then hopefully Shedeur is ready to really hit the ground running and show everyone just how much of a better player is. But again, I'm really grasping at straws to rationalize this whole situation.
Do you believe Deshaun when he says he doesn't care about what the fans will do on Saturday at all?
Not 1 second.
Then why do you think he said it?
Well, because I think that he is. I think he's trying to project to everybody that he has put everything negative that has happened in the past, and I think he wants us all to believe that he is starting this thing with a clean slate. I mean, that's not how I look at it. I know that's not how Browns fans look at it. And when he starts throwing interceptions and 3-and-outs and all those things in games, other people aren't going to forget it. But I think that is his way of mentally compartmentalizing everything and just saying, you know what, I am focused on the fact that I bounced back from these injuries. I've been able to go out and practice every day, be healthy. Took some hits in a preseason game, came out of that unscathed, and because he talked about today how proud of himself he is with this recovery and the fact that he is in the position that he's in. So I think he's trying to project some strength there. I don't know how Browns fan is going to react on Saturday afternoon. I have an idea, but I know exactly how they're going to react in week 3 if the first 2 weeks are a complete unmitigated disaster with him at quarterback. I said on my Sunday show, the Browns better be ready to start Shedeur in week 3. I mean, you're trying to sell suites and all the luxury amenities in your brand new stadium right now because that's what's priority for the Cleveland Browns is getting the wealthiest fans their tickets into the new building first. Well, you better start giving them a reason to want to buy them tickets too, and putting Deshaun Watson out there and having him play at a subpar level in home games. That ain't the way to do it. So I kind of feel like the leash really does need to be short for Deshaun this season if he ultimately is named the starter, which I believe he will be.
So with all this being said, because I'm assuming it's going to go negatively, I'm sure you're saying the same thing here.
Well, I haven't seen any. I have no evidence, Nick, to sell fans on the opposite.
Neither do I. We're in a complete lockstep.
I think we all agree. We both agree with everything you're saying right now.
Yeah. So but I do think when it comes to this, because Jimmy Haslam said something that I do believe to be true. It's just not equal across every scenario. What's the turning point? Like, how much football do we have to see from Deshaun? Like, is it if he goes out there, they're 2-0, and he's got a 97 quarterback rating going into week 3?
I will buy you a burger if that happens.
Well, okay, we like that.
Offering up a burger.
Yeah.
That's not even a burger bet. That's just offering up burgers.
I'm losing nothing.
I was taught at a young age never just offer up free anything. You got to make the other side be a bet.
He's already done it.
If he is lit it up in the first 2 weeks, the Browns are 2-0, and his quarterback rating is 97, Nick's getting a burger on me.
Well, now I'm rooting for Deshaun. Look at that. But how
the tables have turned.
But for a majority of fans, I don't think 2 weeks is the answer. Is it 6 weeks of good play from Deshaun and winning? Is it 8 weeks? Is it 10 weeks?
This is my opinion. I think it's a 6-week leash. Because that is, a third into the season. And if it does not go well third into the season, let's be honest about it, then your season is sunk, right? And then you turn it over to Shedeur with nothing to lose and everything to gain. So I'm at 6 games right now, Nick, as far as what I believe that leash for Deshaun to be before they turn it over to Shedeur, and that buys Shedeur an extra, that's a good month and almost a month and a half to continue to do the things he has been doing behind the scenes, on the practice field, etc., to continue to grow and develop. Because if once it's announced that Deshaun's the guy, which again I believe that's what's going to happen here, whenever it will be, it's incumbent upon Shedeur to immediately go into prepare himself to play tomorrow mode, okay, and be ready to go in at a moment's notice and continue to do everything that he's been doing to make himself a better player, because I think it has to be acknowledged that Shedeur has improved. He's not there yet, but he's light years ahead of where he was a year ago, and he certainly deserves credit for that. But yeah, I think it's a 6-week window here for Deshaun to show that he can still do this thing.
Daryl, if you don't remember, it's fine. I'm not expecting you to, but you might, because I don't. Last year against the Eagles and in years prior in the joint practices that Stefanski ran, was it more than 10 snaps with the first team offense? It feels like 10 is a really low number. Is that is that around what Stefanski was doing or no? I just don't remember.
Keep in mind the 10 snaps is per session. Okay, there are multiple sessions in the practice, so the first team's not just getting 10 snaps. So let's say this session is you're starting from your own 20 and it's long drive time. Okay, first team offense gets 10 snaps. They're going to split 5 and 5 between the two quarterbacks here. The next one, let's say they go to a red zone drill. 10 snaps in the red zone, they'll split the 5 and 5.
Okay, so we can be looking at like 30. Yeah, we can be looking at like 30 or 40
so,
then.
Yeah,
okay, that's good.
It's not 10 snaps for the entire practice. It's 10 snaps for the first team offense per practice drill / session.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I didn't know that.
Daryl, strong stuff, buddy. It's great to catch up with you, and I enjoy any time. You may be worried that I might jump your bleep on air. I really appreciated that. And notice I didn't jump your bleep.
No, and Nick was very calm, too. Yeah. Nick was very like, I'm just going to sit back and whatever he says, he says.
I was prepared for it, but, I just wanted you to hear me out before you did so.
And look at that. Trust built here. Trust tree in the nest. Daryl, be good, buddy.
Thank you, Daryl.
You bet, guys. Have a great week.
Daryl Ryder brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. When we come back, can you be too dorky to be a franchise quarterback? This dork is going to ask that question in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson, and I've got a little tip. If a kitchen remodel is on your radar, skip the stress, skip the sticker shock, and go see my friends at Northeast Factory Direct, because you're going to be able to get a full 10x10 kitchen for just $2,599, which includes all the features you actually want. Solid wood construction, soft close drawers, full extension glides, and the latest designer styles. And oh, the best part?
Defense Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders. The Browns QB battle is back. We're your home for preseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Catch Daryl Ryder and Coach Riz's daily Browns training camp recaps on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page. Daryl and Coach Riz breaking down the storylines from each day's practice and, of course, your daily quarterback competition updates. And you can catch the recap each night on Overtime with Jake Volnick at 8:40. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now. I've seen Padone, by the way, so it's going to be Padone tonight probably at 8:40.
All right, the Padidler in the studio. And what? That's his nickname.
Nobody wants that as a nickname.
Why? What's wrong with
you don't
that?
want to be a diddler. That's not... No, stop that.
Why not?
Who else did you once give a nickname to that ended with the diddler? And I told you we can't do that.
It was definitely somebody.
It was a coach. I want to say it was a coach.
Oh, wasn't it the offensive line coach? God, I don't even remember. I've just nicknamed so many people with the diddler in the name. It's like that musical, Diddler on the Roof. It's a completely different musical.
Okay.
Still very watchable.
No, it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
That's a headline.
If
it really
I was
shouldn't.
a pervert.
I think you go to
No.
you go to bad places if you're watching Diddler on the Roof. I think that's
Maybe you're going to good places. Might be bad to you, friend. Some of us watch what we watch. Hey, we don't kink shame on this show.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Speaking of that, Mason Horodsky, and Mason, if I'm saying your name wrong, I'm sorry. I do watch your baseball videos all the time. He always posts like Guardians post-game videos. He always does like, stuff from the stadium.
Yeah.
He's got a little tugboat on the old Mason Horodsky Twitter account, and what a specimen. What an absolute unit of a young man this man is. I have never been more convinced he's the next David Wells.
I got to see the photo now.
Yeah. What I've noticed
I
is
see it now.
He's the rare big man.
Who's bigger, him or Parker Messick? We don't talk about Messick that way, and it doesn't seem like. But Messick's a big boy.
He's a chunk.
That is
He's certified grade A chunk.
How come Messick doesn't get the tugboat type love and appreciation? When I see this video of tugboat, he looks very similar to Messick.
It's the same reason why David Wells was the indelible fat man in baseball, because David Wells dressed like a fat man.
Yeah, but Messick does too, though.
No.
Yes, he does.
Look at
you
how
see him
the
at the
uniform.
All-Star game? He was wearing like raggedy T-shirts while signing autographs down the first baseline.
I'm talking about how you wear your uniform. Tugboat, I had to get the name. He dresses like a fat slob, and I think that's part of it. It's indelible.
He dresses like maybe his jersey's like 2 sizes too big.
Yeah.
Classic big guy move is to have like the 2 sizes too large.
Here's the thing. You don't want to be slinging 91-mile-an-hour cheese with your fupa hanging out. You do not want that.
Is that why that is?
You don't want Muffin Top City while you're trying to grate some cheddar over the plate. No, thank you.
I remember when I was like 11, I had a friend of mine, and he was a bigger guy, and he was like, yeah, I wear the bigger shirts because then you can't see that I'm fat. And I'm like, that's not really hiding anything, buddy.
Yeah, there's really nothing that does it.
It's not like a magician act. Like we can still see what's going on here.
What I'm really blown away by with Tugboat is his back just goes right into his butt. And so we got a scenario here where he's the rare pitcher without a badonk on him.
He's got no ass, doesn't he?
This is my person. I mean, this is all I ever wanted. Like, I threw like 57 miles an hour at my apex as a pitcher.
Yeah.
And I always thought if God had just given me a handful of an ass, I could have really rocked in like a nice 87-mile-an-hour fastball in high school. I could have really delivered. This man's living for both of us right now. Tugboat is living for both of us. God,
He's still probably like 100 pounds skinnier than you.
No, he is. Yeah. But in high school, he's about 270 right here.
Is that what you were in high school?
We're right around there. Yeah. We had a wide range. We started at like 240.
Really?
And then we chased that dragon for a while. Yeah.
You started 240 and 270.
Dragon Buffet.
Yeah, I was going to say, it started 240, ended 270. That's not bad.
Oh, no, we didn't end it. But we did. We got to 270 at some point. And then we just kept cruising.
Was that end of freshman year? What was
About
that?
290 was my cruising weight.
Okay.
And then like the mid-20s hit. And God was just like, psych! And so here we are. here we are. Yeah.
Mm.
And now I'm eating vegetables. It's great. It's really great.
Hey, those cucumbers look good today.
No, they actually weren't. I forgot to wash it. And so I was eating cucumbers, and I could just taste dirt, and I almost threw up in the hallway. It was, yeah.
You could taste dirt? What, did you pull it like directly from the garden or something?
Yeah, my both Vanessa and my mom are growing cucumbers because they know I love me some cukes.
Yeah.
And
some cukes.
I completely forgot to wash it off before I cut it today because I was just in my own.
You're still tasting dirt?
I paid $1,700 for a car I hate to be fixed today, so I was just in my own element. And yeah, it was awful. It was.
You could have walked inside and washed them off, right?
Well, no, we had. Once you get that.
Well, you were here. We
taste in your mouth.
We have sinks, though.
I got that taste in my mouth.
Right down the hall.
That's right down the hall. I saw you were eating them out there just outside. It was not.
No. I got that taste in my mouth. We were done.
You didn't have to be done.
Oh, we had to be done. Yeah, you haven't eaten a tainted cuke.
You're
I think
right.
that's the problem.
You're right. I don't think I have.
Yeah, maybe have a little tainted cuke, and you come back to me.
I don't think I've ever just forgotten.
Italian, and you will come back to me. Pasta fagioli. Sorry to all the Italians out there.
Well, they had a big weekend.
I also do like pasta fagioli, whatever that is.
They had a big weekend.
Really, anything pasta around there, and we're going to be okay.
We got Lima, Calavito hanging out at the feast. It was a great weekend for great Italians. Or semi-all-right Italians. Whatever you want to say about those
and
two.
Calavita.
I don't know. Whatever you guys want to do.
Hey, we're having fun.
That's all.
Now, I'm going to enter this next conversation with an upfront promise here. I'm doing this while being a giant dork myself. So this is dork on dork crime. Because sometimes we'll call people dorks or nerds or whatever.
Yeah, you call me a nerd all the time, and I always say you're the only person in life that's ever called me a nerd. I've never been called a nerd.
You don't have good enough friends around you.
I've never been called a nerd by literally anybody else in my life. You're the only one that does that.
You're sliding under the radar. You're code switching. You're doing all the things you need to do.
I never even had a bully or anyone like that was like, you nerd. Just not a thing that's ever.
You've never had a bully?
No.
That explains it.
I also went to an all-boys high school, though. Bullies don't really exist in all-boys high schools.
How is that a thing?
Because in boy and girl high schools, where they're together, guys got to impress the girls. Guys do a lot of, I would imagine, bully tactics. It's all in the name of trying to impress girls. In all boys schools, everyone's just really cool with each other
and just really enjoy spending time together, huh?
Well, there's no like, I don't know. There's just it's not really
guy on guy time.
It's not really a thing. It's just a lot of like, all right, yeah, we're all just hanging out and we're all just getting the job done.
Don't have to play the part, as it were. I get it.
There's just no need to emasculate another person in that setting. There just isn't. The only reason why people emasculate anybody is usually just to impress a girl, and so when the girl's out of the equation. Yeah. It's not a thing.
Way to blame it all on women, by the way. What a nice wraparound that was.
That's a weird takeaway to have out of that.
I think a lot of people heard it.
That's a weird. I'm just telling you my experience and why I thought that an all-boys school had no bullying. That's all.
So I say this.
Hey, pretty logical, too, if you ask me.
Women are the fault of everything, and that, without women, men would be better.
If that's how you want to put it.
No. I think that's the takeaway.
That's how you want to put it.
That's the AI overview of your points.
Do I think we'd have significantly less bar fights out there if just women ceased to exist? Yeah, probably. I think that's a safe assumption.
Yeah, but we'd have more bar orgies because it get real lonely real quick.
They far outweigh the good attached to what the bad could potentially be. But yeah. Even within that, should I? If I go back in time, if I had a chance to do a boy-girl high school, would I have done that? Yeah, probably. Looking back on it, even if that meant somebody called me a nerd at one point in life, like you suggest, I probably would have done that.
Now,
there's a lot I missed out in high school in that way.
While we have this beautiful conversation here, I am a dork. I admit it. But we need to have a real dork conversation with Fernando Mendoza. This is the first one, which is he was asked yesterday about his first NFL joint practice that the Raiders had with the Texans.
Able to go against the Texans defense, which is also a top defense in the league, go against them, be able to get some reps with the ones against the superstars on their defense, and then obviously their twos are fantastic as well. We got so much work, whether it was move the ball, first down, third down, red zone, 2 minute. There were so many situations, and I believe overall it was a positive day. There were plays that I loved and plays that I wish I had back, but in reality, that's a lie. I wish I didn't have them back because it's a growing experience, and it's practice. It's practice, and this is what I love, and it's a beautiful day to play football here, and I'm so happy of so many things to learn from today.
What an absolute dork. Like, what an absolute tool. He's 6'5", and he weighs about 235 pounds, and I still want to stuff him in a locker.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to, I don't think.
Well, where there's a will, there's a way. Yet again, I learned many things being on either side of the bullying pulpit there.
Were you a bully at one point?
Not really. I actually bullied the bullies. Is actually
you're like Robin Hood situation on our hands.
That was like the Batman of like I saw
and
somebody
like,
get bullied.
You're not the hero we asked for.
And they'd be like, please stop punching that man in my in the face.
Stop trying to stick up for me, please.
And I wouldn't because somebody had to do it. But all right, so then
this before or after you called the people you're sticking up for nerds?
Oh, I let them know it. Yeah, you gotta let them know. You keep them humble. You don't want that. There's some bullying is okay. Then Fernando Mendoza was on Bussin' with the Boys, and they asked him about his NIL allotment at Indiana.
Usually when they get up there, they've had us tell a couple jokes, and they usually make you say your NIL amount, which is cool because I think it's like some of the vets get to see like the NIL world, especially with all the craziness.
Or wish they had been a part of it.
Yeah, I know. What was your NIL?
Plead the fifth. But I went to Indiana for legit 50% of the price of another school.
He took 50% less.
In reality, 55% of the price of another school.
And that school is Georgia.
He needed that extra 5.
That school's not Georgia.
What was that school?
Oh, I mean, what is he, like conspiracy theories up here? Like, come on.
I'm asking questions.
Conspiracy theories may or may not be true. We're talking about like things that happened.
Yeah, I don't think he knows what conspiracy theories are, which makes him almost just make him stupid. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
I think the Raiders are the most fascinating test group of quarterbacks ever because one of the big knocks on Kirk Cousins, while he was dropping like 4,000 yards a season in the NFL, is he too much of a dork?
He's football Flanders. That's what I've always called him.
To be a great quarterback, to win a Super Bowl, right? I'm wondering if Fernando Mendoza makes football Flanders look like Charlie Manson in comparison.
It's him talking about the Las Vegas Strip where he called it the boogeyman, and then he compared it to being a kid trick-or-treating and deliberately avoiding the haunted house.
Yeah.
There's so much to just not like about Fernando Mendoza. Now, I've been consistent on this. The idea that there's something about Mendoza that I've never appreciated, that I never enjoy, that I never like, I think is phony. I think is just maybe it ends up, you know what it ends up being? He's going to end up being like a Tebow type person where ultimately people look back on it and it's like you just got to be around him and know that this is really him. Like this is really genuinely who he is. He's just this way, which is just like a person you meet once every 100,000 type people. Okay, that's fine, but it doesn't win you a lot of friends.
I've never been more certain that for the Raiders to be good with Fernando Mendoza, that in this battle of good versus evil, Fernando Mendoza, pure spirit, good Christian boy, in the Devil's Lair in Sin City.
He just stays away from it all.
Oh, no, I've never been more certain that the sharks and the prostitutes have to get a hold of him.
Here's what had me worried.
I think if they get their claws on him, I think a real person might be within there, but I don't think you're going to be able to win games. I think this is like some weirdo version of Jameis that it's just unrelatable in a weird way.
His amazement over the idea that he had to drive himself to the stadium and there wasn't a bus that picked him up to take him to the stadium the way that it works in college told me he has not had nearly enough the life experience.
Like
if you hold his hand, I feel like he can stay pure.
If I hold his hand?
Not you literally being the one to hold his hand either.
All right.
You think I was like, no, you go to Vegas and you take his hand and
I've done weirder things for less money.
You guide him right to the drugs and the
Oh, I'd take him right to the Bunny Ranch. I'd give him the number 11, the Kung Pao chicken, and the Woozy Toozy, and that kid would be chucking dimes in no times.
Yeah, what's the Kung Pao chicken? What's that take care of?
It's a lot of fun. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You see, Jonathan.
Wanted the description. Yeah, I wanted to.
When a man and a woman.
Yeah. What does the Kung Pao chicken offer up? Please tell me.
We're going to have to save that one for off the air.
Answer. You're going to turn into Ozzie Guillen if you answer that.
Yeah. Unemployed? In case we missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Cloudy overnight, low of 67.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Final segment of today's show. Want to say a big thanks to our many guests on today's program. Al Pawlowski, Guardians TV analyst at 240, walking the path there with what the next 8 games need to look like for the Guardians and what's going on with Travis Pisana, Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, and the Orange and Brown Talk podcast at 420 today. Broke down a lot of Browns practice and the quarterback derby and whatnot. Same with Daryl Ryder at 6 o'clock. If you guys missed a moment of the show, we do have the free Odyssey app you can listen back to. But, of course, all 5 hours up there for your perusal on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Of course, you can subscribe to it. I think most importantly, like our videos. I don't need you to like everybody's videos, but you do need to like our videos.
You can like everybody's videos. It's okay.
You can. But most specifically, the Nick and Jonathan videos, right? Especially the reels. Let's get those pumping out there. Come on. We don't have all day.
Sure.
We do have all day. That's the beauty of YouTube. And, of course, subscribe. Ring that bell. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
How has that crazy YouTube chat been today? Did they
I didn't even look.
Did they rebound from yesterday?
I didn't even look. After yesterday, I was a little tired. I thought somebody was making fun of the watch that I occasionally wear, which there's nothing funnier to me than when people are like, that looks scuffed up or that looks like this, because then I get to go,
I never even knew you wear a watch.
It's my dead grandpa's watch.
Yeah.
Turns out it was a euphemism. It was something else. And then I was like, oh, my bad, bud. It wasn't a euphemism. Poor choice of words.
Okay.
They were talking about somebody else wearing a
okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
But it actually tracked. I went back and I was like, oh, my bad.
All right.
But my grandpa is still dead. How dare you?
How dare you? All right. They're calling this the college dream. Lenore Sellers, South Carolina quarterback. Article came out today. He's not taking any classes this semester. So if you want to bet on South Carolina football, it's like, and this is not the Carson Beck thing either. Carson Beck, famously at Miami, didn't take a single class or went 2 years without taking any classes at all, which I think is, I don't care at all if you take any classes if we're doing college football, if I'm being honest. But for a lot of people, they get really upset at that idea. Lenore Sellers is just doing an internship, okay? An internship at a driving range is the entire schooling that Lenore Sellers has. Part of his duties at this is to cut the grass and pick up balls, is what he describes it as. I would imagine he's doing none of this stuff. I don't think he's driving the picker around and making sure that he collects some golf balls. I don't think he's doing that.
I would want to drive the picker around, even if I was the face of South Carolina football.
Could you imagine the face of South Carolina football in a picker at a golf cart? Because you always try to hit the golf cart.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be fun? I mean, the noise would get annoying. It would make you a little jumpy. I think it
sounds like a disaster, for being honest. That doesn't sound fun at all to me. It sounds like I just keep getting hit.
But I do agree with you. I don't think he's doing much of the work here. And it's funny, I got to live on the floor of the college basketball players and college football players my sophomore year of college. And again, MAC school, BG. But I remember just thinking, you guys really do have it. You get a little stipend, grease the wheels, your travel's paid for, you get to do a lot of stuff. I saw a lot of women enjoying their company. And there were a lot of positives to being an athlete 20 years ago. These kids today, God bless them. If you were jealous of athletes, if you were jealous of college athletes 20 years ago, this would be jealousy on steroids.
They don't really have to go to any of the classes. They don't have to do any of the actual work in that regard. They get the degree. Everything's all cool that way. They're just asked to play football, play basketball, which honestly is always what I hoped college football and college basketball would become, if I'm being honest. Stop the charade of it all. Stop pretending that you guys are doing all these things and just let it be what it is.
I do like that if you're a starting linebacker at South Carolina for 3 years, and you go to school for 5 years, that you'll leave college with a solid financial foundation. Because I think we talk a lot about, NFL players and CTE and the damage. I've known plenty of guys that have played college football who all they've done is play. And again, they might have started 2 of the 4 or 5 years they were there. They're also completely wrecked body-wise.
Well, I mean, if anyone's profiting off of a sport that you play, you should also be part of the profits. That is as simple as the day is long, which is actually funny that you're bringing that up because the Little League World Series. Did you get these emails at all? I got one the other day from one of the guys that sends us some of the gambling stuff, and he had odds on the Little League World Series. And it was like Colby Rasmus's niece was part of the odds, like individual player props on the Little League World Series.
That doesn't feel great.
And I was like, this is awful. And
didn't you bet on Turkish basketball for a while?
With Shane Larkin, of course.
Okay.
EuroLeague. It's how Charlotte was raised.
I'm just trying to figure out the levels of degeneracy.
But Shane Larkin at least is making money off of this. The point that I'm going to get to and I'm making is that Colby Rasmus's niece makes $0 off of this. And the impending result, and this is awful if she was making money or not making money, I would imagine somebody misses a prop bet on her behalf, betting on her, and she'll probably, through Instagram or whatever social media she has, she'll probably get a death threat or two. Like, that shouldn't happen to a kid.
You know, I've always thought that if there should the penalty for somebody stealing your identity shouldn't be jail. It should be you should have to work, but you should incur my debt. If you took even $1 or profited $1 in taking my identity, you should then take all of the downside of my identity and none of the upside, right? I kind of think if you are somebody in this case, the person that you do death threats because of a bet that you screwed up.
I mean, I just see it's coming. I know it's going to happen.
What was that?
The death threats on this little 12-year-old girl.
I think you're right. A little dark, but I think you're right. I think you should just never be allowed to gamble, or like you should. All right, I'm not going to do jail time, but I'll never gamble again. And I also, second one, can't have social media anymore. We could really weed out a bunch of a-holes if instead of just trying to send people to jail, we really just barred them from doing cool stuff.
How do we
or shackled them with generational debt?
That's like banning someone from a baseball stadium and for the rest of their life, like they sometimes do if you run on the field. It's like, how do you even supervise this?
Which part?
Banning people from online activity for the rest of their life. How do you even supervise that?
You go ahead and tie it to their Social Security, and if they ever try and get verified, pow, right in the kisser.
They'd find a way to do it, but okay. But the point is,
I still like the generational debt thing. I really want to trick somebody into stealing my identity and my
World
debt.
Series, though, I think it's almost a crime that it's only ESPN and Little League World Series, the organization. They're the ones that make all the money. The players make none of the money off of this. They net nothing, and they get all of everything else that comes with it. Now, there's some amateur things that are attached to that, obviously, but like it's just a lot of things that make me angry.
All right, big
a lot of
thanks
parts of that story that make me angry.
To Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Thank you, Jax. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Flume Dog Millionaire, a.k.a. Grandpa's Cheese Barns alum, a.k.a. Ashland's finest, Mackenzie Flume, a.k.a. Flume Dog Millionaire. Vital part of our 2020 corpse here on the station. We got the Padidler coming up for the next 4 hours. Nick
He's not going to like that nickname, and I don't blame him for not liking that nickname.
I got to say, Daryl liked it for him. Mac liked it for him.
Daryl approved that nickname?
Daryl doubly approved of the Padidler nickname.
No, he didn't.
So did Jake Murren. A lot of people call him the Padidler. I think he loves it. It's either that or I get to hammer him for flip-flopping all the time.
Choose your battle.
You go ahead and choose. Choose my weapon.
I'd say this is the cost of doing business with you, but I don't know that he signed up for that. I don't know. Doesn't matter, I guess.
Again.
All right, Nick, I tried. Padone.
Yeah.
I tried.
Padidler, he tried.
That's all I got.
JP, good stuff.
Hey, we had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love
This
you.
show.
Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.